Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning, hello, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, welcome along. My name is Ben Somerville and I am here from Tsujigiri Collective headquarters, currently headquarters in New Zealand, halfway up a snowy mountain in the Ruapehu region. Outside it is -6 and blowing 150 km/h winds. Inside we are G'd up, ready for round one of Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge, and it is a pleasure to have you here with us. We could not be more excited, more nervous. No, also not more nervous than we are right now. This is a huge thing for us. We're extremely pleased to have you all here for this first of hopefully many events. Thank you to all the guys already tuning in on the chat. Good luck today, good memories. Hey, good luck on running the comp. Thank you very much. Good luck to all of the homies today. Remember, keep drifting from that Civic guy. It's great to have you guys here. We really appreciate it. And the drivers will too. They are here today for qualifying. It is the first ever qualifying event that we have run. I'm nervous. We're hoping it's going to be a good one. We've got all of the guys keyed up, ready to go. I've got a little workstation here that I'm currently going through, making sure that we've got everything set up for, and we will just do our very, very best. If there are problems, I hope you guys will give us a chance to work through it. It's the first time we've ever run qualifying. Top 32, we're pretty familiar with that right now, but this is our first ever qualifying event. So, what can you expect today? Well, let's get right to it. This is where we're at. So this is St Eustache, the track that used to exist outside of Quebec in Canada. This is our layout for round one this week. It is a technical track, a really technical track with a large amount of outside clip, and it is also particularly challenging on the infield. So this track features a fast bank through that first left corner, outside line out onto clip one there. You guys can make out the clip from that orange line. That is the outside zone there. What we've got on that first corner at the first part of that bank is a small part of the outside zone that we are not marking that heavily. The first part of that section, what we've done is make it so that the guys can get into that zone really, really cleanly and then get across into the zone fully after maybe the first 3-4 meters of the zone. The other option for the drivers is going to be to rotate hard into that first outer zone, drop in onto the outside line, hook the wall, but it will probably require them to lose a bit of speed and maybe make an angle check around there. So the guys have got two ways to do things through that first corner, and they could either be scored relatively highly, they could score about the same, but if they can get into zone one, fast, aggressive, snap to angle, and make it round the whole clip with good proximity to the wall, that is where our judges are going to mark it highest. And our judges this week are Caleb Dauphiné, VDC Pro and a familiar judge for anyone who's been tuning into our events. Octave Chelleroux, who is a VDC Pro and also experienced real-life judge. He's been around the scene for almost as long as I have. And also Chris Ennis from Eclipse Motorsport, who is another familiar judge to anyone who's been in the streams that we've done before. These three guys, very experienced between them, a lot of real life drifting, a lot of virtual drifting. They're good guys, they know what they're looking for. And coming away from wall one, what they're looking for is our guys to angle up onto that pit straight that you see at the bottom of your screens. Coming in through there, they're going to rotate onto that straight and then snap to angle across what is an inside clip in the middle of the track, halfway down that pit straight. Now we've tried to make it so that they're not hanging their line out too far out onto that left-hand edge for too long. We want to get them rotated, pushed through, noses across that inside clip, and then a snap to the wall on the outside of the track at clip 3, which is the clip on the right at the bottom of your screens. Now if they get it right, if they get their timing correct into that section, then our guys should be able, and girls, we've got a few girls competing today as well, our drivers, gender neutral comrade, our drivers should be able to rotate along the wall, get the car tucked in without any braking at all almost, maybe just a tiny lift to hook it in onto the outside edge, and then fire it forward onto clip 4, which is an outside zone and our second decel zone on the track. Now as they come into that section, they're going to be dropping onto that outside. There's a grass drop off there. The guys have got a real chance, and girls, the drivers, have got a real chance of making a mistake, losing control, dropping a wheel, getting marked down, and if they brake too early, they will also be marked down. What we want them to do is fill outer zone 4 all the way along its length, using the angle and maybe a little bit of left foot braking to just wash the speed off, to then come into that late apex at clip 5, push across that, getting their nose right up next to that cone, but not touching it. They'll get marked down if they touch it. Then, as they come through this final power alley, it's a last transition across. They're going to be hanging onto that left-hand edge, but not too far, because if they do, they won't make it cleanly across to clip 6. That snap transition at the end, on the throttle, push forward and across the finish line. Now, our drivers must stay all 4 wheels on the track as they cross the finish line, or they will get marked down. This is the crucial thing. They've got to make sure they make it all the way through. This is what they've got. They've got a detailed briefing. They've heard me say this now. A lot of the drivers are tuning in. They're in the chat with you guys and girls watching at home right now. A lot of people in the chat. It's great to see you all here. That is what we're looking for. So, place your bets now. You all know who's here. If you've been keeping eyes on the championship, we've got a full driver list that we're making its way through as we go through the event. These guys want to put on a show. Who do you think is going to be doing well today? Who do you think is going to top qualifying? That is what we're here for. Qualifying only today, and then in 25 hours from right now is the top 32 of whoever makes it through here. Now, one thing to highlight from qualifying that's different today, we are here to produce next year's Virtual Drift Championship drivers. We have got 16 VDC licenses to give away. VDC widely regarded as the highest level professional digital drifting in the world, on Assetto Corsa certainly, and probably across all platforms. We respect them hugely. We use their physics as an underpinning for all of our stuff. So they are here. They are going to be getting those judged runs in. The thing that's different, the little tweak that we've done that's different from our normal format and from normal formats that you might have seen, is their 2 runs. Both of their judged runs are averaged together to give their qualifying score. So someone who gets a 100 but spins out on their second run gets a 0 on that second run, gets a 50-point qualifying score. So consistency is key here. We don't want guys going absolutely balls out, or girls, we don't want drivers going absolutely balls out. We don't want our drivers pushing too hard, making mistakes. We want them being consistent, because a consistent lead run is something that's easy to chase. Easy to chase makes for good battles. All of these things make for a better competition environment, and it will make them better drivers when we pass them on to Chris and Craig and the rest of the guys and Dion at the VDC. That's the goal here. All of our drivers for this first session should be starting to load in by now. I am just flicking across to make sure that we are in position and pretty much ready to go. And then it is time for our first drivers of the night. Anders is telling me that they are ready. Let me do this and put you guys onto the correct stream. You will see we have a few new things here this evening. One of the things that we've got that's new is this leaderboard over on the left-hand side. That is what we're looking for there. As that populates as we go through, let me remove that. No one needs to see my face tonight. It's not about me, it's about our drivers. And as things progress through over the course of the evening, you will see that they are... Oh, and all of our... Oh, magic. All of the new stuff that I created yesterday to make everything look cleaner has deleted itself. Great. Okay, well, we start now. Misho Tsujigiri, he is our first driver on the line. He is ready to go. I will sort that out later. They are under driver's orders. Anders Unger, our usual driver wrangler, is the man in charge here today. He has got control of all of our drivers and he is ready to go. This is what we are here for. It is the first part of qualifying. Misho Tsujigiri in the SC300 on the line. That line has gone green. He is off. This is our very first qualifying run of the night. Misho Tsujigiri trying to fire that big SC300 out onto that outside line. He's going for that late line up onto outer zone 1, just managing to wrangle that car there. A little bit of a drop midway through, that might cost him, but he's got this big flick. Look at that massive car firing out onto that outside line now, getting hooked up as he comes forward, pushing up onto the inside edge. This is going to be that big transition now through into this final section. There he is, nicely around and across the line. So Misho Tsujigiri gets his first run done. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Has reset itself as well. So folks, one recommendation to everybody: if you've got a stream that you're trying to do and you have a Windows update that looks like it wants to go, make sure you don't do it, because the Windows update will apparently mess with everything that I spent until midnight plus last night checking. So you can see here Misho Tsujigiri firing across onto that final section there and back round and through. So let's go across. I'm still getting myself here. Qualifying score, Misho Tsujigiri. This is our new system that we're just seeing it here. Loading in now. Waiting for our judges' scores to drop in. And this shouldn't have me in it either. All of this stuff that I spent yesterday sorting, it's all been undone. Still waiting on our drivers. They're obviously just discussing this now, trying to see what they are going for. Let me see what's happening here. I'm going to try and refresh it. It looks like they might actually have gone for the score there, but it's not refreshing on my screen. While we're waiting on that, let's go back to the replay. You guys can have a look at this one more time. Clearly our judges still deciding on what was going on there. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Misho Tsujigiri getting in late onto that outside zone, but then managing to run it all the way around. This transition going to be crucial for him here. Does he make it all the way in? Not quite on that transition, and then running his way round out to this outside zone all the way through. This is looking good, and then he's back across. Let's go back across to that section. Misho Tsujigiri gets a 67.6, and that will drop him into first place for now, obviously, as the first runner on all of our course. So Misho Tsujigiri dropped in. Our next driver up is Emil Lerud. Emil Lerud is going to be driver number 2. And here you can see that leaderboard showing in that top left section. That's going to be a running thing. That's one of the new things that we've put in place for the championship. So you will see the top 5 drivers, the top 5 scores as they stand right now, and you will see the person who is on the bubble in 32nd place. That is what you will be seeing as we go through on that left-hand side. I apologise that sometimes we're a little bit slow snapping between things. I've got something like 50 new buttons in order to switch between all of the stuff for the stream. So we're just trying to get everything sorted here. Emil Lerud up to the line. Looks like he's ready to go. The judge is also getting used to this system, so let's see how it works out for Emil here. He is ready to go. I can see in the chat everyone's loving this. Tanner Doherty, thank you for the share. Welcome along. Here we go. This is Emil Lerud's first run. We are all sorted here. He should be coming under starter's orders. Anders Unger, as I've said before, our driver wrangler here today. He is the man who will be making sure that these guys go when they need to go. He is in charge of that start line light setup that you can see in the middle of your screens. And here we go, Emil Leyrud, another SC300 driver. In this time, the pink SC300 flicks it onto the outside line. Little checkup, gets him into the zone early, but not quite as deep as we saw from Micho earlier. But Emil feeling his way out to that outside line as he goes through. A nice transition there, rotates along that wall, gets himself locked in. There he is, using a little bit of left foot braking, and great angle from Emil Leyrud as he comes through onto that inside clip at 5. Now the transition across and down onto the outer zone and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. So nice line from Emil, working his way up onto that outside line as he goes on the way through. Not quite managing to hold it as cleanly all the way round as we saw from Micho, but it's possible that some of the rest of those transitions are going to make up for it. Really snappy from Emil Leyrud as he gets through there onto the outside line, and you see this transition crucial, nicely hooks his way in and across the line. Let's go now across to our qualifying score. It will slide into place from the judges. You can see Emil's wonderful profile photo there on that left hand side representing Norway. Real life drifter. He has a Supra in real life, one of the old Drift Monkey Supras, and uses that to compete in Scandinavia for real. As we start to see judges' scores dropping in, what have we got here? I'm starting to see some stuff that is dropping into the score line. I can tell you already, looking at things here, I think this is going to be a higher score. What do you guys reckon? Here we go. Let's have a look at what we've got for Emil. 83.6. That is a fantastic first qualifying run from Emil Leyrud. He's going to be thrilled with that. Manages to get himself into position, ready for the second run. So all of our guys joining in groups of 8. They will do one run and then they will transition across onto their second run after everyone else in their group has been. Next up, we're looking at Jack Lai. That's who we're waiting for to come round to the line now, I believe. Jack Lai, one of the regular competitors here. He is a fantastic driver, really strong driver. Looking forward to seeing him here. He has got an 83.7 to beat for Emil Leyrud. Micho Tsujigiri currently sitting in second with a 67.7. We have no idea where the bubble is going to be for this. We don't know where the cutoff is going to be. We have no idea how it's going to play out in terms of getting these guys across. It could be 50, it could be 90. We've got drivers we have never seen before, drivers that we are unfamiliar with. It's all very exciting seeing these guys coming out and competing. So, as we come up to the line, here we go. This is Jack Lai's first run of the night. Anders will reset that start line marshalling cone setup that we got, the semaphore there, or as Anders started referring to it, the start line dildo of destiny. He will be resetting that. The lights have gone off. He is ready to send Jack. Our judges will let him know that they are ready in their towers, their various towers around the world, be it North America, the UK, or out in Europe. And Jack Lai is off. He has been under starter's orders and is now away. Here we go. Jack Lai firing down, goes for that flick initiation, facing right to the wall. A little bit of stuttering there. You can see there's a little bit of hesitation from Jack, but that might just be because of the ping there as he gets nicely out to that outside zone and then fires across through to the inside, rotates cleanly across the line there onto the outside clip at 4, powering in. Look at that great angle and commitment from Jack Lai on the throttle, using that left foot brake to control the car, flicks it round and across the line. Let's go back, have a look at that replay. And for some reason it has given us Emil's replay. That's really incredibly unhelpful. Why would it do that? I'm sorry folks, that is not meant to happen. That is Emil's replay. Jack Lai's replay seems to have not saved for some reason. I don't know what's going on there. I can only apologise. We'll have to come back to that in a second. In the meantime, I know the judges have their own replay. I apologise, there are some teething issues. We're just trying to get used to this, and now I've got these extra buttons. It might be me, or it might be my computer having decided to do something weird. It's decided to ditch all of our new overlay as well, which I spent many hours last night creating, so I can only apologise for that. Let's see if we get a score here for Jack Lai as we go down onto the track, just waiting for his score to drop in from the judges. I'm seeing scores drop in there. Oh, I think it's going to be close. I'm looking at the judges' scores start to drop into place. Jack Lai, number 2, driving that big E92. He has previously been driving, when he's been competing with us, previously been driving the RB28 S13.5. Looks like the scores are in. What is Jack Lai's score? An 80.4, dropping him into second place. That is a good run from Jack. He'll be happy with that. That's a good chance of getting himself into the show tomorrow. And remember, this is only the first run. He has got to make sure that he puts down another great qualifying run, exactly the same or better, in order to bring himself up from there. Yep, as you guys are already commenting, I can see in the comments people talking about Jack Lai not having his profile photo there. Some of our guys didn't get time to get a good photo, or didn't want to send in a photo for privacy reasons. We respect that. Ideally, we'd like to have everyone there with one, but we can't always please everybody. Next up on the line, Robert Kwaczynski. He's going to be coming in to drive this GT86. He is the first of our 2JZ GT86 drivers coming up onto the line, ready to go. He is going to be under Anders Unger's starters order, ready on that line there. The judges are in their various towers. So Caleb Dauphiné, our head judge today, Octavian Chelarou and Christopher Ennis, our judging panel at the moment. And we have got here on the line, ready to go, Robert Kwaczynski. He is set up. This is his first judge run. This group of 8, Misho Tsujigiri, Emil Leroux, Jack Lai, Robert Kwaczynski, Kyle Felvers, Sean Hogan, Jimmy Calavano and Ian Koenig, our first 8 drivers. Here we go. Robert Kwaczynski is off the line in that white GT86, goes to flick it towards the wall. That is a lovely little initiation using that left foot brake. You could see the front wheel lock up as Robert Kwaczynski really tries to keep that tiny little car absolutely pinned to the wall all the way around. Good transition. He goes firing in nicely, slots down onto that outside line, and here you can see running all the way through. This has got all the hallmarks of putting him very high in the qualifying order. Nice transition now will round things off for him, and across the line. Now, replay camera, do you still hate me, or will you do a thing? Let's find out. Here we go. No, it's giving us the correct replay this time, as we see Robert Kwaczynski's first run of the night. After the group of 8 have gone through once, we will go back and do them again. This is going to show us their judging scores slot in as things stand. You will see people move around lots in the standings as they go between their first and second runs, because it is an average score across the 2 runs. But I gotta say, if I were Robert Kwaczynski, I'd be feeling pretty confident off the back of that run right now. Let's see how the judges felt about it. Seeing in the chat, someone remind Ian to load his setup. Yeah, that's going to be crucial. Ian Koenig, load your setup, Ian. Mr. Judd, thank you for the follow. Ian is having more severe issues than setup at the moment. Oh, God, no. Oh, no, don't tell me there's real problems. I am seeing the judges' scores drop in, and I can tell you right now that our 3 judges have got very different opinions on certain aspects of that run. I can see that he's getting hammered potentially in places on the speed score by at least one of our judges, but a massive max point style score from one of our other judges. Caleb Dauphiné, our head judge, saying that that was absolutely as stylish as he'd want it. We should be starting to see that drop in now. 78.3 puts Robert Kwaczynski into 3rd position to begin with. He's going to be happy with that, but I think he'll feel like he was potentially robbed a little bit on some of those runs. He's going to be talking to his spotter, seeing where he can improve. Let's go on next. Who is next on our list? As you see, starting to fill up that board. Kyle Felvers, number 87, is our next driver. Kyle Felvers. Annie Sakaria, oh, thank you very much for the subscription. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. The overlay sadly fighting back. I know there's some teething troubles here for us while we've got these problems, but don't really know why my computer decided to ditch all of the work I did last night. But we're here now, and we shall suffice unto the day, because it's miserable outside and I'm in the warm. So, you know, we've got bonuses here. Kyle Felvis. I don't think I've seen Kyle Felvis drive. I'm very excited for this. We've got a 96 driver field, and I have not seen many of these drivers drive. So the first time that I'm seeing them is you're seeing them for the first time as well. You might see them from other championships or other events. As the light goes green, Kyle Felvis gets off the line. He is going to be hammering along this back straight, going for that big flick initiation that seems to suit the 2J GT86. 900 horsepower in the engine there for him. He's got that under his right foot, rides that outside line as late as possible, goes for the snap transition from Kyle Felvis and then locks it in against the wall. Really nice outside line, setting the standard for that section through there as far as I can tell, and makes it all the way in onto 5 very nicely. Transitions hard, very smooth on the transitions, Kyle Felvis. He's obviously made that car quite smooth to drive, and that's exactly what you want for qualifying. As we join here, he's just slotting into outer zone 1 on the way round this outside line. But Kyle Felvis, the first driver to really ride that outside line that late, then goes for that late snap transition, back on the power and all the way through this outside line, looking really consistent on the way through. Is it going to be enough to topple Emil Lerud from the number 1 spot at the moment? Let's go across and find out. As the judges' scores start to drop in the background, I'm seeing the comments in the back. Kyle Felvis in front of his England flag there, looking very proud of himself, and having just watched that run, I'm not surprised. I would be proud of that run too. Is it going to be enough to put him ahead of Emil? Still waiting on these drivers' choice scores. Let's see what they're looking like in the background. People in the chat talking about 90s. I can already tell you that the first judging score has dropped in. I'm not seeing a 90 there, but it is a very strong score. Now you have to remember, most of our judges, well, 2 of our 3 judges are from the VDC. They are used to the Chris Viltovsky School of Judging, so they are going to be super harsh. A 77.9 for Kyle Felvis. They must have felt that wall run was maybe hung out a little too late. They will definitely have their reasons. We will talk to them about those at some point, but dropping in with a 77.9 puts Kyle Felvis in 4th position for the time being. As we see our next driver coming up to the line. Let me position us back onto the stream. I think he might be the youngest driver, you know, guys asking the questions on there. We are now up. Here is Sean Hogan coming up to the line. I will have to check through my list of driver bios for later on, but he's definitely got to be one of, if not the youngest driver here. So I thought that was a great run. I'm not judging today. As you can see, I have absolutely no influence. I am 11,000 miles away from Chris Ennis in New Zealand. I'm something like 8,500 miles away from both of the other 2. I have absolutely no influence here. I'm on a cold, frigid mountain in the middle of the North Island of New Zealand. The place is being battered by 150 kilometre winds. These guys are discussing it, totally separate channel, making their minds up there, and then just putting those scores in. And as we said, they are from the Chris Viltovsky School of incredibly harsh judging. They want perfection. They will look for it. They must have felt that, bearing in mind that qualifying score is a reflection of how easy a run is to chase in theory and how well these drivers have done. So we will see now Sean Hogan, struggling to get all the way up into that first zone at the early part of the corner, just manages to make it into it at the end, then goes for that transition. That's a beautiful second half of the run so far from Sean Hogan, but turn 1 definitely caught him out there for whatever reason. This is a really tidy second section, but when we go back to the replay, I think we will see that there were definitely problems in that first part of the run. Let's have a look at that now as we join Sean Hogan on the replay just as he goes initiating in. Martinez Ostreka, interesting judging. If they didn't feel that it was chaseable, they will have marked it down. That's one of the things there. Late transition after the second, late inside clip, adjustment to stay on the wall. Yeah, and that late line on the wall is not what was asked for in the briefing. So whilst, remember, the judging is set up around consistency and around making it show so that these guys are able to push all the way in. People asking about the custom liveries. One of the things with the custom liveries for drivers will only be shown if they make it to the top 32. We talked about this. Here we are. Sean Hogan coming through now. His score's going to be dropping in. Keeve was taken. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, in order to be able to rattle through these qualifying as quick as possible, guys, and to not have problems reloading things onto the server and to not to cause too much server loading issue, we haven't put the custom liveries on today. They will be on for the guys who make it through to the top 32 tomorrow. All of the guys who've got custom liveries are going to be showing them there. Let's have a look at this as we wait for Sean Hogan's qualifying run to drop in. That first corner, I can see from the judges' scores, has absolutely hammered him. 56.4, Sean Hogan dropping into 6th place of our runs so far. So he will be pretty unhappy with that, but I'm pretty sure we could all see that the number one thing for him there is going to be filling in that first corner. He can probably jump up that leaderboard with a good fill in there as we go on now. Next up, Jimmy Calavano. Jimmy Calavano, our next driver tonight. He is on the line. He's got some heat in those tyres. He's ready to go. Jimmy Calavano, one of our newer drivers. He has done a couple of events with us now at Tsujigiri when we've been doing the Friday or Saturday night single event showdowns where we just do a random top 32 draw. We will be bringing those back after the championship has finished, up until we put in place the street championship using our street cars, which are yet to be released. They're yet to even be promoted. That's a future thing. But right now we are here for the pro championship. Jimmy Calavano off the line in that E92. We know these cars are fast. They're very stable when you get them locked in. But the problem is they've got that side bite there. You can see Jimmy Calavano struggling to make it smoothly into outer zone 1. But now he's on the throttle through this power alley. Gorgeous against the wall. Is that going to be deep? Oh, it's as deep as you could ever get away with. Comes away from the outside lone at 4 a little bit early. Goes for the transition now into that inside line at 6 and across the line. Let's have a look at that replay. Keeve was taken. Overlay looking crispy. Thank you. The overlay around the outside edge we completely redid last night. It's ditched all of that, but we shall have to try and get that sorted. Look at this, Jimmy Calavano. This is deep. You can see does he drop a wheel? Oh, it's mighty close to dropping a wheel as he goes through that section there and round through this final section. This transition going to be crucial all the way across that section. Let's have a look at the overlay. See what the judges thought. Oh no! Jimmy coming into the chat saying he forgot to load his tune. Well, fortunately he can go back to the pitch between runs. The first driver we've had to fail to drop in a full score. Sorry, he's failed to load his tune. That is the first of our drivers to fail to load his tune. As we see the score start to drop in. I'm just waiting for it to load. Jimmy's going to be kicking himself on this one. 58 on the nose puts him in 6th position. Oh, Jimmy Calavano pulling out Ian Koenig's usual trick. Not making it through into things cleanly. So, let's get on to the next one. This is Ian Koenig, our last driver in this section. Then we go through one more time. We can see that we are a little bit behind on some of our timings at the moment. We would be hoping to load in the next group now. They'll be ready, but we should be able to pick this back up. Anders puts the starts on. Here we go. They are off the line. This is Ian Koenig's first run. Gets that that initiation, rides it high, but comes away a little early, just brings a wheel outside of that outer zone. Ian Koenig driving much better than we have seen from him. Little bit shy onto 2. Will he be able to hold it? Oh, it's one wheel off at 4, but manages to keep the car gathered up, makes it round onto that inside line there at 5. This transition going to be crucial for him. Does he manage to make it all the way in? Oh, it's not the run we wanted to see from Ian Koenig as he comes back round and onto that inside edge. Look at that face. What a wonderful face. Oh, no, the overlay wasn't up. Someone... No, what? Oh, what the hell? Oh my god, I'm so sorry guys. I don't know how that... Nothing about that was good, was it? A Ben moment. You can see I'm switching between too many screens. Sorry guys. The problem is, of course, you're all behind me by half a minute. So by the time you've spotted it, it's too late. Poor Ian, finally ready, set uploaded, and now a Ben moment. Yeah, sorry guys, that's on me. Let's see as these judges' score drops in. I can only apologise. This is when we're still getting these sorted. Judges' scores have dropped in. Here is Ian's score in place now. A 53.7. Dropping Ian into 8th position. He is currently at the bottom of the bracket from this group. As we go back round, we're going to start again. This is our full rerun. This is the second run of the guys that are in this channel right now. Misho Tsujigiri comes up to the line ready to sort out his first chance at a qualifying run 2. Let's get rid of Ian, shall we? I think we've all seen Ian enough. LiveFast has hosted us with 1 viewer. Thank you, LiveFast. Matthias Vishugel. I hope I said that right. Thank you for the like. Welcome along. Hey, look, I got rid of Ian. So, here we go. Misho Tsujigiri, currently sitting in 5th with a 67.7, is up to the line, ready to go. This is run 2. The lights come on. Anders has sent Misho Tsujigiri. Brennan Cassidy, thank you for the follow. Here we go. Misho Tsujigiri with his second qualifying run. Remember, this is crucial because our runs, we don't take the highest run. We take the average of the 2 runs. So you need to be consistent on both runs. And Misho Tsujigiri is consistent, coming away in that middle part of turn 1 again. But that is an absolute moment coming up onto that wall there. He is tucking in beautifully through the second half of the course. Doesn't quite make it into 5. I cursed him with the commentator's curse. He goes transferring through. Nicely rounding through across the line. Press the right button this time, Somerville. Let's have a look at everything in its entirety. Hashtag bring Ian back. Thanks, guys. To hell with you is hosted with 1 viewer. Brendan Cassidy has liked. Jay Dammers has followed. Thank you, guys. There's probably going to be too many of you doing this all the way through. I'm not going to be able to keep track. But as we can see, this is Misho Tsujigiri. Nice through some of these sections, but you can see just a little bit wild on the inside clip. Fires through there and across the line. This is it. So now we will see. This is the second run. Do not be alarmed by that, folks. Don't be alarmed by the -1. It is how we've made it so that the averaging system doesn't immediately put something in. As soon as there's a switch to a 0 score, then it starts to average between the 2 runs. So right now, I know it says -1. He has not got -1 for that score. It's a default position. I will transfer across to this a little bit slower next time. Let's have this again, just while we're waiting for it to drop in. I'm starting to see scores appearing. I think we've got all of those scores dropped in. I'm going to switch across so that you can see Misho Tsujigiri gets his second score. Will it drop in? Vaxi, Lychee Slut, Vaxi for the follow. Lychee Slut, thank you for the hosting. Still showing -4. Come on, guys, let's have a look at this. Nicely slap, thank you for the host there. Stream should drop in. I can see his score now. There it is, a 70.8. A 70.8. That means that he is now sitting, according to our system, he is currently sitting in first because he's done the 2 runs. So his total point score, it is decided by his second line score. So whoever's got the highest line score, that is currently forcing them to the top of the board. So it's actually going to put him in. This is one of the same as FD. We've only just discovered this. This is the first time we've had this problem. Same as FD. It's sometimes in the second half of their qualifying. It shows that that guys have managed to qualify first when they're in that second round of robin qualifying. Misho Tsujigiri's second score pushes him up, but it's going to keep him quite low down that order. Here we are. We are off the line with Emil Leyrud. If I can find the right screen to tab across so we can see his run. Yes, there we go. Just in time for Emil's initiation there. Out onto that outside line. Flying round on that section. Emil Leyrud nicely across this inside section. Gets that transition much more snappy. This is going to be a good run. Emil just needs to get another run like his last one and he will go straight back to the top of that leaderboard through this transition and across the line. Let's have a look at that run again. We're seeing Emil Leyrud running onto that outside line all the way around at the moment. Misho Tsujigiri tops qualifying only because he has managed to do that second run. This will all start to drop into place very soon. Once we get through this first group, things will start to look a little more consistent there as he comes firing through. This transition going to be absolutely crucial. Look at that, a nice run from Emil Leyrud as we come round. Let's have a look. It's going to say -4. These are all little foibles of what we've seen before. Look at that grinning face of Emil. He is very happy to be representing Norway in this championship here. So don't be alarmed by the -4, folks. These are the little foibles that we're starting to see from our system in the background. These will all be sorted in time for round 2. I apologise for them now, but as things pop into place, Emil's score, I can see dropping in the background. And I know where he's got. Emil Leyrud is going to manage to put himself back up at the top, but I can tell you right now that run number 2 was nowhere near as highly scored as run number 1 from our judges, from what I'm seeing here on the back screen. Where is he going to go up to? Leave it to a Norwegian to rock the Pit Vipers like a real man. Yes, absolutely. As Jack Lai lines up in the background, waiting for the judges to refresh that. 75.6 for his second run. Emil Leyrud currently sitting in first place. That is going to be good enough for him to get back to the top of the leaderboard for now, but it means that his overall average is currently only at 79.7. That is Emil Leyrud's average right now. He tops qualifying with an average across 2 runs right now, 79.7. And this is where we've been saying all along that this is going to come down to consistency for our drivers. They've got to be consistent or they're going to really struggle to get to the top of that leaderboard. But likewise, anyone who manages to put in a 100-point run and then zeroes out is going to get severely punished. So you can see why these guys are still getting into the format, getting used to it, taking time to find their way. As Jack Lai goes for his second run, Jack absolutely fires out of that gate. He is sitting on a 80.3 from run 1. So can he manage to do something similar? If he can, he will leap ahead of Emil and go to the top of the leaderboard as Jack just drops away from that wall a little bit midway through. You saw one wheel come out of that outer zone as he fires around. Really nice onto outer zone 4 from Jack Lai as he gets the hammer down through here. Up onto clip 5. This transition now, is he going to make the inside clip at 6? Yes, he does. Angles up and across the line. Let's have a look at that. Going for a 360 just as we tabbed away. This is going to be good. Emil saying in the chat, for those of you who aren't watching, he's happy he didn't flonk either of the runs. Hopefully it will be enough to qualify. Absolutely, Emil. Hopefully we'll see you in the big show tomorrow as we see Jack Lai rounding off. This is one of my favourite sections of the course so far, as Jack Lai gets that really hooked up on the throttle all the way through. You can see how much grip that E92 has got with the setup that Drac has put into it. Let's have a look as we go back. It's going to come up -4. He's currently sitting in 4th with those scores averaged out. I'm seeing the scores drop in. Oh, I'm seeing some high scores drop in. The first score I've seen that starts with a 9, I can confirm there is a 9 on Jack Lie's score from one of our judges. As he's dropping into place, we're starting to see these scores appear very high on the line score from Jack Lie. This is going to be really well received. I hate to say it, Emil. I know you're listening in, but Jack Lie is definitely going to leap up above you here. The scores have dropped in. I know that for that second run now, Jack Lie, it's going to pop up in a second. He got an 89.7 for that second run. Oh no, there's being a correction. The judges are changing their scores a little bit. Judges are changing their scores. It's going up in the background. It's our first 90. Jack Lie gets the first 90 of the night, a 90.7, putting him up into first. His average score comes in at 85.5, and he currently tops qualifying. Really nice work from Jack Lie there as we go back across and start our next run. This is Robert Kwaczynski who's coming in. He's got his chance here to get everything sorted in his favour. He's coming up to the line. Just waiting for for Robert Kwaczynski. Here he comes. I can hear him in the background now. Robert Kwaczynski up for his second run. This is going to be it. He has got a chance here to make his way up to the top of the leaderboard. He's currently sat on a 79, so he's in a strong position from run 1. He was well within touch of Jack and Emil. A great run here will see him leap up to the top of the leaderboard potentially. He has got to beat Jack's 90.7. He would have to get a 92 or above to top qualifying. Waiting on the line for these guys. Let's go. Qualifying underway. The lights come on. And is Unger in control of what he has started to refer to as the dildo of destiny as we get going here. I can see that the leaderboard is showing not got Robert boxed off here as Robert Kwaczynski goes firing into that first corner, locks up that left foot brake as he comes into that first section. A little bit of a wobble there. You can see he was really working to try and stay on that outside line. There's that transition, gets it buried up against the wall and drops into the outer zone at 4. That's looking nice from Robert Kwaczynski. We said he'd need a high score to top qualifying to go ahead of Jack Lie. Is this going to be that high score as he comes firing through? What a run. Is he going to get hammered though for that early part of number 1? This is that clip. You can see here, there's that little wobble. It's a little double shuffle that just causes him to have a problem there as he comes firing through, now round and through onto that outside line, on the throttle all the way around onto that outer zone at 4. Really nice, just a little steering correction there. Gets his nose inside the A line there onto 5 and onto 6, looking really strong. Let's have a look. Let's see how those scores are going to drop in for Robert Kwaczynski. His second run previously sat on a 79. This is going to have to be big to bump him up to the top of the leaderboard, or will it just be enough to get him safe? I've seen a score drop in from one of our judges. They're starting to drop into place now. It looks like he might improve his average score a little bit here. Just starting to see a couple of corrections from the judges. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough to top qualifying from what I'm seeing in the background here, folks. We're just waiting for it to drop into place. 80.7. No, they're refreshing. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you there because I can see in the background that there's been a correction made. There's been a correction made in the background. That has changed to an 82. An 82. There we go. That has put Robert Kwaczynski into second place with an average score 80.5. Let's get on to our next driver. The next driver to do their second run, Kyle Felvus, going to be trying to get his score up higher. Kyle Felvus coming up to the line now. Here we go. Kyle Felvus also in that 2J GT86. Waiting on Anders Unger. Here we go, the light goes green. Kyle Felvers off for his second run. Is he going to be able to improve on his score? He managed to have that little correction, was causing him issues in the first run. He's currently coming all the way round on that outside line, much, much stronger through outer zone 1 than the first time round. Kyle Felvers was on an 80.3. There were some little corrections that he just needed to make up for as he comes round now. Good line from Kyle Felvers through 4, and look at his proximity onto 5 as he goes through there. That's what we want to see in a lovely snap transition. Kyle Felvers coming out strong. Let's have a look at the replay. As we see Kyle Felvers slot into that outer zone at 1. You can see how close he is to the wall just there, riding up onto that outside line. Here he is all the way around. That's good. This snap transition there, back against the wall. You can see using all of the available flex of the rear end of that GT86 as he comes now up in onto this inside line. That is one of the best lines we've seen through there for sure so far in qualifying. Let's find out what it does to the score. So, Kyle Felvers sat on an 80.3 from the first run. I can already tell you that I am seeing 2 scores in the 90s for Kyle Felvers. Oh, it's 3 scores in the 90s. This is definitely going to bump him right up the order. Kyle Felvers currently with the highest score in the background of the night. It's loading up, it's loading up. And it's a -4, yes. I can see it's loading. It's coming up now. Kyle Felvers, 93.3 jumps him up into first position. Kyle Felvers jumps up to an average score of that 86.8. A fantastic run from the young Englishman. What a solid demonstration of what he's able to do. Georgia Ruxford, thank you for the subscription. This is a solid run from Kyle Felvers as we go back. Next up, we're looking for Sean Hogan coming up to the line now. He's almost ready to go. That is a hell of a run from the young Englishman. Let's get rid of this overlay so that we can see. All the way through. Light goes green. Sean Hogan is off now. He has done brilliantly so far in managing to make up for a little error in that first section. Here Sean Hogan gets nicely out. This time he's fulfilling that first section, but only just fulfilling that first section of outer zone 1. There he manages to get that zone hooked back in. A late transition, but he's going to make it out to the wall there. This is Sean Hogan's second run. This is going to be crucial for him as he comes flying round and in. Oh, there's an error. Oh, is it going to be a 0? Sean Hogan just manages to hold on to it and gets himself back onto the track and back through and across the line. Let's have a quick look at that while our judges deliberate. In the chat, yeah, we're talking about Kyle Felvers. He is 13 years old. He is one of, if not the youngest drivers in the competition so far, and he currently sits atop our leaderboard with that 86.8, the highest single score of the event so far. But right now, he is making it through. Sean Hogan, you can see that wobble. It's almost 4 wheels straight as he uses there, snaps across, round and through. This is definitely going to harm his time. Next, lining up in the background, Jimmy Calavano putting the heat into the tyres as we'll wait for Sean Hogan's score to drop in. Sean Hogan with that error in the background there, just getting him a problem. Oh, I'm seeing the scores drop in. It was a 0 for Sean Hogan. The drivers have already moved on to Jimmy Calavano. He is already off the line. 0 for Sean Hogan leaves him with a total score of 28.2 as we see Jimmy Calavano coming firing in onto that outer zone. This is the run we wanted to see. Nice transition as he comes round off the wall. Good run from Jimmy Calavano so far. Hooking up onto that outside line. Throttle absolutely pegged. Oh, that's as close to the edge as you'd ever want to take it. He had that wheel absolutely hooked on the outer zone as he comes through round. This final transition going to be crucial. Across the line. Let's have a look at the replay. Just see Jimmy Calavano flash up there as we go across. There's that move from Jimmy Calavano, getting himself out into that outside line. Really, really nice there. And he makes his way across through this transition now. Going to be absolutely crucial. Onto that outside line and hammer down. So, judges ready with the scores. Ian Koenig, the last person from this section to be doing a drive here. Ian Koenig already got the drivers loading in the background for the next session. Just waiting on Jimmy Calavano's score to drop in. I got scores from 2 judges. I can understand why they're pinging him hard on some of this section. It's going to look a little bit shaky for Jimmy Calavano. Consistent, dropping him a little way down the order, but he's managing to stay in touch with the leaderboard at the moment. I can tell you, as it slots in, 64.7 for Jimmy Calavano, gives him an averaging total of 61.4. He is going to be furious with himself for those errors in that first section there, just causing him the problem. And this time you're going to see Ian. Yes, you are going to see Ian. Look, I've got rid of everyone else's face. We just get to see Ian as he comes off the line, hammering down. This initiation is going to be absolutely huge for Ian. He knows he's got to put it on the line and really find something, and he's definitely finding something there as he massages it. Oh, and just as I say that, the commentator's curse kicks in. A little wobble from Ian as he comes through. Doesn't quite make it into 2, but he's on the throttle hard, using that power and aggression from that RB27 in that S14. But he's washed wide, way wide of 5. Oh, you can sense Ian's frustration as he just manages to hang on to it and across the line. Let's go back to the start of that. Ian rotating into that outside zone. Jimmy Calavano upset. I forgot to load my tune first run. Yeah, absolutely, Jimmy. That is a real shame. Definitely hampered your score here, but I think we're going to see Ian's score start to drop in already. The judges know. Here's that image that sadly everyone was watching from the first run. I'm seeing scores drop in. Scores are dropping in for Ian. Just seeing them fill out the holes there. Oh, he's going to be so upset with this score when he starts to see it. Ian knows he can drive better than this. We know Ian can drive better than this. He loaded his tune. He did all of the things that he was required to do, and then just couldn't find his line to make it work. I'm seeing 3 judges' scores slotted into space. Here we go. This is going to be time for Ian's score to slot in. I can already tell you that I know that Ian is going to be real unhappy with how that has played out. I'm looking at the judges' scores in the background. It is because of that error midway through. It is almost an identical score for Ian versus his first run. So Ian's score slotted into place, a 54.7 with the 53.7 from his first run. I can see it's just taking a little while to load there, but let's get this underway as we wait to see the first group of drivers loading in from the second group. They're loading in the background. .57 puts Ian in 7th position for now. He will be angry with that. That is not the kind of score he wanted to get on this first run. So as we move on to our next group, this is what's coming up. Zura Diasamidze, Mustafa Amini, Dylan Fink, Anton Colon, Vicaris Alukas, Brett Wolford, Darren Baker and Brandon Patrick are our next 8 drivers slotting in now. We're 25 minutes behind where we were hoping to be on our schedule. We're going to try and speed things up as much as we can. So, first driver from this group, Zuro Daisamidze, coming in to start his run. Zuro, a regular for us at the Tsujigiri Friday and Saturday night events. Good driver, consistent, often makes his way through. Guys asking what the prizes are. So what we're seeing, well, first of all, there's 16 VDC licenses on offer. It's championship prizes, not individual event prizes. Championship prizes for the season. 16 VDC licenses on offer. A Grip Royal wheel. Thank you to Grip Royal, our sponsors here. Thank you to Scott at Grip Royal for sorting that. We have a custom Grip Royal wheel worth $250 or $280. That will be going out to the winner. That's US dollars. That'll be going out to the winner, as well as a Tsujigiri merchandise pack. Second place will get an SHH sequential / H pattern shifter, and also then the Tsujigiri merchandise pack. Third place will get the Tsujigiri merchandise pack, and then we have a small prize yet to be confirmed for fourth place as well. So the primary thing for most of these guys is the 16 set of VDC licenses, but also then we have on top of that, we have all of the various prizes as well. Bazooka Rat, thank you for the follow. We're trying to get these guys loaded in so we can go. Obviously, qualifying takes a little bit of time here. Let's have a look at the scoreboard as they stand right now. So, this is the other one that we have for you guys. Here's how the scoreboard's shaping up right now. We've got those 8 guys who have completed their first runs. Kyle Feldes, 86.8. Jack Lai in second with the 85.5. Kyle currently having that largest score of anyone so far in his second run. Robert Kaczynski with an 80.5 average. Emil Lira at 79.7. Misho Tiscaridi with a 69.2. Jimmy Calavano with a 61.4. Ian Koenig with the 54.2. And Sean Hogan will be furious with his second run there, which cost him a 0, giving him an average score across the 2 runs, 28.2. So, loading in now, we've got our next 8 drivers. They're coming up onto the server. Problem with the global competition, sometimes these things take time. We want to get straight on with the action for you guys. Let's see how things play out. Coming in now. Zuro Daisamidze, Mustafa Amini, Dylan Fink, Anton Colon, Vicaris Alukas, Brett Wolford, Darren Baker and Brandon Patrick. They are our next group loading in now. Most of these guys have done some driving with us before. I think I've seen Brett Wolford elsewhere. I haven't seen him in one of our competitions before off the top of my head. Guys in now. There we go, on the line now with Tsujigiri Samidzi in the PS13 LSX. He is ready on the line. We are going to see him set off very soon. He's the first driver to use this supercharged V8 powered LSX as he gets off the line. Coming firing through, goes for that big flick initiation out onto that outside line there. Locking up that front wheel, trying to massage the car into the first part of the clip. And this is what we talked about in the briefing at the beginning of the show. Guys trying to struggle to get into that early part of the corner might be sacrificing their overall line. If you just keep that speed up and aim for it to get 2 meters into the clip, very first part of that outer zone 1. This is the bit where people are going to get hammered. Really on the outside line there. That is going to hammer Tsujigiri Samidzi's score. Really struggles to get up on into that inside line there. Nicely done and across the line. Let's have a look at what that looks like. Danny Snorlax, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Look at that profile photo from Tsujigiri Samidzi. How regal is that? Mikey Holt 113. Isn't that an incredible moustache though? Isn't it fabulous? People giving me Fs in the chat. What's happened there? It's all coming from the Twitch stream. Everyone else seems to still be with us. Don't know what's happened there. Scores dropping in. Tsujigiri Samidzi. That first corner definitely hampering his line there. His nickname is Redbeard though. Yeah, his nickname should be Olgerd von Evelric from The Witcher 3. That is an absolutely phenomenal moustache combo. Stream came up that it ended. Well, it definitely didn't end my end. What are we seeing? We never got the score for Tsujigiri Samidzi. I can tell you it was a 66.7 as we go back to Mustafa Amini. Tsujigiri Samidzi got that 66.7. Mustafa Amini now off the line. This is what it's going to be. Big flick initiation. He made it all the way into that clip 1 real hard on that outside line. That is a great first corner. Then makes that transition back down and in. I don't know what happened to you on the Twitch, folks. I didn't change anything. It was working on the YouTube as well. That is really weird that it died. We've been here all along. Nothing has dropped. I don't even have any reports of packet loss for Tsujigiri Samidzi. Absolutely hammering that line. That was beautiful. Tsujigiri Samidzi on that outside line, really getting involved. Throws down. Look how hard he threw into that outside line there in this 2JZ powered PS13. Rides that outside wall at 1 all the way around. Is this potentially the highest score of the night? That is real aggressive all the way through. Background really on that outside line at 4. This has got to be one of the best. Hooks it nicely in onto 5. Mustafa making that transition across and over the line. Let's have a look at his qualifying score. Mustafa Amini. I'm seeing scores drop in. I'm telling you right now, they are high scores. This is going to be a big one. One of our judges has already put in their score and it is huge. It is the highest score of the night so far from one of our judges. Oh, it looks like it's going to be another massive score. That's 2 big scores for Mustafa Amini. Just waiting on head judge Caleb Dauphiné. His score's dropping in. It's looking similar all the way through. Oh, it's an enormous score for Mustafa Amini. Absolutely massive as it drops into place. 95.4. You can see that currently that only puts him in 8th because he's only got the 1 run. But I can tell you that is the highest score that we have got at the moment. If he can do another run like that, Mustafa Amini will definitely move to the head of the line. As we see Dylan Fink lining up. He is ready to go on the line. He is under starter's orders from Anders Unger as we go onto the correct photo. as we see this drop in. I don't know what happened for you guys there. It's dropping in now. I'm going to show you that on the replay again so that you can see that, guys, who have just come back in. I don't know why it's dropped. Everything's working for me, my end. I was able to continue watching. So that looks to me to be a stream issue at stream end rather than at our end, because everything else is working. And normally if I have internet issues, then I lose the ability to watch the runs. But I'm seeing everything here, and you are now seeing this fantastic run that we got out of this section all the way through from the Mustang. Looking really great here. We're going to drop across to the qualifying scores as we come through. Dylan Fink gets 59.6, currently slotting him back into 11. You can see there were a few little areas there where he needed to sort that out. We'll hopefully see that back. I don't know what's happening, guys. This is not at my end. This is at stream end. So there seems to be some kind of connection issue at the other end. Hessel, thank you for the follow. Blake Roder, thank you for the follow. Deckers, thank you for the follow. As we move on into our next driver, we are looking to see Anton Colon coming up to the line. He is driving that SC300. It undeaded. It's not my end. For once, it's not my end, folks. I've got good connection here, and I was able to see all of those runs. So this is a far end problem. Don't really know what's going on there, and I can only apologise. But here we are. We are ready to go. This is Anton Colon on the line. Light goes green. Here we are. Going for that first run from Anton Colon, fires it in that SC300, handbrakes a little bit, does lose some speed, gets it slowly rotated into that outside line, back on the throttle all the way through. This transition going to be crucial. He's got to make up for that slow rotation to angle on the first corner as he comes firing in now onto that outside line. This is a lovely line later in the course from Anton Colon. He's playing it safe, making sure he gets a good score on the board. He won't get much on the style from that first section, but he's definitely going to keep hold of some line points from that run there. Let's go back, watch it on the replay. There's that slow rotation to angle for Anton Colon. That's where it's going to really cause him issues. He's back on the throttle all the way through here, trying to get back up to speed. Now he's rounding through onto that outside line, looking really strong there. This is a lovely final section as he comes all the way through. Let's go across and see that first score from Anton Colon. How majestic is that photo as well? Next driver coming up to the line is going to be Vakaris Aliukas as we wait for that score to drop in. Vakaris Aliukas up to the line as Anton Colon's score drops in. It's going to be a strong start for Anton Colon by the looks of things. I think he's going to get a reasonable score out of that. That is a 77.4 for Anton Colon from his first run. He will be pleased to have got that sorted. That will definitely keep him in a good position as he goes into his second run. Got to be looking strong for that second run. As we move on, this is Vakaris Aliukas, lined up in the 2JZ powered PS13 left-hand drive Stefan Stefanov replica car from the new Pro Pack. If you haven't tried the new Pro Pack yet, then please make sure you do. He's on the line ready to go. Anders has got him under starters orders. Let's get them going. As we see him on the line. This is going to be crucial. This first run really starting to come together for him. Vakaris Aliukas, another driver nailing the first part of that outside line. Little bit of a wobble as he gets into the outer zone there. Just managed to clip that wall, back on the throttle all the way through. Look at this positioning from Vakaris Aliukas. We're seeing some phenomenal runs. Just doesn't quite make it all the way into the inner clip at 6, but overall a really strong run. Another driver able to get early and deep into that outer zone. Using the flex of that car, you can see that rear quarter flexing in. Absolutely on the throttle as he comes firing through. Big transition up against the wall from Vikaris Alukas. This is going to get him a good score, I think. Certainly going to put him inside the bubble for the time being. Look at that throttle. Absolutely hammer down as he comes through and across the line. Here we go. Vikaris Alukas, his score is dropping in as Brett Wolford gets up to the line in the background. Brett Wolford's going to be driving that big Mustang. Another user of that S550 is Vikaris Alukas. His score is dropping in. I think he's going to be pretty happy with this as it starts to slot into place. It's looking like a good upper mid score. Vikaris Alukas gets an 87.4, looking strong off the back of that first run. Remember, it's not yet taking into consideration his second run and his line score at the moment. That will have him down, but it will actually see him up in the sort of the top 5 there. Let's get straight onto it. As we see on the line, this is Brett Wolford in the S550 Mustang, the RTR replica Mustang with that Roush Yates 45 naturally aspirated high revving V8. He is on the line ready to go. This is going to be a big one. These Mustangs love to throw down as it is go time for him. Brett Wolford gets off the line, goes for that big initiation. It's a handbrake drag to get his positioning right. He loses a bit of speed, but he gets right up where he wants to be. Look at that Mustang sparking as it goes round the top end of the track there. Then that transition nice and close, throws it late and deep. Is he going to hold it on the track? Yes, he is. Fulfilled outer zone 4 right from the word go. Look at Brett Wolford getting the hammer down. This is surely another high-scoring run if he can keep it tight on 6. Yes, he can. Yes, he does. That's what we want to see. Let's go back to it. Rewatching this from the top on the replay. In the background, Darren Baker comes round to line up for his first run. Brett Wolford just taking that angle out towards the end there, gets the hammer down as he goes through that transition. Looks really nice out and along that section there. This section as he comes into the infield looking really strong, got the throttle down, gets his transition timing exactly right and across the line. Scores starting to drop in for Brett Wolford. First scores I'm seeing looks like it's going to be another driver who's going to be potentially sitting in contention here. Score drops into place for Brett Wolford, and I can tell you that that is a good score for him. 85.3. That's going to be a really strong position for him as long as he can keep that momentum onto the next run. Here we go. Moving on to our next driver, Darren Baker, number 399, on the line, ready to go. So Darren Baker off the line, going for that PS13 2J for his car of choice for the championship. Really early initiation, but it allowed him to stay on throttle all the way. That is definitely going to earn him some style points from the judges. That was an angry initiation from Darren Baker as he managed to loop it. Oh, it's going to be a 0. Darren Baker off the back of that first part of the run is going to be livid with that. He was absolutely on it through the first section there. Let's go back to the replay as Darren Baker definitely scoring a 0 for that first run. Threw it away, coming out, trying to get the ultra high point score. Absolutely nailed this first corner, probably better than anyone else we've seen. And then as he comes round onto that section, just really struggles to hold it under control. So the last person from this group now is Brandon Patrick coming up onto the line. He's ready to go. This is our last driver for this section. Brandon Patrick coming off the line. This is another nice initiation from Brandon Patrick, getting up onto that outside line. Really good there, coming down and through. This transition going to be crucial as he gets onto the outer zone. Good throttle. He manages to keep that under control there. Brandon Patrick in the same car as we were just seeing in that 0-out score. But here we go. This flick transition going to be crucial for Brandon Patrick. Is he going to be able to hold it under control? Yes, he is. A nice run from Brandon Patrick and across the line. Nice run from Brandon Patrick through this first corner. You can really see how well that run came together for him. Lovely run out through 4, gets back on the throttle beautifully here. Just doesn't quite make it all the way to the clip there at 5, so there are still some points left on the table for him. But as we go back and across, let's have a look at this score for Brandon Patrick, the last of this group of 8 to do their first run. The young Brit there, looking proud in front of his national flag, waiting for his score to drop into place. As we see in the background, the judges' scores dropping into place. There's one really high score there, one high score there. Just waiting for the last one from the judges. We're seeing this drop into place here. That's looking strong. Brandon Patrick gets an 89.4. Don't be confused by that, putting him into 9th position. He hasn't done his second run yet, and our system uses the line score to decide between drivers in the event of their averages being the same. So that's that group done their first runs through. We go back up to the top. Tsujigiri and his incredible moustache will be next to line back up. Tsujigiri is coming up onto the line shortly. Brandon Patrick sitting well and truly high in that first position. He is the second highest first run score of anyone so far this morning / evening / daytime, wherever you are in the world. The only person with a higher first run score than him was Mustafa Amini, who was looking strong earlier. As we get back up to the line with Tsujigiri, the man with that incredible thick red moustache, the Olgerd von Everich moustache, as he gets off the line. This is Tsujigiri, red beard, going for that big flick initiation, gets out onto that outside line. This time he nails it. Look at it, running that wall all the way through that first line, using the speed of that PS13. It has got an incredible amount of torque in that car as he fires it round onto that outside line, and oh, it's going to be deep. Is it 2 wheels off deep? It's definitely 1 wheel off deep. He is going to be livid with himself for that. He threw down as hard as he could on this run to try and really make up the average score, but is it going to have backfired, bringing the heat into that outside line? We see Tsujigiri on this outer line through the first run. And we still get back into control. This is where that mistake creeps in. I think he might have just managed to keep both rear wheels onto the tyres there, onto the tarmac there, but this is where we're going to have to go and find out. So ignore those scores. We know that that's just the system waiting for the input. We're starting to see it drop in the background. Waiting on these judges' scores to drop in. They're going to be going back and deliberating. Let's us watch it as well. Tsujigiri gets that flick initiation. This first corner so much stronger for him all the way through here. There's a little bit of under rotation there as he just has to make that correction. This is where it starts to drop into place for him here, but this is where it all goes wrong. That is definitely 1, maybe 2 wheels drop there. It looks to me like he maybe just managed to hold it on the track. Now he goes for that snap transition, round and through and across the line. And we've got a score starting to drop in. I'm seeing some numbers on our screens in the background. You won't be seeing them yet, but they are starting to drop into place. Zura going to be livid with himself for that mistake on that run, because it was definitely on for a chance to pull him right back up the leaderboard with that averaging score coming into play for him. But it looks like it might not work in his favour. We've got a score. We've got a score. Here we go. It's a 50. That means on averaging, it's putting Zura Diosamidze and his incredible moustache up into 7th position with his averaging score. So let's move on. The second run for our second driver of this group. This is Mustafa Amini after his incredible lead run on his incredible first run on that outing so far. This has got to be a man with a serious chance of putting it on the top of the leaderboard right now. He's on a 95.3 from his first run. If he can do another one like that, he will leap to the top of the leaderboard. The average score to beat at the moment in first place right now is an 86.8 for Kyle Felvis. Mustafa Amini has given himself the best chance possible of doing that as he goes for that flick initiation. Look how early he got up onto that wall. Mustafa Amini bringing the heat as hard as he can here. Look at this transition right onto that inside clip, and a big flick from Mustafa Amini. Does he get deep? Yes, he does. This is going to be the one. Can he wrap it round and punctuate this run? He's going to be a man feeling confident now. Surely this is our new first place holder on this qualifying day. Here we go. Let's go back to the replay. I am excited to see this score. Mustafa Amini currently sitting in his first score at the top of the leaderboard was a 95.3. If he can get another one similar, he will jump Kyle Felvis, the first person to double 90, if this score comes out the way that it looks like it could do. What a run from Mustafa Amini, just coming up a little bit shy on that early section. There were definitely still some points on the table, but this, if you think of it from the point of view of someone putting down a run designed to be chased, which is what we want from qualifying, this is a man possessed. Look at Mustafa Amini there. He is hungry for it. We know he put down that good run. I'm seeing big scores dropping in already. I think this is going to be our new number one qualifier, number 47, Mustafa Amini, slotting into place. I've got two judges' scores already. I can tell you they are both in the 90s. This looks like it could be a double 90-plus point run for Mustafa Amini, putting him right at the top of the leaderboard. Here we go. It is a 90.6 for Mustafa Amini, means he is now our current number one qualifier with a 93 average. Congratulations to him as we move back across. Let's get straight on to the next driver. This is Dylan Fink, currently sitting on a 59.7. Dylan Fink hoping to drag that up to a higher point on the leaderboard as he gets off the line. This is going to be really key here. Dylan Fink gets onto that outside line nicely this time, massages that big wagon up onto the outside edge there. This massive S550 RTR Mustang, you can hear that V8 sing right at the top of its 9,000 plus RPM rev range. This is a much better run from Sean Hink as he comes round and across that finish line. Let's go back and watch that replay. Dylan Fink going to be really happy with that. A much better run. As you can see the scores, Mustafa Amini sitting at the top with a 93, Kyle Felvis that 85.6, then Jack Lai 85.5. Is this going to be enough to drag Dylan Fink up into that top 5? Emil Leroux currently sat 79.7 in 5th. That's the leaderboard as it sits at the moment at the very top. We haven't yet had 32 guys running. This is what we're waiting for now. Here it comes for Dylan Fink. I'm seeing scores dropping in. They are definitely a big improvement. He's got to be in with a chance of dragging himself up the leaderboard here and getting himself into contention. That was a solid second run. I'm seeing scores in the 80s for him. His first round of scores put him as a 59.7. This is a massive run in comparison to that, dragging him up the leaderboard. But as we say, this is consistency is key for us here with the TGDC. It is looking strong. I'm just seeing a score adjustment from the judges here, and now we have it, and I can confirm that is an 81 point run from our judges, giving him 70.4, sitting him in 6th position right now. So that is Dylan Fink sitting it up into 6th position. Stupid Fast Gaming, it'd be nice to hear the cars as well. You should be hearing the cars as well. Oh, I am so sorry. That's on me. I had the audio down on the cars. I could hear them. They were deafening me. Right, here we go. Up to the line now for his second run. Anton Colon getting off the line. Here he goes. This flick initiation going to be crucial. Gets out onto that. Oh no, it's a 0. Anton Colon's in the wall. Oh, he's going to be so angry about that. That is the first person to really fall victim of that wall as it came round and through onto that outside line. Anton Colon struggling there to get that hooked up in the way that he was hoping. And it's a real shame, especially when you see the rest of this run coming round and through. But let's have a look at that. Anton Colon on that outside line, just losing out to himself. He's going to be livid as that 0 already drops into place. I can tell you Anton Colon gets a total score of 39.2 from that position. He will be so angry with himself as we move on. Vikaris Aliokas is setting himself up in the background doing his tyre warm-up as we watch the replay of that run from Anton Colon coming in hard into this final section and across the line. Let's go straight back to it. Vikaris Aliokas is on the start. Vikaris Aliokas, number 818, ready off the line, puts the hammer down. This little RPS 13 with the 2J under the bonnet, that is a replica of the Stefan Stefanov VDC Pro car, and you can see that it handles beautifully with these guys on the bank. When they're on the throttle, that car absolutely locks in, throws it down hard onto that outside line. This is a really strong run from Vikaris Aliokas. This is surely got to be another run that's going to put him right up near the top of the leaderboard as he comes round and across the line. Let's see. Live fast. Let's get the toaster. No, Anton, don't get the toaster. Or if you're going to get the toaster, make toast. Don't take it to the bathroom with you. Everyone makes mistakes. Double toaster bath, I'm down. Let's not. I'd really like it if we had all 96 of you for round 2. That would be great. In the meantime, Vikaris Aliokas has got to be feeling really confident off the back of that RPS 13 hooking in beautifully onto that inside edge. Scores are dropping in already from the drivers and they're looking strong. He's going to be definitely getting up the leaderboard with this. Let's have a look at where it's going to take him. Vikaris Aliokas, scores dropping in. I've got scores from 2 judges, just waiting on head judge Caleb Dauphiné. That score's dropping into place now. Oh, Caleb is hammering him on something there, but I can confirm that means we have an 85.2 score for Vikaris Aliokas. It puts him up into 3rd overall. Vikaris Aliokas manages to make it up into 3rd place. Next, we are on to Brett Woolford. Brett Woolford up on the line, ready to go. Another user of that S550 Mustang with the Roush Yates engine replica. That's a replica dyno engine of the RTR Mustangs themselves before they have the nitrous on, because we were just finding once we threw the nitrous on it we couldn't get enough grip out of the tyres to make it really work. Maybe we'll do that for future, but look at this. That is a fantastic run around that outside line by Brett Woolford. He is looking dialed here. Is he going to be able to hold it? And he goes right to the outside line of 4, looking really good there, then tucks it up into 5. This is a much nicer run from Brett Woolford, looking strong in that run. Let's go back and watch the replay as I desperately mash the buttons, hoping that I will remember what they are. Brett Woolford getting off the line. This flick going to be crucial for him there. Look at that, onto that outside line, right up on the wall. Brett Woolford, the American there in the American muscle car, throwing down hard. He does get the nose of the car over clip 2 though. I didn't spot that on the first run through. The judges will unfortunately hammer him on that, but the rest of the run looking really, really nice. It's going to be annoying for Brett Woolford if that turns out to be the defining part of his run, because the rest of it was so good. I'm seeing the scores drop in. He had an 85.7 from the first run, which was made up of an 88, an 84 and an 85 from our judges. Caleb Dauphiné being generous with that first run. Darren Baker getting to the line in the background. starting to pick up some pace with these guys. As we see the scores drop in, I've got scores from 2 judges just waiting on Caleb Dauphiné making his decision here. He will be making sure that the judges are being as harsh as they need to be to give these guys the score they need. I'm starting to see it drop in. Caleb's score drops in. Oh, it is a harsh score from Caleb Dauphiné in the background there, but it means that we have a score for Brett Wilford of 75.6, gives him an average of 80.7, currently puts him in 5th, which is a nice place to be with the number of guys that we've had so far. Let's get straight on to this next run. 2 more from this group. This is Darren Baker coming up now. Darren Baker off the line, another user of this RPS 13 with the 2J. Goes for that flick initiation really early onto that outside line. This is a man who is trying to make up for that 0 on the first run. The very best he could hope for right now would be 50 averaged across both runs, because it is that 0 and then he could get 100. And do you know what? It's going to be really a shame for Darren Baker off the back of this. If his run had gone like he would have hoped in that first run, he'd have been a real contender for the top spot. But that is the problem. We are trying to make sure consistency is key. He got punished hard by that wheel not rotating when he wanted it to in the first run. E92 Coty, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I've only just seen that. Yes, you see Darren Baker. What a run from the young man here, making his way round. Really going to be upset that he lost out from that first one. The young Irishman there. Scores dropping in already, and it's a high score. He's going to be so angry about that as we start to see Brandon Patrick, our last one from this group, coming up to the line, getting himself ready in the background. Brandon Patrick, as these scores drop in. Just waiting on Caleb Dauphiné's score. Head judge overseeing everything in the background. Two very high line scores dropping in there. We're seeing some great line scores from guys out here. And we have a score. I can tell you that that score is an 84.6, but sadly that means with the 0 in the first run that Darren Baker is only sat in 14th position. Let's move straight on. Sad for him as Brandon Patrick takes to the line. This is going to be another strong run, hopefully. Brandon Patrick sat on 89.3 from the first run, and look at that initiation from Brandon Patrick, absolutely throwing down, determined to get that run nailed to bring himself up into the top half of that leader score. Can he get ahead of Jack Lyon, Vakaris Alukas? Can he even try and take it to Mustafa Amini as he fires through? Look, this transition is going to be really key here. Angry transition across the line there from the young man Brandon Patrick. 89.3 in his first run. Surely this has got to be in with a chance of getting up into that top 4. A young man from Britain with his forearms on display in his profile picture wants everyone to know that he is unimpressed by everyone who stands before him, blocking his way to the Virtual Drift Championship for this next season. They're starting later on this year. Let's have a look at scores dropping in. And I can already tell you the line scores that I'm seeing drop in are high from our judges, really high. He's looking strong from what I'm seeing. This is going to score Brandon Patrick highly. I am seeing one judge giving a score in the 90s, so this would be the third 90-point score that he's got. There were 2 in the first run. Caleb Dauphiné giving him a 91 and Chris Ennis a 90. Oh, it's dropping into place. Slightly lower on that score from Octave. Here it comes from Caleb Dauphiné. The final line going in for style. It's another 90-plus point. That is going to be a really serious manoeuvre there from Brandon Patrick. Gets an 89.3. 89.3 for Brandon Patrick. Manages to pull himself right the way up to second. Congratulations to him. That is a phenomenal run from Brandon Patrick. And that means that after 16 drivers, we have got the shaping up of our first part of the leaderboard. Mustafa Amini, with those two incredible runs, made his way through there. Brandon Patrick, I bench press elephants with my forearms. I can believe it, sir. I can absolutely believe it. I would definitely not want to give you a bad score if I were these guys, because they would be genuinely scared. Mustafa Amini with that 93 points. Brandon Patrick, another great run from him, 89.7. 88.8 for Kyle Felvis. That was looking good for him too as we start to make our way through these. 86.8. 86.2 for Vakaris Lucas, Jack Lai with an 85.5, Brett Wolford 80.7, Robert Kaczynski 80.5. You can see how close the margins are. Emil Lerud 79.7, Dylan Fink with a 70.4, Misho Tsiskaridze with a 69.2, Jimmy Calavano with a 61.4, Zuro Dias-Amidzi angry with himself after some of those performances. He will be really livid that he's not right up at the top of that leaderboard like we expect him to be, with that 58.4 for him. Ian Koenig not representing himself well either, 54.2, Darren Baker 42.4, Anton Colon 39.2, and Sean Hogan 28.2. The guys who had those problems. Zeroing out, you can see just how hard the averaging system punishes people who zero out, and that is why just that tiny bit of safety, giving yourself the best chance, is the best way through as we load in the next group of drivers. Now, who do we have coming up for you in the next group? We have Olof Eriksson, Alexander Jaegard, Ryan Sider, Joachim Haig, Jacob Kadavi, Vadim Abramov, Guillermo Cabrera, Lucas Gockel, and then into the group after that will be Cormac Gard. Cormac, I know he wanted an early one. Cormac and Jamie Healy, Josh McLean, and all of these guys, Daryl Diaz, these are regulars for Tsujigiri competitions. They're in the group after this, but in this next group, Olof Eriksson, Alexander Jaegard, Ryan Sider, Joachim Haig, Jacob Kadavi, Vadim Abramov, Guillermo Cabrera, Lucas Gockel. That is who is joining into the server now. So, guys, you've seen 16 drivers. You've seen 16 drivers so far. Who do we think is looking strong at the moment? You guys watching at home, welcome back. So whilst we load these guys in, I'm going to sit here and talk to you. So who are we looking at? Who do you have your money on at the moment? Some of these guys, surely Mustafa Amini has got to be one of the guys that is sitting in people's favourites at the moment. We are running at about 40 minutes per group, which is a little bit of a delay versus what we wanted to do. It's our first full run through. I do apologise to all of the drivers. Thank you for your patience. I apologise to you guys at home. We're just loading the next group in now. We are trying to make sure that things move with a reasonable amount of pace, but new systems, new judging criteria, first time doing qualifying. We're just starting to get into a rhythm and get everything going. It's an extra stress for us, so I do apologise that we're running a little bit behind. Actually, my money is on the toaster, guys, taking the toasters to the bath. Please don't take the toasters to the bath, guys. We'd very much like to have you back next week or in 2 weeks' time. That Austin Dunn fella's looking pretty solid. Austin, you shouldn't be looking in the mirror and talking about yourself. You should be concentrating on driving. Do more driving. Go. Do more driving. Less self-congratulation and more driving. So, who have we got coming in next? We just talked about those guys. They are loading in now. They are already on the line, ready to go. We've got a few guys there. Let's go straight to it. Up on the line already, Olof Eriksson. He is ready to go. The light goes green. This is where we're at. You guys can see here. There should be some sound. This is the thing. Ben's face. My face needs the toaster, does it? Thank you, Corey. Oh no, Olof Eriksson going to be angry with that. Doesn't manage to make it all the way up onto that outside line until very late, then clips the wall. He's going to be doing a recovery drive to try and get that, whips that car hard through that power alley. And no, it's 2 wheels off. It's 2 wheels off for Olof Eriksson. He's got to put a score on. At least it's not a 0. It's going to hammer him, but this is recoverable with a single set of points dropped. But let's go back and have a look at that. Olof Eriksson is not going to be happy with how things have played out for him in that first run. You can see doesn't make it in. He initiates early to try and get into that wall with that power on throttle, doesn't quite make it all the way in onto that outside line, and then goes for this whip real hard along the power alley, tries not to lift at all to get the style points back out of it, ends up dropping 2 wheels, has to back out coming through and across the finish. Let's have a look at where that's going to put him. Olaf, normally a really strong driver. He's going to be furious that he's going to be getting a low score for that one, but at least it is a score. A 0 will really punish drivers here in this situation. Starting to see these scores drop in. If Olaf Eriksson, from what I'm seeing here, if Olaf Eriksson can have a really strong second run out, there is still a genuine chance that he can make it into the big show tomorrow. As of right now, he doesn't get a 0. He manages to hold on to it. He gets a 46, which puts him into 17th place for the time being. It's not where he wants to be. He's still got a second run to go, but he is still in with a chance as we go to Alexander Jaegaard on the line. The lights coming on for him, and they are green. He is off the line. Here goes Alexander Jaegaard going for that big flick initiation as well. This is another regular driver for us at Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge. Friday face-off or Saturday showdown, depending on which day we're doing them on, these individual one-off top 32 events. First come, first serve. Alexander Jaegaard has taken down VDC drivers and Formula D pros over the course of the last few months, and this is a strong showing from Alexander Jaegaard. Got to be right up there with Mustafa Amini in terms of performance on that run. He will be thrilled with how that one has come together. Let's go back and watch it on the replay from that initiation, nice and early onto the wall. This is a man who has not come to play. He is serious about getting that license. We know that he is capable as he throws down hard in onto that outside line, really putting the hammer down there all the way through. Look at him hook up onto that inside edge and then goes for this fired transition across, makes it nicely onto the inside edge and over the line. Next driver up in the background, Ryan Sider in that Mustang. We wait to see Alexander Jaegaard. His score is dropping in already. Stupid Fast Gaming, solid run. It definitely was a solid run. Alexander Jaegaard, pog. Just waiting on these scores to drop in for Alexander Jaegaard. And Alexander Jaegaard is sitting on a 91.4. 91.4. Twitch or only YouTube. We've got YouTube and we've got Twitch and we've got Facebook. So you can join in on any of those systems as we go to Brian Sight. Lined up. The young Liverpudlian. Here he is in that S550 Mustang. Excuse me. Firing off the line. He's another guy who we know can drive extremely well. He has also beaten VDC pros. He's beaten a number of really talented drivers. When he gets it right, Ryan is one to watch. And look at him fire it along that outside line. Hooks it up into that outer zone. Now trying to get that car wrangled back in onto the inner clip there. Just comes up a little bit shy on 5. He'll be angry about that. Whips it in and gets it round and across to 6. That is overall a good run from Ryan. Maybe going to be enough to get him in the show. See him off the line here, coming firing in. This is going to be the crucial moment. Does he get onto that outside line well? Victor83, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Yeah, Ryan's getting that outside line all the way round. This is where it just goes a little bit wrong for him. He's got that flick so aggressive, but it actually pulls him in a little bit tight there. Just stops him from making it all the way out. As we see in the background, Joachim Haig coming on to that warm-up box. Let's see. Ryan Sider, the young Liverpudlian. More forearms. Everyone loves their forearms in shot, don't they, at the moment? This is going to be good. We're seeing scores drop in. It's not going to be quite where Ryan wanted, but it looks like it could well be enough. If he can do another good run on top of it, it could well be enough to get him in the show, as Ryan Sider gets an 82. Currently slotting him in 17th. He's got another run to go as we get straight on. This is Joachim Haig coming up onto the line now. Let's get this underway. Anders Unger, our start line marshal. He is the driver wrangler and in control of the semaphore, which he refers to as the light stick dildo of destiny. Here we go, the light goes green. Joachim Haig comes off the line in that RB27 powered S14. Wisefab all round, massive GT wing on the back. That thing generates enormous grip when it wants to. And look at him riding that outside line. You can see the glow from the brakes as he gets under the left foot braking, really throwing down hard. This is a man possessed. Joachim Haig wants to top qualifying. He's going for it. This is that S14 being lit up and driven hard. This is going to be a fantastic run from Joachim Haig if he can tuck it in onto clip 6. And yes, he can. Look at that, and across the line. Look at this run from Joachim Haig, just locking up straight away on that brake as he comes into that first corner. Really got the hammer down all the way through there. This is really looking strong. Good transition onto that outside line all the way through the power alley, and look, just using that angle to ring the car down under those lower speeds and then bring it in and across the line. I already think that this is going to be one of those contender level runs as we see the scores dropping in. Jacob Kudavi turning up in the background. Still got Ryan on screen. Let's sort that. We're waiting for Joachim Haig's face to appear. Jacob Kudavi, there we go. So, Joachim Haig on an 88 puts him into 16th for the time being. That is a good run for him. 88, a very nice one. As the lights go green. Here we go, Joachim Haig got that 88, and here we go, Jacob Kudavi gets the hammer down. A little bit of a wobble there. Will he be able to hold it out of the wall? Yes, he will. That E92 has so much power and so much grip that when you get the hammer down, it just surges forward as he goes for this flick transition. Is it deep? He's going to be on the power, trying to hold that out onto that outside line. Jacob Kudavi doing a lovely job there, bringing it all the way round, through and across the line via a lovely inside zone at 6. That is awesome. See that on the replay. This first section is going to be the one that really causes him the problem. You see that little shuffle, he gets high onto angle and then has to take a little bit out. He just brushes the wall and then manages to keep it under control, but look how settled that E92 looks once he's back on throttle all the way through, down onto that outside line. Hammer goes down as he runs wide. This is a good line here from Jacob Kudavi as he goes through. This transition really pretty as well. Look at that, on that throttle all the way through. Let's see who's next. We've got the scores dropping in. Vadim Abramov in the background, almost ready to go. He's warmed up his tyres as Jacob Kudavi. Scores dropping in now. Oh, it's going to put him up in contention. We're seeing a lot of guys scoring in these mid-80s, mid-high 80s. Where is the cutoff going to be after qualifying finishes? Jacob Kudavi, even with that little wobble at the beginning, which he's getting punished on the style at the moment, I can tell you that that is a good run from Jacob Kudavi as he gets an 85.7, currently putting it into 17th position for him. Let's see what happens now. Xena XX, thank you for the subscription. Welcome along. Good to see you sharing and subscribing. Vadim Abramov is next. Vadim Abramov on the line in that 2JZ PS13, ready to go. Let's see this. Vadim Abramov on the line, under starters orders with Anders Unger. Revs come up, light goes green, it's go time for Vadim Abramov as he comes off the line. This is going to be a big flick initiation for him. You can see from the positioning of the car that he wants it. Oh, but there's a lock-up. There's a lock-up on the left foot brake and he has to reinitiate almost there. Just manages to do it before the cut-off line, before that clip one, so he won't get pinged too hard for that, but he's not going to be happy with how that set him up for the first part of that run as he runs right the way round that white outside line at 4. Really nice run everywhere else, but Vadim Abramov is going to be livid about how things played out in the first part of that run, and as he goes across the line, let's go straight back and watch that on the replay. Doing a nice job of managing to get everything gathered back up there with that error in the first part of the run, while we see Guillermo Cabrera loading up in the background. Vadim Abramov just managing to keep everything under control all the way through, and this was brilliant in the second half of the run. Really got the hammer down there. Big flick transition round and through onto that inside line, but there it's quite tight. It'd be very difficult to chase, and that's what the judges are looking for. The whole of the judging criteria is to make sure that things are easy to chase. Vadim Abramov, real life drifter out in Russia. Also competing in drift competitions around. He wants that slot in the VDC. He is here to compete. Let's see those scores starting to drop in. Vadim Abramov gets... Oh, that store's still adjusting in the background. A 69.3 for Vadim Abramov. He won't be thrilled with that. It's not where he wanted to be. I can see where the judges found it. That double wobble in that first part of the run definitely causing him problems as the lights go green now. This is for Guillermo Cabrera coming firing out onto this outside line. Guillermo Cabrera absolutely throwing down in this E92. Look how late he ran that wall, trying to use the angle to hold it up, but the wall bounces out of him there. He's just caught onto that rear quarter going into that transition. It's bounced him across the track, probably saved him from going a little bit deep there. The judges will definitely want to be having another look at that. Let's go back ourselves. Don't tell me I just put the whole of the replay up with that on as well. No good. I had the Neuer for a second. As we see Guillermo Cabrera, really nice job, fills this outer zone 1 and then fills it some more, goes well past where some of the other drivers have been coming away, but it almost looks like it cost him there because he then hit that wall, bounced out and had to massage the car back out to that outside line there. Now he's going through, big transition, so a really tidy run in places, but he's definitely going to be angry with the way that was coming together for him in that last section. Guillermo Cabrera's scores just starting to drop in. Last person from this group, Lucas Gockel, warming up in the background for his first run. You see the scores starting to drop in. We've got scores from 2 of our judges just slotting into place now. Just waiting on our third judge, our head judge, Caleb Dauphiné, starting to put things together. I can tell you that they are marking Guillermo Cabrera's run highly, considering the error there that bounced him out of the wall. He is getting good scores. He has been hammered on the line a bit, but it is slotting into place nicely for him. It looks like it could be enough to ensure that he's got a chance at the show tomorrow. Here we go, that score now in place, an 80.4 for Guillermo Cabrera. That's going to be enough to make him feel confident that he can bring that up as we move on. The first driver using the RPS 13.5 RB28, Lucas Gockel, is going to be throwing down. This car loves angle. It is a huge style car. If you lift off, it will give you a horrendous spanking, as in real life. Many people love that about this car. As the light goes green, it is go time for Lucas Gockel as he comes off the line here. Lucas Gockel goes for this flick initiation, just a little bit on the handbrake, massages the car onto the outside line, really gets high on the bank. Look at Lucas Gockel, too high on the bank as he makes contact with that outer zone. Then this flick transition down, he's gone deep, he's gone very deep. Is he going to be able to hold it? Yes, he is. Just uses the angle of that car. So easy to drive at full lock all the way to massage that round, gets the hammer down. There's definitely a lot to like for Lucas Gockel from that first run. Here we see that's going to be the one standout thing for the judges, where they're going to ping Lucas Gockel potentially on that section there. Coming firing through, you see, I don't know how he managed to hold that on that track, on that outside line, using all of the lock of that car to full effect. You can really see how much of a style car this is as Lucas Gockel makes it round and across the line. Good job to him. Lucas Gockel, the German, driver number 789. Scores dropping in. You can see on the scores that I'm looking at, he has been pinged hard for that impact with the wall and how much of a correction it caused along the pit straight. I'm starting to see them drop into place. We're just waiting on the last couple of scores, and then we will be going right back up to Olof Eriksson, who will be wanting to make up for the mistakes in round one of this of this first qualifying session. We've got a score. Lucas Gockel gets a 73.9 as we go back to the top of these 8 drivers. Let's get straight on with it. Olof Eriksson, back to the start here. He is currently sitting on 46 after a major error here. Even a 100-point run is going to see him in the mid-70s as we average out these scores, but he's got to do something. There's still slots in the game here. We've got guys down in the 20s and 30s. There is a good chance that a good run here from Olof Eriksson could see him stay in the fight. Either way, he's going to be livid. The light stick goes out and it's a full start. Maybe that's his 5-minute, maybe he's called a 5-minute rule. Olof Eriksson comes back to the line. If he has called a 5-minute rule, that's his 1 5-minute for the weekend. So if he gets through into the big show tomorrow, then he will not be able to use that again. He is off. Here we go. Olof Eriksson. Something very strange happening to Olof Eriksson. I feel like it's Groundhog Day. He's done that exact manoeuvre twice. It's really tripping me out. Who are the judges tonight? The judges tonight are Caleb Dauphiné, Octavian Chellaroux, 2 VDC drivers. Octavian Chellaroux is like me as well. He is a long-time real-life drifter and also a judge in real life. And he's been doing that for many, many years. And then the last judge on the panel is Chris Ennis, who has been honing his craft using the... Oh, hang on. Does it look like Olof Eriksson has he called his 5-minute or has he gone for a 0? Olof Eriksson zeroes out, meaning his final score is 23. That is such a shame for him. Whatever happened there, we will have to go back and find out as we move on. Alexander Jaeger. That is a real shame for Olof Eriksson because he was looking so strong in practice when I was watching. He's a driver we've seen drive before. Just a problem in qualifying, and sometimes these happen. Mechanical rules can occur. It's all very difficult. Wheels can disconnect, handbrakes can break, people can just succumb to the pressure. It's a difficult thing to do. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. And what everyone is not doing is keeping up with Alexander Jaeger on this run. Look at him throw down hard, using that left foot braking to keep that car exactly where he wants to be. This is what we've been expecting to see from Alexander Jaeger, a run that could well take him back to the top of the leaderboard. Let's have a look at that again. Look at this. Alexander Jaeger absolutely throwing down. on this outside line. Really got that car dialed in. Now remember guys, all of these cars are VDC legal, so if you try driving the VDC pack or you try driving our Pro pack, that is exactly what these cars are. As we go back, we're going to see Alexander Jaegard's second score starting to drop in. He was on a 91.3 from his first run. Surely he's got to be in the ballpark again with that run there, as Ryan Sider lines up in the background. Here we go. I'm seeing scores drop in. They are not as high for the young Swede, but it's still enough to put him into second position. Alexander Jaegard on a 91.4. Alexander Jaegard right up at the sharp end here. Wow, he's going to be pleased with that. As we go back, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens for Ryan Sider. Ryan Sider currently sat on 82 points. He's got to make sure that he does not have a problem here. He's got a chance to be in with it. That's an early handbrake initiation from Ryan, but he slots it early out onto that outside line as well. This is what he's needed. He needs this to go well. This transition, the young man from Liverpool throws hard every time into clip 3 there. He always throws down hard there. Beautiful run around the outside line there. Doesn't quite hook it all the way in onto 5. Is he going to make 6 this time? Yes, he is. That's definitely a better run from Ryan Sider. Let's go back and see what happened through that run as the judges start to get themselves into position here. Ryan early on that handbrake, using that left foot brake to keep it really high up around the bank. It's a really nice demonstration of that bank run. Gives a good transition to 2 and one of the hardest throws that we've seen down into 3 there. 4 he filled completely all the way to the end. If anything, he holds 4 a little bit too long, just sacrifices 5 a little bit, then that snap, big angle transition round and through. The young man from Liverpool with his forearms on display. Look at this, the confidence in Ryan Sider's eyes in that photo. He knows he's one of the best drivers that we have consistently at our weekly events, and I'm seeing the scores start to drop in. This should be enough to at least keep him in contention, but we don't know where the bubble's going to be, folks. We have absolutely no idea where the cutoff is going to be as we see the scores drop in. I know that there's an update coming there. There we go. I can tell you that his second run is a similar score to the first one. It's an 83-point score, leaving him on an 82.9 overall. 7th position for Ryan Sider. That could well be enough to keep him in the big show tomorrow. We will have to wait and see as we move on to our next driver. This is Joachim Haig, who's on an 88 from the first run. Joachim Haig looking strong in that RB27 powered S14. Very fast off the line from Joachim Haig, going all the way out to that wall, trying to make sure that he can lock it up, and there he does that. Talking of the lock-up, gets that front brake locked up, has to massage the car a little bit out onto that outside line as he now comes down. Look at this flick, nice flick there from Joachim Haig. Wants to be locking onto that outside early. There's that extra angle that Ryan didn't throw on in the run before. Joachim Haig using it to truly hook the car in and forward. Fast transition. What a transition from Joachim Haig as he comes through onto this second run completed. He was on an 88 from the first run, same as Jakob Kadavi. These guys going to be vying for top spots potentially. Let's see this. That flick so hard. Really aggressive flick there from Joachim Haig. Confidence in those eyes in that shot photo. Olaf spent 3 hours trying to fix the semaphore, which did not work. Had to guess and did not know if it was a legal run or not in the first run, then couldn't guess right in the second run. Olaf, don't worry, I'm so sorry to hear that. We will spend some time with you trying to get that semaphore working. If we'd been able to talk with you about it before, hopefully we would have solved something. Guys who are still yet to run, if you have problems with a semaphore, get together, help each other, get yourselves sorted. It is all about it. Ards Hula, thank you for the follow. I am seeing Joachim Haig's second set of scores drop in. I can tell you they are not as good as his first run so far. He is not looking to improve here. If anything, he could slip down the standings. I'm just waiting to confirm. Is that actually that low on that score? It looks like it might be. Let us see. 71.3 puts him in 10th position. Joachim Haig's average coming down off that run to a 79.7, and that's how crucial it can be to get these runs correct as we go on to the next run. Jakub Kadavi is underway. Sorry, we've just snapped across to him on the screen. I'm making that correction go away. You will see the second half of this run. I'm so sorry about that, folks. Trying to get that score confirmed was causing that delay in my getting the stream up to speed. But here you go, you're seeing the second half of that run from Jakub Kadavi. I can tell you the first half was looking really strong as he comes firing through and across the line. This is another man who really wants to make sure that he gets into that top section of qualifying. Is that run going to be as good as we see? The replay will now show. Replay will now show my great error as I was trying to get things sorted. I apologise for that. You see, he did come nicely along the bank there. Yeah, he's firing along that wall. Look how strong he's looking in that E92. End of Group 3. Yes, Steve, I know we're running behind schedule. It's just getting used to the system. It's just taken a little bit of time for everyone. I apologise. Let's go across. Let's see what he's on. Jakub Kadavi stores dropping in. Vadim Abramov is next. Jakub Kadavi scores dropping into place here. He's another driver who it doesn't look like he's potentially managed to improve from his first run. Just waiting on Caleb Dauphin's score. Drivers, I know you are frustrated. We're running behind schedule. I apologise. We are moving through as quickly as we can. Getting used to this system has cost us a bit of time, but we are there now. A 78.1. Jakub Kadavi currently puts him in 7th position. That is not a bad position to be in for now. He will want that to have been better for sure. Can't wait to see these battles. Stupid Fast Gaming, you are absolutely right. We can't wait to see these battles either. You're seeing some guys really throw down. There's some fantastic scores dropping in. I think we're going to see some amazing battles tomorrow. 3 more drivers from Group 3. Vadim Abramov, who's going now. Guillermo Cabrera and Lucas Gockel. Vadim Abramov off the line. Let's see how he does. That big flick for him as well. All the way. Look how long he was on that left foot brake, locking up that front wheel on the way into that first corner. Absolutely filling that outside zone. He wants to get to the top of the scoreboard. Vadim Abramov firing it down into that outside line. Look at the movement from him in this lead position. Vadim Abramov nailing that line, absolutely hooking the car round through and across the line. Good job, Vadim Abramov. Here we go. Look at that. It's about 30 metres where he is locked up on that front brake, trying to get the car under control and wrestled down into that front section. Here, that flick along the wall, perfectly timed by Vadim Abramov. I have not seen this man drive before in virtual championships, but he is looking exactly as you would expect from a man with real life driving experience as he comes firing through. Surely that is going to score high. As in the background we see Lucas Gockel come up to the line. Lucas Gockel second to last in this group. Vadim Abramov's score starting to drop in. Judges punishing him for coming a little bit wide out of clip 4 there. Can see some of those scores not as high as Vadim Abramov would have hoped. And it very, very shallow through that first run. That's what they're punishing there. I can see that. The angle score really hammering him there by getting that line perfect, but nowhere near the angle. He gets 77.1, drops into 13th place. Here we go. Let's move on. I can see why the judges punish that as we move on. It is meant to be Guillermo Cabrera coming firing through. Why aren't we seeing Guillermo Cabrera? There we are as he comes through the end of that run. Guillermo Cabrera firing through onto this outside clip. I'm still trying to explain what's going on with Vadim Abramov from the one before. The pace has really picked up with the judging. Now they're starting to get the rhythm of this. Here we go. Guillermo Cabrera got to be in for a shot of the top 5 with this run here as he comes round and through. I apologise again, this is my finger trouble while I'm trying to explain stuff. For those of you who are wondering what happened there with Vadim Abramov, his score, his average score for angle went through the floor. So he only got the 73.2 overall for that. Guillermo Cabrera was on a nice run here, managed to get it hooked in. You can see how much angle he's carrying all the way through this section. Real flick transition round and across. Good positioning from him. Let's see what happened. Taxo, I'm assuming. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. Let's see what happens as the scores start to drop in. That is going to be good for Guillermo Cabrera. I can already see a high score here. This is going to move him up the leaderboard, I think. Looking strong with his 80.3 from the first run, but I can tell you already that one of our judges has given him a score in the 90s for this second run. Is it going to be repeated? Oh, he's getting hammered by another one of our judges. We're seeing a great discrepancy. The judge is obviously pulling out different things here. Really happy with the way that certain bits have been done, but not so happy with others. I can tell you now that that is an 85.3 for Guillermo Cabrera there. Currently sits him into 8th position as we go back across. This is the final driver from this section, Lucas Gockel, comes up to the line in that S13.5 with the RB28 under the hood. Fundamentally, except for the styling, that car, the dyno that we've used for it, all of the weight figures, everything that we've put together for it, that car is fundamentally Dwayne McKeever's S13. So if you are looking for the driving style of an angry Irishman, this is the engine setup for you. Lucas Gockel clearly has got that vibe well in mind. He was driving really nicely as the lights go on Anders Dildo of Destiny. Here we go, the lights come off, it is green, it is go time. Lucas Gockel's second qualifying run. Is he going to be able to improve on his first qualifying run, which had him on a 74? That's a much nicer line. Will he bounce out of the wall again? No, he won't, but he has to use that extra angle to throw himself hard onto that section. Now onto the outside line, right on the edge of dropping a wheel there. Lucas Gockel looking much happier in this second run. Really good snap transition round and across the line. Let's have a look at this replay. As the lights go green on the replay, you'll see him come firing along onto that outside edge. The final driver from Group 3. Good flick transition down there, really starting to get the hammer down from Lucas Gockel as he comes through onto this final section. Let's have a look as the young Germans score from run 2. I'm seeing them drop into place. It's looking fairly consistent to his run from run 1. I can tell you Chris Ennis is giving him a bump in line score and in angle score versus his first run. He obviously liked that a lot more. How about on the style front? Oh, still saying that there was a little bit left on the table from style, but all of the judges giving much, much better line scores for Lucas Gockel this time round, and all of them rewarding him on his higher angle as well. The speed was good, it was a little bit lower, but he still managed to hold on to it, and I can tell you now that we have a score for Lucas Gockel. It is a definite improvement as Lucas Gockel gets an 80, slots in to 14th place. 14th place from Lucas Gockel there. Oh, we finally had it. Someone has done the Has LZ gone yet. Thank you very much, guys. I would have been disappointed if we hadn't had it. Although for us, for those of you who've been with us for a while, you'll know that Craig Fulgham is our normal LZ. We have him treated as LZ over here, and everyone just refers to him as Greg. Greg! Has Greg gone yet? And he hasn't. So here's our leaderboard right now as we wait for these other guys to jump into the server. Mustafa Amini still hanging on to first place with that 93, but Alexander Jaegard and Brandon Patrick now right up there in contention as well. 91.3 and 89.7 respectively. Kyle Felvis with that incredible second run managed to hold on to a good score for himself and is currently up in 4th place. As you can see there through the leaderboard, Vakaris Lucas, Jack Lai, Jacob Katavi, Guillermo Cabrera, Ryan Sider, Brett Wolford, Robert Kaczynski, Joachim Haig, Emil Leyrud, Lucas Gockel. I know there's going to be some controversy about why Lucas didn't have a higher score there. I'll go back and have a look at that in a second while they were coming in, see if there's anything really obvious that people are talking about that may have been missed as we get these guys into the server. What we're seeing now coming into this group: Cormac first, Cormac Guard, Jamie Healy, Josh McGleenan, Anestis Jakublis, Daryl Diaz, Parvo Nurmi, Nico Lappinen and Victor Lecheris. There in Cormac Guard is first. I want to see this again. Has Craig full of ham gone yet? So I can see here when we're looking at this first run, that wobble for a start from Lucas Gockel will be something they're marking down, and there that second snap to angle, that's going to be marked down as well. Does get nicely through there, but I know you guys wanted to see why this was marked down potentially. You can also see here Lucas Gockel getting nicely onto that inside line, then that transition, but that wobble through the first corner, probably enough to pick up that marking down. Still, Lucas Gockel very much in with a chance of being in the big show tomorrow. Waiting for Cormac Guard to come up to the line. Cormac going up to the line. Cormac having made a car change recently. Waiting for Cormac on the line. Looks like we've got everyone in. That view out across the track, you can start to see all of the massive flick those guys are having to do down along that pit straight. We start to see them come up. While we're waiting, let's have a look at this. So you guys, how are you doing? Are you enjoying yourselves? Are you having a good time with what you're seeing so far? Cormac Guard warming up, comes up to the line. He's ready to go. Where do you think he's going to place? Who do you think is going to top qualifying? Will it be Mustafa Amini? Will Cormac manage to pull something out of the bag? He's a great driver. Let's see in this next group. Get it in the chat. Who do you think is going to top qualifying by the end? Let's go straight back to the action for Group 4. Cormac Guard on the line. Anders Unger, the driver marshal, gets those lights lit up, and here we go. It is go time for Cormac Guard's first run. Here's the big flick. He's getting down onto that throttle there. Nice outside line from Cormac Guard. He looks like he's got that timed really perfectly. Nice flick transition down and along. Here he goes onto that outside line again at 4. Cormac Guard definitely going to be one of the contenders here this weekend if this run is anything to judge by. Here's the transition now into that final section, using everything that car has got. What a run from Cormac Guard. That has got to be one of the best of the night. Look how stable Cormac is. He gets into that outside line early, really strong there, the young Irishman on that throttle. No changes in angle all the way around there. Absolutely nails that transition. Could potentially have got a little bit closer at 2, but manages to stay on throttle. Look at that commitment on the power as he gets all the way round and through onto that inside line. Then this flick transition, getting back on the gas and through this final section. Let's see where that score drops in. for Cormac Guard, a man who, yes, I'm seeing in there, he did have clutch issues yesterday. Cormac looking dominant in that photo. There is another man whose forearms on display. He wants to really go for you guys there. Angry, ready to go. Cormac Guard is here to win. Let's see that score start to drop in as we see Jamie Healy coming up to the line in the background. Jamie Healy having moved to the GT86 recently from the S15. Cormac Guard's score drops in and it is a good one. He's going to be very happy with that. A 92. Until he gets his second run, we won't know exactly where he's going to line up, but that is a good run from Cormac Guard in the background there. We see Jamie Healy, light goes green. It is go time for him. Has he not seen it? Was he not ready? Oh dear. Here we go. The light's gone green. Oh, it looks like Jamie Healy has not spent the time making sure that he has got the... Oh no, don't tell me he hasn't got himself set up with the... There we go, so he's... Has Jamie called his 5-minute rule? Jamie Healy having a problem. Has he called his 5-minute rule? Or has he just zeroed right out? Jamie Healy appears to have zeroed out because he didn't get the semaphore working at his end. We made it so that the drivers had to sort that out themselves. We can only do so much to help them. We gave them all of the settings that we know will make it work, but Jamie Healy at a huge disadvantage straight away there. Josh McGleenan comes to the line instead. Let's see what happens here. Josh McGleenan almost ready. He is in that RPS 13 with the 2J under the bonnet. Gets out of the gate nicely there. He's on his way. Let's see what happens with him as he gets onto that outside line real early. Good movement from him coming through that outside line, but you can see the difference. Oh, as he shuts it down. Clearly something that I am not privy to, being in this channel away from everyone. Something obviously going on in the background organisationally behind these guys here. Let's see what's happening. Okay, guys. So here we go. Josh McGleenan gets the power down. He's trying again. Whatever that was, I think it was to do with the run before. And Jamie Healy having that problem in that background there. As we start to see the guys firing through here. Then we go. Josh McGleenan gets onto that outside line. Just drops a wheel. That's going to mark down against him as he gets hooked up onto the inside edge. Is Josh McGleenan going to be able to make this run smooth and across the finish? Yes, he is. That's nice from Josh McGleenan there. Let's go back and see the replay. Nice move from Josh McGleenan coming through on this section here. Looking really strong in that lead in that qualifying line. Here we go, starting to see these guys push a little bit harder. You can just see a little bit of connection issue towards the end here as he comes firing through onto this last section, round and across the line. So let's find out where Josh McGleenan's score is going to drop in. He's going to be wanting a good one. He's going to want to be able to start to take things up to Cormac Guard. Cormac on a 92. These guys drive together a lot. They are good friends. Josh McGleenan with that Photoshop of himself onto Dwayne McKeever's body. Oh, Jamie saying it was working, but then he changed the CSP setting for photos and forgot to change it back. Oh, Jamie. Josh McGleenan's score dropping in. You can see where it got punished. Here Here we go. Josh McLeanan's score has come in, and that is a 65. He sits in 24. Tozy 2002, thank you very much. Victor 83 using that 10 bits. Cheer 10, thank you very much, Victor. Jots down Windows update to use as excuse if needed. Yeah, we're seeing a few guys getting the excuse book ready. Starting to see those come into play. So, next up, Anestis Jakubowicz. Don't know what's happening with him. I'm already seeing a 0 score on his run. Maybe that's because the judges can't find him on the chat. Move on. If it's not Anestis Jakubowicz, it'll be Daryl Diaz. It's one of the two drivers coming up next. Deep fake yourself. Yes, that is the one, isn't it? Deep fake yourself. So, while we're waiting on this, let's have a look at that run again. Josh McLeanan's run, you can just see that timing out onto the wall. He was on the handbrake and then rotated to extra angle, then has to take that angle off to stay out of the wall. You can see here where that line score not going well over the inside edge of clip 2 there. Rotation up to angle, causing him an issue, and now rounding through. Yeah, you can understand where that started to get marked down from the guys in the judging tower. Okay, here we go. Victor 83 cheering using 100. Mustafa Amini, first place qualifier. That's what he wants to see as we get off the line here. Why is it not showing the driver? There we go, Mr. Diaz coming down. Sorry about that, because we were expecting to have another driver in place. I was not ready for it to be Daryl Diaz. That's on me. Here we go. But you can see using that James Dean replica S14.9, which James himself has used for practice during the course of his time competing recently. That car actually used by James in his streams. Back to the replay, you see it cuts across. Good run from Daryl Diaz from what we saw there. The judges obviously have on a different camera. They were able to keep an eye on it. Daryl Diaz getting really nicely out there in that 14.9. Augusto, hello Augusto, how are you doing? You can see really nice run there from Daryl Diaz. He's been looking dialed in that car, and I can see the judges' scores dropping into place. This is looking good. Anestis Jakubowicz, probably to do with his number system and the way he'd set up his name in game. We have a very strict rule that we must be able to find you immediately, and he wasn't following that at the time, but we're seeing the judges' scores drop in, and Daryl Diaz is not going to be disappointed from the scores that I'm seeing here. Let's put them up on the stream for you. Daryl Diaz. Oh, it's not showing Daryl Diaz on showing Mr. Kermi, but I will tell you now, as we've got this problem in the background, I will tell you that Daryl Diaz scored a 91.7. 91.7 puts him in a very good position, as the back office stuff totally getting freaked out by Anestis Jakubowicz. We move on to Paavo Nurmi. Paavo Nurmi is next. Here he is in the S13 on the line, the RPS 13 with the 2JZ. Daryl Diaz doing a brilliant job getting that 91.7. He'll be very pleased with that. It sets him up well as here we go. Paavo Nurmi goes for this initiation, gets it facing the wall, nicely dialed in, up onto the throttle, out and round this outside edge. Look at that happening in turn one. He is going to be on. I've not seen Paavo Nurmi drive before. I'm excited by what I'm seeing here as he really rails it right up onto that wall. Look at the angle that Paavo Nurmi's carrying through the second half of this track. That is some serious aggression from the young man from Finland. Let's go back and see that again. I want to watch that flick along the wall on the power alley with you guys one more time. That is a phenomenal run through that second section. Look at this, Paavo Nurmi running that outside line all the way through turn one, and this is where I almost fell off my chair. Look at him smash it right to that wall. No room at all for error. He was pitch perfect there and all the way through this section. Paavo Nurmi absolutely nailing that run. Let's find out what he got. Here we go. We drop into the scores. I'm already seeing some good scores dropping in there. I can see where the judges are maybe holding back a little bit because that first outside line, whilst he was right up onto the wall, he wasn't actually running as much angle as he could have been, especially as we've seen that car run higher angle through that first section as well. Speed was good, but wasn't mind-blowing. I can see these scores dropping in. It's definitely going to be in with contention for being near the top of the board. Seeing the scores drop in now. Just waiting on head judge Caleb Dauphinee, who gives Paavo Nurmi a 92. The others not feeling so generous, but an 87.6 for Paavo Nurmi. Manages to drop into that position. I can see why it was marked down from that first corner. I know you guys are enthusiastic for these drivers to do well, but you've got to understand these guys are looking in the same way as Chris Viltovsky would look. They are particularly harsh as we move on to Nico Lappinen, who is next. He is up on the line in the LSX powered S13, the RPS 13 there. So an 87.7 for Paavo Nurmi. Getting knocked down, he got almost a perfect style score there, comes in with just under a 9 on the style score, but his speed was what got him marked down, and also his angle through that first corner. His line score very high though, very good, got 48 on the line score from Caleb Dauphinee. That's a generous score as we start to see those guys come in now into some of the top section of the bracket. However, let's not beat about the bush here. An 87.7. Alan Hines, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. If Paavo Nurmi can get another run like that down. Oh, and S2JZX, thank you for the follow. If Paavo Nurmi can get another run like that down, he would jump up to 4th on the leaderboard at the moment. So, Paavo Nurmi in with a real chance of getting up to the sharp end of qualifying. That's a solid first run. I know you guys are expecting to see huge scores, but the judges are incredibly harsh. They have to be. They want to make sure that the guys that come out of this championship are able to go on into VDC and challenge people like Alan Hines, who's just followed us here. Welcome along, Alan. You can see the chat going wild as we see coming round here. Mr. Lappinen absolutely throwing down on that first corner. Nico Lappinen gets onto that outside line. Here's that angle. That's going to mark him down though. That late snap to angle. You can see the speed absolutely drop out of the car there as he rotates round and through across the line. There was some great things from that run, but I don't think it's going to be quite the run he wanted to put down all the way. Can we get a banner Lana in here? Oh, can you imagine? Superfast Gaming, I'm excited to see and try these street cars. Yep, we're excited to get them out to you. The street cars are something that we are incredibly proud of. They would have come first had it not been for the need for a VDC feeder series, which we are so proud to be associated with. And you can see here, that run had some great moments in it. for Nico Lappinen, but it also had some bits there that were just not on performance, and the judges hammering that change of line coming into that second section. Some good scores overall dropping in here that I'm starting to see on our leaderboard here, but that line there just getting him marked down. Only a 38 on line because of some of those correction sections from one of our judges. Low 40s from others. Starting to see some of the harshness creeping in here. These guys want to see perfection. We want to be able to say that the guys who can go up to VDC are able to be there and compete with Alan Hines and co. And we are seeing there that Nico Lappinen, 69.7. Well, let's see what happens here for Nico Lappinen. He specifically messaged me asking if he could put that pose in because he wanted it to look a little bit Mr. Bean-esque, because he says his friends think that he looks like Mr. Bean. Vitor Lacheras is now on the line. Vitor Lacheras in that RPS 13 R2JZ. Is he going to be able to beat Nico Lappinen's score from that last run? The light goes green. Anders Angus has sent Vitor Lacheras. That's a good flick initiation. We've seen that from a lot of the RPS drivers, as they've then also used that left foot braking to really ride that outside line as they go round and through there. Flick transition, trying to get onto the outside wall. Yes, it's deep. Is he going to be able to hold it? Yes, he is. Rides that outside line and hooks the angle. That's another sudden change of angle with a little bit of a correction across there. This is going to get marked down heavily in this second section, which is a real shame for Vitor Lacheras, because that first section had a lot of promise. Let's see that on the replay. These guys firing around here. This first corner, which is where we expected guys to really start to struggle with some of the line, not causing as many problems as we were thinking we would see, and yet somehow some of the later sections causing even bigger problems for people as they come into there. You see that error from Vitor Lacheras is going to get marked down really heavily as he comes round and through and across the line. Vitor Lacheras, number 239, the last of our drivers from this group. We'll be going right back up to the top to Cormac Gard's second run as he hopes for a chance to top qualifying. Vitor Lacheras coming in onto that score, dropping in. He is not going to be happy with how much that second wobble in the latter stages has marked him down. He only gets that 68.1. Let's see what happens as we go deeper into the competition. 68.1 for Vitor Lacheras. You can see how much that error cost him there. As we go back, Cormac Gard is up on this line, ready to go. Cormac Gard wants to be number one, and you can see our automated system now showing you where the bubble is from 32 to 1. You can see that 0 that Jamie Healy got from his first run as Cormac Gard gets off the line for his second run. This is where it all starts to come together. Cormac Gard firing in onto that outside line, gets it hooked up out onto the outside line again, using that left foot braking, but not quite as much angle as I know our judges would want to see, and it's caused him to extend deep with a very late transition into 2. That's going to get marked down because he almost wasn't facing the correct direction for clip 2 there as he comes wrapping up into clip 5 and 6. That section, sadly for Cormac Gard, surely not as good as the run that came before it for him. He will be real angry. Cormac Gard currently sits on a 92. He was in with a chance of topping qualifying with this run, but it might just have come unstuck. Our judges taking the time to look at things here. Don't be alarmed by the -4, that's not his score, that's just our system taking a moment to make sure everything's in correct place. Oh, I can see some disagreement from our judges in the background here. I can tell you it is not as good on his second run. Cormac Gard gets an 87.3, which puts him into third place, not able to knock out Mustafa Amini from that top spot at the moment. Cormac Guard slots into third position for now. That is going to be frustrating for him, but you could see where those errors had come from. Now Jamie Healy up to the line. Can he actually put a line down this time? He went out, he had a 0 because he did not have the custom shaders patch that we need in order to be able to see the semaphore working. He had been taking photos, so he turned off the correct filter. And now, look, as soon as he put it back on, he's able to see that semaphore, no longer blind. But this is, you can tell, thrown him off in terms of how his mental preparation wanted to go for this round. Look, this is not the Jamie Healy that we're used to seeing. The Jamie Healy that we're used to seeing is a real contender, a genuine championship contender, and that is our first 0-0 of the night. Jamie Healy will be furious with that. Absolutely furious with that. You can see here, this is where it all goes wrong. Jamie's mental preparation absolutely falling apart. That is the first 0-0 of the night. Jamie Healy will not be happy as we go back to the start line. We are seeing now Josh McGleenan line up for his second run. Josh McGleenan ready on the line. This is a man who has a good chance again of coming up with Cormac. Most of the time Josh and Cormac drive together a lot. Josh McGleenan is a fast driver, a consistent driver, but somehow only a 64 for him from that first run. He really struggled to get all of that together. This is going to be that flick initiation that he wanted to get right the first time. Look how much more stable he is through that first section. Much better line, but not running the angle that we want to see, and he's gone deep as well. You can see Josh and Cormac driving together a lot. They're both leaving that transition very, very late, coming through into that power alley, but the rest of the line working for him as he comes back through, round and across the line. Let's have a look at that again. That line, but you can see how late he's leaving it. The judges are not going to like that from these guys. They know that the briefing says to come away from that in time. Otherwise you make it very, very difficult for the chase car when it comes to battles to be able to make those runs really count. So let's see. Josh McGleenan's score is starting to drop in. His line score is not bad. It's not as good as we've seen from some people, but it is definitely in the ballpark for what we were expecting from this run so far. It's probably going to beat his first run. You would certainly hope so. He had some problems in his first run. Starting to see the scores drop in. It's definitely going to beat his first run now. I can see these scores dropping into place. Kiba, thank you for the follow. Here we go, Josh McGleenan coming up. That score dropping into place now. Anestis Jakublis in the background in the GT86. He's going to hope to get this run sorted. So we have a score for Josh McGleenan, and it is a 78, putting him into 17th position. Right now he'll be happy with that. He is in the show tomorrow as things stand. Jamie Healy just saying he didn't even load the setup for the second run, just everything went against him there, so that is understandable. We know how that feels when things go wrong. Sometimes it just fights back. So here it is. This is a chance for Anestis Jakublis, currently sat on a 0 from that first run. I believe that's because his naming was incorrect. Oh, don't tell me that he's also then got a problem with the semaphore. We would absolutely hate to see a driver not having got things sorted and making a problem for himself with the semaphore. But these are all things that they've had plenty of time to sort. We made all of the announcements for the championship, and all of the stuff to do with the semaphore and the naming was all sorted well in advance. No, he's off the line correctly this time. Anestis Jakublis is going to be putting that run down, and what has happened there? Surely that's not another false start. beautiful bit of reversing for Nestor Tsujigiri there. That was wonderful. That's not what we've come to see, but I appreciated it nonetheless. Big flick from Nestor Tsujigiri, gets out onto that outside line. This is much more what we expect from him. Once he gets everything sorted, Nestor Tsujigiri is a very fast driver, but you can see how short that GT86 is, even with the angle that he was running. All four of those wheels were inside the clipping point for a moment there. He is on that outside line now, firing round. Is he going to make it in? No, he's going to almost completely miss clip 5, trying to get that car hooked in, so his line score is not going to be up where we wanted it to be, but we have a run on the board for Nestor Tsujigiri. Jamie Healy saying he'll be back for round 2. Jamie, I hope so. We would love to see you back for round 2. It's always good having you drive. Chill out, take the time. You can still get your VDC license off this season. And if you don't, then you will have your pro license for next year as long as you place in the middle 48 of our drivers for next season. As we look at Nestor Tsujigiri rounding off this run, he will put a score on the board. What is it going to be though? After that will be Daryl Diaz as Nestor Tsujigiri puts that score on the board. Daryl Diaz starting to warm his tyres up in the background. A score, and Nestor Tsujigiri gets a score on the board, puts him into 23rd place. It was highly regarded by our judges. I think they hammered him on that angle in the first corner, but the line and everything else was looking pretty good. But it only puts Nestor Tsujigiri up into 23rd place as we see Daryl Diaz on the line. Daryl Diaz sitting on a 91.7 from that first run as the light goes green for Daryl Diaz in that S14.9. The first of our drivers this evening to use the James Dean replica that James himself is using as his practice car for Assetto Corsa for the Russian Drift Series. And look at that from Daryl Diaz, absolutely beautiful. Round that outside line, nice flick there, right onto the wall, constant rate to angle there, beautiful from him. Is this going to be an even higher score? Is he going to be the first person to have a proper crack at toppling Mustafa Amini as he comes through and across the line? I want to see that again. I am excited. My voice is already going, we're not even halfway through. Look at this. Really nice run from Daryl Diaz. Fantastic positioning of the car as he comes through there. Good flick transition and across the line. This could be. DJAC, thank you for the subscription. Matthias 6363636, thank you for the follow. Apparently we don't get to see Daryl Diaz again. Daryl Diaz gets a 92.2. For some reason, Paavo Nurmi is showing, but I can tell you Daryl Diaz gets a 92.2 and drops into second place, it looks like. Daryl Diaz, well done. I don't know why your photo isn't showing. We'll have a look at that later on. But Daryl Diaz, 92.2, slots it into second place. Well done to him as we get underway. This is Paavo Nurmi now on the run. If I can get to him, there we go, just in time for that initiation. You see him out on that outside line. Paavo Nurmi now trying to get all the way around there onto that outside line. Nice flick transition from him. Good line there as he gets down onto that outside edge. Good line here, Paavo Nurmi wanting to get up and near the top of that leaderboard. We're starting to get an idea of where those scores are really coming in, up into the upper mid-90s in some sections. So 93, the highest average score so far. Sad forearm noises. Brandon Patrick unhappy that he is been moved down the order board a bit, but he is still looking pretty good. Let's get these guys up. So I'm going to see Parvo Nurmi's score. His score from that first run was an 87.7. We're seeing them start to drop into position now. I can tell you that it is looking very, very similar. It is going to be another good position for Parvo Nurmi. He drops into 6th with an 86.3. He is going to be very happy to be that near the top of the leaderboard as things are standing at the moment as we move straight on. Parvo Nurmi's run is done. He is done for the day. He can relax. He will now get to watch Nico Lappinen and Vitor Lacheris. Nico Lappinen coming up next in that RPS 13. In that PS 13. Come on, Somerville. Use your words. Don't be an idiot. LSX powered PS 13. He's on 68.7 from his first run. Vitor Lacheris on a 68. These guys not putting together the runs that they were hoping to do. Nico Lappinen is ready on the line. That purple car, that PS 13 as the light goes green. Vitor Lacheris is next, but right now Nico Lappinen is trying to get this car wrangled up to get that score a little bit higher. He's got to get a good run in, and he is definitely trying to do that. Manages to run that outside line cleanly through turn 1. Maybe not quite at the angle he was wanting, but misses out on clip 2 because of his timing there. Is he going to be able to hold it on the track? Oh, wow, just only manages to just wrangle it in onto that outside line there without dropping the wheel. This is where it came apart from him last time. He had too much angle through there. Nico Lappinen gets across the line safely. It's probably better than his first run, but he's definitely left it to the arms of fate going forwards. Here we go. Seeing Nico Lappinen, you can see that correction. It's a real shame, that correction of angle coming through there. He manages to get back on it. I can't stop looking at Brandon Patrick's name where it says sad forearm noises now that he's been moved down to 4th. It really amuses me. But here we go, Nico Lappinen managing to fire through there nicely. Keeps it under control and across the line. Now let's see where that slots him in. I'm seeing scores starting to drop into place. Is it better than his first run? That's the big question here. Oh, we've got one identical score from his first run, one that has improved from our judges for sure. This is going to move him up the leaderboard. Is it going to put him somewhere safe? We just don't know where the bubble's going to be. It's starting to shape up, but we've got those zeros in there too at the moment, so we don't really know where things are going to sit as his score drops in, and Nico Lappinen gets 75.6 and moves up to 19th position. Well done to him. That will make a big difference. That is a much more happy and comfortable place to be right now than he was in before, but it's definitely not where he wanted to be. As we move on, Vitor Lacheris currently sitting on 68 as he goes into his second run. He's off the line. 68 from his first run, goes for that flick initiation. It's big. Is it too early? No, it's not. He's managed to wrangle that beautifully and holds that outside line with the left foot brake. Look at that little RPS 13, the Stefan Stefanov replica as he whips it down and along there. This is a much, much nicer run from Vitor Lacheris. He has got to be scoring higher. Slow rate to angle at the end there. He delayed that and then tried to snap it on. Not as smooth as the judges want to see, but you can see here that is a much, much stronger run from Vitor Lacheris. Much what we wanted to see. Much, much closer to that higher scoring line. Is it going to be enough to jump him up the leaderboard into a safe position? Remember, it is the average of 2 runs to give these drivers the most competitive time. We want to see consistency and aggression. We want to see these high scores slotting into place. These drivers doing really well so far. The standard of driving in qualifying so far has been amazing. Don't forget, we've got guys coming up who have been competing against our VDC drivers very regularly and doing really well. We've got guys who are national and international pros. We've got Formula D competitors coming later up in the championship. So these guys are really having to push hard. I can tell you that Vitor Sheares has managed to push hard. He is much higher up the ranking than he was when he started that second run. The scores are dropping in now, and I can tell you he was going to be pleased to have pulled that out of the bag. An 81.7 moves him up to 18th position. Well done, Vitor Sheares. That is a huge step forward for him. He's going to be feeling comfortable with that for now. Let's see how things are going to play out, as that is the end of that group. Let's have a look at how things stand right now. That is your top 32 as it sits. Mustafa Amini still not toppled from the top of the leaderboard. He is in 93 scorer across those two runs. Daryl Diaz 92.2, Alexander Jaeger 91.3, Brandon Patrick 89.7 with his sad forearm noises, Cormac Gard an 89.5. Paolo Nurmi in at 87.2, Kyle Felvis that 86.8, which he pulled out of the bag on the second run, and Vakaris Eliukas in 86.2. That's our top 8. Jack Lai just hanging on there. And you can see all the way down to Jamie Healy, sadly our only driver at the moment to have double zeroed out. That's our top 32 as it sits right now. If we were stopping there, that would be your driver's setup for tomorrow, but we are not stopping there. We have got a long, long way to go still. We are a third of the way through qualifying. We are moving on. Next up, we will have, joining us onto the server, the next group of 8 drivers: Steve Smith, Jared Snowden, Nathaniel Lamping, Hayley King, Buddy Stevens, William Holloway, Rashandi Andrea and Dante Rouse. Those are our next 8 drivers. They are joining in now, first of which will be Steve Smith, the man from the UK who is also using that James Dean car. We'll get a look at my face because it's the end of an 8. Let's have a look at this, guys. How are you finding this so far? Are you having a good time? Are you enjoying yourselves? Are you seeing how this qualifying is shaping up? There have been some fantastic runs, some really serious contenders so far. It's been a pleasure to watch them. We're excited to see how things are going to pan out over the course of the next few bits of qualifying. We are starting to make headway through, I think. We are a third of the way through and things are picking up pace. Now the judges are a little bit more familiar with the system. This is a new system to us. We put it in place for this qualifying, the whole point being to try and generate good consistency from our drivers, and it has slowed down the way that we would like to normally rush through things. So I apologise that we're running behind on this. We're making up the time as we go. I know the drivers are potentially there going, oh my god, it's almost midnight, or it's 1 in the morning, I want to go to bed. We are making up as much time as we can. Hope you guys at home are enjoying this so far. It's a global event. You can see we're starting to move away from some of the European and UK drivers. We're starting to move away from the Russian drivers and the Middle Eastern drivers, move our way across as we come later into the evening for qualifying. We're going to start to see more of the American, South American drivers. Later on, we start to see some of the Kiwis, New Zealanders, Australians, and I think we've also got some guys from the Far East coming in later too. So you can see as we move through qualifying, we move our way around the world slowly. So these guys, some of the first from the East Coast of the US, we've already had a few, but you've seen so far most of the guys that we've had so far into qualifying have been the Europeans, Middle Easterns, Russians, the sort of the central time zones of things so far. And hopefully you guys that are watching at home, you're moving along with us too. We're starting to move around the world. If you're here with us from Europe, thank you for staying up so late to stay with us at the moment. If you're watching from the US, then thank you for spending your afternoon and evening with us as we move through into things. This is Steve Smith coming up to the line now. I'm going to press this button and then this button. I thought I was on this already, but no. This button, and my face will vanish. And we will go back to things. So Steve Smith is up now. This is what we're going to be seeing next. Sound is quiet. I don't know why. I've not changed any of my mic settings. It's the same as it's been all evening. Steve Smith on the line. Let's go, Steve. Steve is one of our regular TGDC, well, Tsujigiri collective drivers. He has been trying to find a car that really gels with him, and I think he's got there with the 14.9, but he always puts himself under too much pressure. When he gets things right, Steve is a phenomenal driver. I love chasing him. I love driving with him. He's really consistent, and he is going to put down a score here by the looks of things, but it is definitely not going to be what he is capable of. Steve, much better than the showing he's giving himself. He is another one of these drivers, and like we had Ian Koenig earlier, who are sometimes capable of just out-driving themselves because of the stress of doing it in competition. If you go on a server with them and they're just there doing some normal driving, these guys can throw down all day, and they are great to drive with, but Steve sometimes just psychs himself out. That said, Steve can also pull it out of the bag and absolutely nail things. We've seen him beat some really serious guys. Photo of Steve in the background there. Let's have a look at the scores starting to drop in. It's definitely not going to be a 0. Steve will get a run from that, but that sacrifice of basically all of outer zone 1 is definitely going to come back to haunt him as we move through into the judging. Whilst we're waiting for those scores to drop in, I'm going to take this opportunity to continue to eat breakfast, because I have been up since 5 a.m. That was 5 hours ago, and so far all I've eaten is an oat bar. So I'm going to treat myself and have a nut bar just to really mix things up. Oh, Steve getting absolutely hammered on some of these scores that I'm starting to see drop in here. He will really not be happy with how that has played out. Steve dropping into the scoring. Currently in 32nd, gets 46.6. I felt it move offline. I just wanted to score. That's understandable, Steve. Next up, Jared Minty Snowden. Let's get straight to it. Minty has picked up some real sponsors for this year. It's great to see the guys getting the support that they deserve. Good drivers. He is the first of our drivers to use the SN95, this supercharged V8 powered previous generation Mustang solid rear axle, well, live rear axle. This car is brilliant at angle. It basically just throws whatever angle you want and the speed just remains the same. It's a fantastic car to drive. A lot of the guys have been really liking it, as Jared Snowden sacrifices that line in the early part of the corner, trying to get up onto that outside edge. Shallow angle from him there, trying to keep the speed really high, but look, this is the section where it's going to shine. As he whips in hard, this angle will just pile on. Oh, Jared's trying to keep it under control and in check with not much angle. Here's that whip as he gets back on the throttle through there. It is a run. I don't think he's going to be thrilled with it, but he gets a score on the board. Let's find out what it is. We go back to the replay to see this run. Nerd. Nut bar. WTF is a nut bar. It's a bar, like a cereal bar made mostly nuts. I don't really understand the question. It's crazy that people don't know what a nut bar is. So here we go. Jared Snowden's score starting to drop into place. Let's have a look at this. From the preliminary stuff I'm seeing, as Nathaniel Lamping warms up in the background, from preliminary results, I think it's going to put him up ahead of Steve. And it will do. Jared Minty Snowden gets a 59.7, still near the bottom end. Let's see what happens now as we move on. Nathaniel Lampin. You'll ask him what is a nut bar, but not how is the nut bar. How is the nut bar? That's a great question. It's nutty and delicious. Thank you for checking. I do love these nuts so much in and around my mouth. Here we go. Nathaniel Lamping now on the line. The lights go green for him. Nathaniel Lamping in that RB27 powered S14 off the line, hammering down. Big flick initiation, gets onto that wall early. Look at that left foot braking, trying to bring things under control as he gets that power down. Now coming round and through off that section. This transition going to be crucial. Nicely timed there. That's a big flick from Nathaniel Lamping, trying to keep the hammer down. Left foot breaking his way through there, slowly rotating up to angle a little bit more. Now goes for the flick transition. This is going to be crucial. Round and through onto the outside edge. Very nice indeed from Nathaniel Lamping there. Let's go back to that replay. Here you go. I'm going to take another chance to put some nuts in my mouth whilst we're just seeing this replay. Delicious. Rotating hard up to angle there as he comes into 5. Good run from Nathaniel Lamping. Let's see what the judges thought of that. Starting to drop into place. It's Hayley King, our first female driver, warms up in the background. And it's a good score from Nathaniel Lamping. 77.6. That's a great point to start from to get him into the show later. We're starting to see this is sort of where things are setting into place. Here we go. Hayley King on the line. Her first qualifying run. And it's going to be her first chance to put a score on the board. The lights come on. It goes green. She is off the line. Hayley King going for her first qualifying run. Our first female driver of the night. Let's see that big flick initiation. Out onto the outside line. Hayley King looking dialed there. A little bit of a wobble just as I said that. Commentators' curses for everybody. You get a commentator's curse and you get a commentator's curse. And right now Hayley gets that commentator's curse as bad as anyone, but she gets it hooked in there. Look at the speed she was carrying out into clip 4. That's got to be one of the fastest moves into clip 4 that we've seen. Not with big angle, but very, very smooth all the way round through there and across the line. Let's go back and see this. You can see just how much pace Hayley's carrying as she goes out into that second zone there. A little bit of a wobble. She's going to sadly get marked down for that. The Polish driver living in Canada. Hayley really loves to throw down hard here. Look at that. Great line to the outside. Keeps that speed high and just gently rotates the angle on in order to get the proximity onto that clip. Is it going to be liked by our judges though? It's a very different approach to that section to how some other people have been driving. Buddy Stevens in the LSX powered PS13 in the background, warming up his tyres, ready to go. We're seeing some scores dropping in for Hayley. This is definitely a good starting point for her if she can keep the momentum into the second run. From what I'm seeing dropping into place here, it is a pretty good first score for Hayley King. 76.4. She is sorted nicely there. Let's get across. Currently saying it's 31st for her, but she is only on run 1, so don't forget that that will update as she gets underway. And this is now Buddy Stevens firing through in that LSX powered PS13 onto the outside line. A little bit too much angle. It's going to cause him to come in field. Yes, it does. Now he's back on the throttle going for this big flick transition. Nice throttle control there. Oh, surely that's an over rotation. He's going to have to back out a little bit. Uses the handbrake, but basically sacrifices clip 4 completely to stay on the flower. Now coming through onto this infield, loading up that angle, but that is not going to be the run that Buddy wanted to put down. Here we go. Good run there in places. But this section coming into 4 for Buddy, not looking good. That is going to be a massive markdown for him. He will want to be doing a better run than that. Let's see. The punishment from the judges for a mistake like that is going to be huge, unfortunately. Buddy, one of the drivers who's gone for sunglasses in his profile picture. He does actually look a bit Terminator-esque there. I want to give him my clothes, boot and motorcycle all in one. As the score's starting to drop in for Buddy Stevens. Here we are, scores dropping in. Definitely not going to be the start that he will have wanted, but not a 0, just a big correction, and I can show you now that that big correction has definitely cost him there. 50.3 for Buddy Stevens. Puts him outside the bubble at the moment, but he's got another chance to get back in there soon. So, next driver up to the line is going to be William Holloway. Coming up in that RPS 13 2JZ. Stefan Stefanov replica car. Here we go. William Holloway on the line, ready to throw down for his first qualifying run. Let's see how this plays out. Lights go green on the dildo of destiny. They come off the line, Buddy Stevens will be worried about this because William Holloway now has a chance to make sure that there are too many people above him to be able to move up. That's a strong line through that first corner. Look at William Holloway getting right out onto that outside line. Good flick transition. That's it, right against the wall. Every single bit of flexible rear panelling on that S13 in use there. Nice line. Is this going to be another person with a chance at a top contender for qualifying? Let's have a look. Are the judges going to think that that was on par with Mustafa Amini from earlier, who sits at the top of the leaderboard with that 93? Huge flick along that wall, and look, barely any lift at all, just using that left foot braking to rotate the car hard in onto that inside line. Then this big transition back and across. That is a great run. Really strong first effort there from William Holloway. So let's see what happens here. The young man from the US waiting on his score. I'm going to tab across so I can see them starting to drop in. I'm going to put more of these nuts in my mouth. They are delicious. In fact, they're tasty, which is good because that's the company that makes them. Not that I'm a brand whore or anything, but tasty nuts. Nom nom nom. Oh, our judge is deliberating a little bit here. Trying to work out what's going on. Waiting on now, head judge Caleb Dauphinee to drop his score in. Definitely a mix. The opinion difference between Octave and Chris Ennis is massive. Which end of the spectrum does Caleb Dauphinee fall on? He hasn't put his score in yet. Let's get that replay back on for you guys so you can see what we're looking at. The judge is obviously deliberating something. Chris Lickup, I'll make sure to order you some nuts for Christmas. Don't worry, Chris, I've got all the nuts I need. You can see there's another driver there in that shape there, but he's just rotating that angle on a little bit late, and the speed is definitely not there. That's the other thing that these judges are looking for. The speed wasn't there, but the score is now dropping in. William Holloway getting that 84-point score as Rashandi Andrea in the background just starts to come up to the line in the Mustang, but 84.3 for William Holloway. That's a good base point from which he can start to build. So now as we go across, Rashandi Andrea is off the line. He's got the hammer down in that S550 Mustang. Here we go, that flick initiation. Good line through there. This is great from Rashani Andrea. Just as I say that, he gets that transition a little bit wrong and it's taken him wide, and that's, oh, is that 3 wheels off? The judges are going to have to go back and look at that. 3 wheels off is an automatic 0. Oh, and he's straightened and backed out of it. Oh, that is going to be a real shame for Rashani Andrea, because he was looking great through that first section. Man, got a plethora of nuts. Yeah. So the quality score is an average of 2 runs, which are both an average of 3 scores. It's an average of an average. Yes, that's correct. We do so much averaging. The only thing that's not average is the quality of the driving. So both of your qualifying scores matter, folks. This is one of the things we're pushing. It's about consistency. No one else is doing that. We want to see these guys turning up and throwing down 2 good runs. If you can do 2 good runs, then you are in with a serious chance. I don't think we're even going to see that. We know that Rashani Andrea goes on to that 0. The last person from this group to do their first run, Dante Rouse, is coming in. Dante Rouse in that SC300 2JZ, designed for us by Adam MRT. Fantastic car. I love a Sora. This is an SC300. It's the same chassis, left-hand drive, the SC300. 2JZ under the bonnet, and that massive chassis mounted rear wing with its real aero. All of the cars that have got those GT style wings have got real downforce at high levels, adjustable downforce, so you can really crank it in. A lot of guys saying that they think that this is the fastest car in the pack. Let's see if Dante Rouse is able to take advantage of that. This transition's going to be big. Yes, it is. He manages to wrangle it, but it's definitely cost him line, and oh no. I think that was a straighten from Dante Rouse just as I was bigging him up. That's some commentators' curse for everybody. I've got plenty more where that came from. If you're doing something nice, I'm going to tell you it's good, and it's then going to go badly. So, Superfast Gaming saying that the SC300 is his favourite. I really like it. It's one of my favourite cars. I've almost considered getting rid of my S14 and building an SC300 for real, because I know they're amazing chassis. But here, Dante Rouse just looked like he's got so much grip set up in the back end of that the moment the suspension compressed on that bump, if he wasn't on throttle, on full throttle, it was always going to spit him out. So we know that Dante Rouse is going to be having that problem. That is going to be a 0 from what I'm seeing on that score chart there. Yeah, that is a 0 as we go back. Great photo of Dante there. I absolutely love that. That is patriotism personified from what I can see from that one. As we go back to Steve Smith, who will now be trying to better his score from his first run, which was a 47.3. He needs a much, much bigger score to bring himself up the leaderboard with those average of 2 runs. Let's see what happens. Alexander Jaeger complaining that it's just so large. Yes, that's the SC300. Not anything else, you filthy, filthy beasts. Superfast Racing, they're so smooth with lots of grip and angle. Yeah, they're great cars. They're great cars, they're massive. And the thing is, they're so big that it makes them difficult to chase. You've got to have everything perfect in behind them. Your timing's got to be immense to try and make it work. As Steve Smith tries to get onto the outside line, that's a much, much better initiation from Steve. And oh, I've cursed him again. Commentator's curse for everybody. As he fires it through that section, it was a much better first part of that corner. But Steve Smith's starting to see things unravel a little bit as he gets the angle wound up too hard into 4 and is having to massage that car round through 5. It's just not come together for Steve Smith today. Let's have a look at that on the replay, because apparently I'm just going to rub it in. Steve will be furious that this has not gone his way. It is a bogey track for him. It is not a great track for his style of driving. He's much smoother and faster. He's not a massive fan of the bank tracks. I've thrown this bank track in early on so that people know that we are really looking for that high quality of driving. As Jared Snowden gets himself sorted in the background, we're just waiting for this score to drop in from Stephen Smith. Minty Snowden, the first driver in that SN95. He'll be trying to level his score up as well. Score's dropping in for Steve. Oh, he's going to be angry. He's going to be really angry. He's not going to feel like he represented himself as well as he could as the scores drop in for Steve Smith. Has he at least bettered his first run? It doesn't look it. But right now, 28th, at this moment, Steve Smith is in the big show. So, as Jared Minty Snowden comes up to the line in the SN95. Light goes green, Minty is off. He is throwing that throttle all the way to the floor, wants to get that car lit up. He's got to get more angle in the car than he did in his first run. And just as I say that, he does. It's a much better line from Minty through this section. If this were a highest score competition, then he'd be looking like he might seriously be able to level things up through here. And he's pushing hard to try and do so, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to bring him up to the higher end of the show from what we're seeing here, but that is a much stronger run from Minty there. Jared Snowden throwing down hard. As you see, Nathaniel Lamping currently on the bubble in 32nd position. Minty throwing down hard. All the way through. That transition's really nice. You see the number of guys who are managing to stay on the throttle. Minty just getting that little bobble as the car was right on the edge of dropping that wheel, but he's now got it all hooked up all the way through here. That's the kind of run we wanted to see through that first section. As Minty, young man from the US, waiting for his score to drop into place. I would love to be a fly on the wall in the drivers, in the judges channel right now, because what I am seeing there, we now have a second score for Minty. 53.6 puts him in 26th position, averaged out across the two. That is not where he will have wanted to be. As we go back for the second run for Nathaniel Lamping. Nathaniel Lamping was looking really strong in that first run. He managed to get a 77.7 in his first run with real serious aggression. All he's got to do is tidy that line up a little bit more, and we think he'll be able to start to really show us something. And just as I say that, look what he's doing, riding that outside line beautifully. Front brake disc glowing red hot as he manages to get that car wrangled down. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. That flick transition dialed in beautifully all the way around that white line. Doesn't get the angle cranked on too hard. It's a nice flow to angle as he comes through 5 and now into 6. Good transition and across the line. Surely that is going to bring him up the order. Let's have a look. Big run, but you can see there's just that straighten, almost running out completely of angle through that first corner. Nathaniel Lamping, I didn't really notice it as much with my excitement at how well he was holding that car on angle through there, but actually it was probably not enough angle through that first corner. The judges will have been wanting to see it with less left foot braking, more full throttle, and more angle across that section. But Nathaniel Lamping, let's have a look. What is his score going to be? Is it starting to drop into place? The judges starting to write their scores out now. I think they're wanting to see a replay. Yep, they've been watching that replay there. Can see that now. And I can tell you already, without all of the scores in place, the way things are shaping up there, it's going to be a big step up for Nathaniel Lamping. Yes, it is. He gets a much better score off the back of that. Nathaniel Lamping getting his second run, an 87.7, putting him in 13th place. As we now go back, this is Hayley King's second run. Hayley King currently sat on a 76.3 within touching distance of Nathaniel Lamping's 87.7. It's a solid run. She's just got to get that angle dialed in round that first corner. Here's the flick. Back onto the throttle. Hayley King managing to massage that car up to the outside line. Really nice proximity to the wall around that first corner. A little bit of a wobble. That might just be my stream. As she goes for that flick, the judges are watching from different cameras. Nice flick from Hayley King along that outside line, rolling that speed up into angle there. This is a much better line from her. Really consistent as she comes through there. Just coming up a little bit shy on that final clip, but overall a good run from the young Polish woman. There we go. don't see it on the replay. Just looks like she's holding it out of the wall. A little bit of a wobble there. I don't know whether that's just my stream connection having a moment, but she was definitely really struggling around that bank, trying to force it right up onto the wall. But then the rest of this run, right up until she got to the final clip and didn't quite make it all the way into the clipping point at the end there, the rest of that run was looking really strong. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges made of that. Still to come from this group: Buddy Stevens' next run, William Holloway's next run, Rashandi Andrea's second run, and Dante Roos's second run. Both of those last two drivers sitting on zeros as Hayley's score starts to drop in. I don't know if she's going to improve much on this score. I think the judges are going to ping her quite hard for that correction round the first corner, but we're starting to see them drop into place. Let's watch it on the replay camera one more time. Judges really not liking the way that first section was handled. Sadly for Hayley King, she gets a 70.6 on her second run, but that puts her in 20th right now as she comes into this second part of qualifying. So next up, and we're seeing them line up right now, is Buddy Stevens. Buddy is on a 51 from his first run. That car fighting him all the way. 51 on his first run coming in onto this section. Let's see how he manages to do here. The lights are coming on, and as Unger, the start line marshal, wrangling these drivers into place. As Buddy Stevens gets the hammer down, look, he went right out to the outside wall, almost rubbed that wall as he came through the chicane because he wants to get the speed so high. He's clearly got that car very gripped up. Don't want to be going that fast into that corner. Look at that good speed, angle and proximity to the wall all the way around there, and right onto that outside line through three. Great run from Buddy Stevens so far, much better from his first run, and now just as I say that, he has the wobble. Commentators curse this for everybody. Oh, what a run. Much better than the first run there for Buddy Stevens as he comes round and through. Let's go back to that replay whilst we wait for William Holloway to come up to the line. So here you can see this much better line, angling up a little bit later on as he went through that. From Buddy Stevens, just manages to get that flick, and look, all the way along that ball. Not a massive snap to angle, but really holding that wall to account as he drags that bumper along it. That little wobble is probably going to cost him there. Judges will be nitpicking every little thing. They want to make sure you've got to be perfect. You better be perfect. And if you're not perfect, then you will get punished. So, Buddy Stevens, with his Terminator glasses on. I've already given him my clothes, boot and motorcycle, so let's see what score he can get. It was a 51 in his first run. It looks like he's going to level that up quite considerably with the extra aggression from that second run. I'm just going to put some more nuts in my mouth. Nom nom nom. Last score just dropping into place from Chris Ennis. And there we have it. Buddy Stevens gets a 72.7, currently putting him in to 26th place. William Holloway on the line now. William Holloway had an 84.3 from his first run. If he can do another run like that, he'll be looking at getting into that top 5. Let's see what can happen. Holloway, the light goes green. He is off the line. This is going to be a big flick as Steve Smith sits on the bubble with his 44-point score. William Holloway gets deep into that wall, has to bounce out of it, trying to wrangle it round with that left foot braking, holding it on the line there, all the way round, manages to rammer it in. Dem tastes good, don't it? Yes, I'm loving these nuts. As William Holloway gets it all the way around onto the outside line. That is a great move to the infield there. The young man from North America will be going for it hard through that section as we watch that replay start again. That is what we want to see, that kind of aggression coming out of the outer zones into the infield. Really paying dividends for William Holloway. Man's got more nuts than Pornhub. No, I'm just taking very small nibbles on my nuts. I'm making my way through my nuts very slowly, because otherwise I'll run out of food and then I will be hungry, and then I'll be miserable and angry and everything will be bad. William Holloway on that incredible line. That has got to be one of the best lines we've seen this evening. The judges, though, they're not here to make friends. They're not here to make you feel good about your run. They are here to find the errors. And there were definitely some errors in William Holloway's run. Where are the judges going to find them, though? Is it going to be better or worse than his first run? Is it going to put him in with a chance of getting into that top 5? I'm seeing some harsh numbers drop in here. I think that bounce out from the wall, all of the judges saw that, and that little bounce out of the wall is going to be marking him down. It's going to be a real shame, because the rest of the run was brilliant. And we see score drop in. William Holloway gets 77.4 for his second run. He is now positioned in 14th place for a man who was in such a strong position to take a run at the top 5. That will be really, really, really annoying for him. He is not going to be happy with the way that played out. Just that one small error, and look how much it pushes you down. So Rashandi Andrea coming in here in that Mustang. He had such a good first start to that run last time, and then zeroed out coming into the second half of the track, coming away from the pit lane from that power alley. The lights come on, it is green, it is go time for Rashandi Andrea as he gets off the line in that big Mustang. He's going to throw down. This is going to be a big flick initiation. No, he's just going to take it in and massage it in on the wand. Nowhere near as aggressive as he was on that first run, but look how consistently on throttle he is all the way through that first section. This is where it all started to fall apart for him before. He's managed to hold it this time. Nice line through onto 4 there from Rashandi Andrea as he gets that hooked up. Power comes down, throws that angle on to try and take the speed out of the car. Doesn't quite make it back in, but does get a score on the board, and we don't know how the rest of qualifying is going to pan out. That could be essential. Let's have a look. Strana's asking me, do I get a clap if I make it 2 full runs, Ben? Yes, you do. Is there a date set for the streetcars? The dates are coming out for the streetcars after this competition is released. Expect them between the end of the competition and later on in the year. We're starting to see this. If you want to get your hands on the streetcars early, then our Patreon is available, where we do all of our testing through an appropriate tier of the Patreon. And that is the second tier and above. You can get your hands on all of the next generation pro cars. So we've got phase 2 of the pro pack coming after the championship as well, and later on in the year, and the street cars. Well, we wait for Rashandi Andrea's score to drop in. Rashandi Andrea, number 944.0 on that first run, which he'll be furious about. Had some really nice positioning of his runs in practice. I was seeing some of his practice runs were looking strong. He will be furious to have had that go so badly wrong in run 1. We don't yet know where the bubble's going to move to, though, so if he can get a good score here, and it looks like it's not going to be bad, he has potentially still got a chance of getting into the show, but we just don't know. 96 drivers, and we're whittling away 64 of them to get our top 32 for tomorrow. Just waiting on one more score to drop into place. There we go. So we have a score. Rashandi Andrea gets 58. That is 36th place for him, outside of the top 32. We will not be seeing him tomorrow. That is a shame. I know he'll be angry about that, but sadly these things happen in competition. As Dante Rouse comes up to the line, he now has to throw down hard. He has got to get himself sorted on there. So with that 0 from the first run, even a 100-point run for Dante Rouse now only gets him to a 50-point score, and I'm sorry to say straight away it looks like it might not be that 100-point run. The rest of that first corner looking really strong there, but that big SC300 fighting him into the first part of the corner. But now look at this. This is much more what we were expecting to see from the young man from the US. Oh, and just as I say that, he gets hooked up and fired forwards into some of those sections there. That is going to be such a shame for him. Is there a connection issue on driver or streaming cars acting kind of weird? Yeah, some of them ping's quite high on some drivers, and my ping is fluctuating a little bit, but most of it's pretty stable most of the time. I'm halfway up a mountain in the middle of a blizzard, so we're as good as we're getting, considering it's all running through my mobile phone. But look at that, Dante Rouse, such a great line in certain sections of the track, and then just has certain problems there where the car just was fighting him. It doesn't look like he managed to get the setup the way he wanted it for this round, but he is getting a score on the board. Whether it'll be enough to get him inside the bubble for now, that is another question. Scores on the board dropping in. Dante Rouse gets a 53.7 for his second run. It averages him way down into the 20s. That is 38th, sadly, for Dante Rouse. As we move on, that is the end of that group. Thank you very much to all of our drivers from that group. You have managed to put on a show. Let's have a look at the leaderboard as it comes into place here. So we have all of those drivers currently still in the show tomorrow. You can see Mustafa Amini, he has managed to hang on to that top space all the way through these groups so far. That 93 double run average for him, keeping everyone else at bay. Daryl Diaz did a fantastic job in the last group to get a 92.2 and push himself up into second. Alexander Yeager with a 91.3. Brandon Patrick with the 89.7. Cormac Gard 89.5. Pavo Nurmi 87.2. Kyle Felvis 86.8 with that great second run of his. And Vakaris Alukas 86.2. That's your top 8. Then Jack Lai, Jacob Gasavi, Guillermo Cabrera, Ryan Sider, Nathaniel Lamping, William Holloway, Brett Wolford, Robert Ficzynski wrap out the top 16. On the other side of the bracket, as things stand, this is by no means final. Joachim Haig, Emil Leerud, Lucas Gockel, Victor Lacheris, Haley King getting in there with a 73.5, Vadim Ebramov, Nico Lappinen 72.2, Josh McLean 71.2, Dylan Fink managing that good second run, holding him there, Misho Tsujigiri from the first group hanging on to 26th at the moment. Buddy Stevens, Jimmy Calavano, Zuro Diasamidze, Jared Snowden, Ian Koenig just hanging on as well at the moment, and Anestis Jacoubelis rounds out your top 32 as things stand. That will no doubt change as we go further on. Things are definitely shaping up here. Things are definitely going to get shaken up further as we run through the competition. We're on to the next group, and your next group looks like this. It consists of Max Hoyer, Justin Breyer, Tim Adji, Porter Stewart Holmes, Danielis Parangauskas, Gabriel Viana, Max Gillespie and Dimitri Mitin. That is your next 8 group of drivers. They are loading into the server as we speak. The temperatures on the server progressing, getting cooler as we work through the afternoon. This whole thing is set with the weather production to be realistic. The server is on for the 12 hours that we need it for through this competition. The judges, I know you can't see it at the moment with judges, all of us are loaded in tiny little Fiat 500s hiding there. I'll just show you this because it's absolutely wonderful. That is the little group of judges and commentators' cars huddling away at the back of the pits. That's what we're looking for there. That's the cars we've loaded in with, so that we've got something in the server to watch with. Now, we come into the second half. Do we think that Mustafa is going to be able to hang on to the top? Can Mustafa Amini make it all the way through from right at the beginning of qualifying to hold the #1 spot all the way to the end? We've got guys coming up who have beaten VDC drivers in our Friday and Saturday night competitions. We've got ex-Formula D drivers. We've got international champions and champions from national events throughout the world. We've got a lot of good pro and digital drivers coming up. Are they going to be able to topple Mustafa Amini and his 93 average point score? Remember, it's the average of 2 runs. That's why it's crucial to get a good run on the board both runs. Let's see. What do you guys think is going to happen as we go back into the next half of qualifying? We are ready to go. I'm going to press these two buttons with such drama and effect, and away we go. Let's see what is coming up next. So, our guy's starting to load in. First up, we are expecting Max Hoyer. Let's see, Max Hoyer, number 65. Enter, thank you, Brendan, for the host. Bet the nuts are flying. You know it, man. I've got the last little nibble of my nuts here. I'm going to shove it all in my mouth in one. Oh. It's a running joke now that all of my streams feature me chowing down on nut bars. So, if any nut bar production out there wants to give me a sponsorship, I'll happily take it. I'll chow down on your nuts for money. Violent Zan, thank you for the host. Here we go. I think we are getting these guys up to the line. Max Hoyer coming in. He is ready to go. He is on the line. All looks good. The light goes green. Max Hoyer off the line, goes for his first qualifying run in that RPS 13 with the 2J, gets it nicely out onto that outside line. Nice little correction there, just holding it out of the wall. Scott Lowell, thank you for the follow. Here we go, you joined us as Max Hoyer goes for his first qualifying run. There's a little bit of a rotation there, that was definitely lag on behalf of either him or me as he comes firing into that outside zone. It was a good transition, very stable, very smooth. Max Hoyer going for this flick through, wrapping it round clip 6 at the end and across the line. Let's have a look at it. We go back to the replay. Max Hoyer's first run. This is it. You've got to remember, it's all about keeping both of those runs clean. It's an average score of both runs. As we've seen, as things progress through, getting 2 85s puts you in a better position than a 60 and a 90. We have seen guys struggling to make it, to stay into that top 32 as they come through into these sections by rushing to get their way onto the line, pushing too hard. Justin Breyer coming in next as we wait for Max Hoyer's score to drop in. It's showing Dante Rouse still on the screen. Let's get rid of that. There's Max Hoyer, the Brazilian, looking resplendent with that background, and he gets a 75.6, putting him in 36th at the moment. But 75.6 is a good run to be starting on as he comes through into the next part of the run. As we go back now, we are looking for this next run from Justin Breyer, number 2 in this group. Justin Breyer, car number 77, he's running the PS13 with the LSX. We're looking forward to seeing what he can do. Max Hoyer will be wanting to improve on that as he goes through into the next part of qualifying, but here we go. Justin Breyer is off the line and making the run for it. Here we are. That big flick initiation that's been catching people out as he massages it. That double movement is going to be marked right down as it's a huge correction. Oh my God. Oh, that's definitely a 0. Oh, that's absolutely not gone the way that he would have wanted for Justin Breyer. That is not what we wanted to see as he zeroes out on that first run. Fly Guy 4130, thank you for the follow. Max Hoyer getting that 0. That is going to be not what Max Hoyer, still on 78. Justin Breyer getting that 0. We move on. Tim Adji is next. For some reason, my ping up a little bit. 221. So if they're moving around a little bit strangely, it might be at my end, but I'm going to try. Move my phone, see if things work. Here goes Tim Adji coming off the line. trying to get that thrown down. This has got to be crucial for him. Good rotation to out. No, just as I said, that good rotation to angle. He went for a big flick. He's had to back out and then pretty much reinitiate. Don't know how the judges are going to see that, but that almost was a failed run on that first section there. It could almost be a 0. They'll have to go back and look at the replay. But the rest of this run from Tim Hadji looking really good as he manages to hook that car up onto the inside edge and then flick it across. This is the James Dean replica. Nicely done in the second half by Tim Hadji, but let's go back and have a look. Almost to me looked as though he lost it in that first section. There, that's almost a 0. We'll have to drop onto the judges channel in a minute, see if that's there. Tim Hadji rounding off the run really nicely, but struggling in that first section. Is there a score for Tim Hadji on the board? Judges deliberating still. Justin Breyer's 0 still sits there. Tim Hadji ready and waiting for his score. Oh, I can confirm that the judges have given Tim Hadji a 0. They think that there was a straighten in that first run, and now that is going to put Tim Hadji onto a 0 to begin with. He won't be happy with that, but that is how things have worked out. As we move on to Porter Stewart Holmes. Porter Stewart Holmes coming up for his first run. SamOSD, thank you for the follow. Lovely to have you here. Lovely to have everyone here. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I know it's just qualifying. Qualifying is always the least exciting part of drifting, but we have seen some phenomenal qualifying runs so far. Here it is, the light goes green. Porter Stewart Holmes off the line in that RPS 13.2J coming firing down. This initiation crucial. We've seen it time and time again over the course of the day that this is a crucial first initiation, massaging the car up onto the outside. Porter Stewart Holmes tries to hold that car under control. Late transition again. Some of these guys in the RPS 13 seem to be always doing that as he struggles to make it out to 4. Porter Stewart Holmes clearly got all of the grip in the universe in that car. It just does not want to stay on the outside line that he's trying to put it on as he finally makes it across the line. Where can you register yourself to the event? K4O or 4th K3. I'm afraid that we have got all of our slots are fully sold out for this entire season. We did a big promotion on all of our Instagram and Facebook and onto various other Facebook groups, and VDC promoted it. We spent weeks making sure that everyone knew when it was. I'm sorry to say that we have sold out of all of the slots for this season, but do not worry, the street season will open up later on in the year. That will then become the route into our Pro Championship, which then becomes the route into the VDC. So there are 3 stages to get to the VDC from later on this year. As we see, Porter Stewart Holmes has got a score starting to drop in. Of course, his line score is going to suffer from those corrections, but getting a score on the board, even if it's not the score you wanted in that first run, could be enough to then mean that the second score brings you up into the big show. We're just waiting for that score to drop in for the young Brit. Danielis Parangauskas is going to be showing up next on the leaderboard. Porter Stewart Holmes drops a score into place. It's a 40.7 for Porter Stewart Holmes. We move on to Danielis Parangauskas. Porter will not be thrilled with that. But significantly better than zeroing out. He still has a chance with another good run on the second score. He could bring that up into a competition position as Danielis Parangauskas, light goes green, he is off the line. Danielis Parangauskas has shown us time and time again in our competitions when we've been doing the one-off events that he has got what it takes to be at the highest level. And look at this, as I say that, Danielis Parangauskas shows us what I mean with that clinical first corner, but then, oh, just as I do it, commentators curses everybody. He gets out of clip 2, doesn't make it all the way in. gets that flick into 3 nicely, and all through 4, 5 and 6. Just comes up shy on 6, but overall, bits of that run showed brilliance, and bits of it just weren't where they needed to be. You can see that first corner massages it in on the handbrake, will lose a little bit for his speed score there, but you can see that locks right in up onto that outside line, but there barely even touches the B line at clip 2, and then locks it in at 4. But this here, this is where it starts to come apart again. Nice line through 5, but this transition across into 6 doesn't make it all the way onto the A line at 6. Let's see what that first score looks like for Danielis Parangauskas. Score's dropping in already. Missing out on clip 2 is going to have been a big markdown for him. I think the judges might almost say that he missed it completely, which is a shame, because the rest of the run, and even coming into 6, that's going to be a markdown again. He's probably going to lose 8 or 9 points just for those 2 clips not being online. As we see then, he's also got to make up on the speed score, the style score and the angle score. We have a final result for Danielis Parangauskas, and it is on your screens there, a 78.3. That is a good starting point for him. He'll be able to build on that as he goes into run 2. Don't forget, it's an average score across both. We are now 5 drivers through. We're looking for Gabriel Viana. Gabriel Viana is going to be coming up onto his first run. Gabriel Viana now coming up onto that. Here we go, Gabriel Viana off the line in that LSX Supercharged. PS13 goes for the flick. Look how long he was facing the wall. That's the kind of thing that would really scare you in an actual car. But there's a bit of a wobble. Did he hit the wall, or did he just have a correction as he comes flying around? Gabriel Viana gets that hooked up nicely through clip 2. They're much nicer onto clip 2 than we just saw a minute ago from Danielis Parangauskas. But Gabriel Viana, is he going to be able to make it into clip 5? No, just comes up on the B line, and again at 6. All of this, you see, this is where the judges can find that movement, where they can manage to make these massive marks down. They're able to look for these little things. When you really pay attention on these runs, there's standout points between them, and you can start to spot these guys having those issues. We've weighted line so incredibly heavily for this championship, because line is what makes it so easy for you to get good battles, and it's what gives you good scores everywhere else. Once you've got your line sorted, everything else flows, and you can see here, Gabriel Viana just struggling to get that line to hook in cleanly from 4 to 5, and that even cost him 6 because that was going wrong at 4. Let's find out what his score was. Score is dropping in from the judges. I can tell you he's lost 12, 13, 14 points already just on line. Gabriel Viana, great photo of him there. Young man from the US. Will have wanted to put on a better show than that, but again, we say it's important he gets a score, and he has got a score. That's going to set him up. It's a 73.4. That's going to give him a good jumping off point. A good score on top of that will push him up into something higher later on. Let's see as we go back. Next on the line, Max Galileski. Well, I can tell you that we've seen Max Galileski drive before, and he is a monster. When this car is dialed in for him, he is one of those guys that I genuinely think could topple Mustafa Amini from the top step. Max Galileski has been throwing down really hard on our servers in the past. The light goes green. Let's see if I've just thrown all of the commentators' curse at him as he gets off the line nice and quickly, goes for that initiation. Good run along the wall, slots into one early, massages that car round, but you can see, no, I've definitely got the curse out fully here, drops down and almost misses 2 and wraps around, hits the wall almost at 3. This has fallen apart from Max Galileski here, just coming round and in onto this inside line, manages to keep it under control. It's going to be a late transition across, in onto 6 and across the line. Let's go back and have a look at that. Do these cars have a car pack? Yes, they do. The car pack's available if you go onto the YouTube. The download for the car pack is available via the YouTube. Just go on there and search Tsujigiri Collective. You'll find all of the links for the cars on there, that you'll be able to try them out and find what you do. It's called the Tsujigiri Pro Pack. It's floating around all over the place. As we see Max Galaleski coming around and across the line on that finish. Let's go to his score. Hopefully it'll be something that can really bring him up. Max Galaleski, one of those drivers that we expect to see really pushing hard for a top spot, and I don't think that's going to be the run to do it. I'm not judging today, but to me, I have to be honest, I don't think that was up there as his best. So, score dropping in for Max Galaleski. Dmitry Mitin warming up in the background. We're just waiting on Max Galaleski's score to drop in. Oh, it's going to give him something to work with as Max Galaleski gets a 78. What just happened with my mic? I knocked it off with my hand and it went flying around the room, so I've just put it back on. And hopefully it's okay. So, Max Galaleski, it ran out of nuts. Max Galaleski gets a 78. That's a good jumping off point. We've said this before, it's important to get those two good scores. A double 78 right now would put Max Galaleski well and truly into the points for tomorrow. He would be up at 19th with a double 78. You've got to remember right now the cutoff for the top 32 and Nestor Jakublis down at 45.7. So anyone who's coming in with a first run that's good is getting a serious chance at getting into the show tomorrow. So here we go. Next up, on the start line, the first run of Dmitry Mitin. The last driver from this group. Oh, please don't tell me that Dmitry Mitin is having problems with the start semaphore. We've specifically stressed that this is of vital importance to the drivers. We cannot have it so that these guys can't see this. We've said it for weeks. It's been made available to everyone for weeks that they've got to be able to see this start semaphore. It is a crucial part of our start line procedure. We've put out how-to guides. We've put out the actual files you can download and click and install that will make everything work. It would be really upsetting to see drivers failing out of the top 32 because they could not see the semaphore. Anders wants everyone to see his big light up dildo of destiny. He's very proud of it. What's the track name? The track name is St Eustache in Canada. The original version of it is in our Discord. This modified version will be available through our downloads later on. At the moment, this version of the track is not available in our downloads, but this is good. Dmitry Mitin gets off the line cleanly. He is going to get a score. I'm so relieved. I do not want to see guys losing out because they got their timing wrong because they couldn't see the semaphore, and that's a really nice line from Dmitry Mitin through that first corner. Is he going to be able to hook it back in from 4 into 5? That's perfect from 4 there and into 6 now. This is crucial. Doesn't quite make it all the way onto the inside line, but does get a score on the board. Let's find out what it is. Can we see detailed scorings everywhere? You can see the top 32 at the end of every 8. I'll be able to put those up shortly, and we will have the detailed scorings for everyone available at the end of qualifying, so you'll be able to see exactly what the scoring looks like. Here we go, across the line now for Dmitry Mitin. He manages to get a score on the board. It's just dropping into place while we wait now. Max Hoyer will be coming round to the start. Dmitry Mitin. No, that's still Max Galaleski. Let's see. Dmitry Mitin, there he is. Real life driver. least sporting a real life race suit. See where it is there. Dimitri Mitin. Judges have zeroed him out. I can only assume that that is for that qualifying failure on the lighting at the beginning. That is such a shame for Dimitri Mitin, but we have to be harsh with this. We've made these available for weeks and weeks and given guys plenty of time to sort out problems, and even this morning when I woke up I was still seeing things from people saying I don't know how to get the semaphore to work. We cannot have made it any easier than we have done. It's been available for literally weeks to try and sort out. As we see Max Hoyer get his second run down and across the line. Let's go back and watch that on the replay because I didn't really say much about it. Max Hoyer, he is wanting to get onto the scoreboard solidly here. He has a 78 from his first run. Another 78 like that would put him up into the top 16 almost. He'd be sitting in 18th place. I believe, just doing some calculations off the top of my head, if he could get another 78, he will be in a really good position. Let's find out what's happening there. 78 would put him into, 19th place behind Emil Leerud on 79.7. This is a good chance for Max Hoyer to get right up there. Don't worry about the -4 at the moment. Cormac Guard, the day this was announced, I got the lights working. Can't make trouble. Yeah, you seem to be... I don't know why ours would be more grippy than yours. Maybe I just want to check you were running at 100% tyre wear and tyre grip, because the tyres do change grip as they wear as well. The tyre wear needs to be on during practice. Max Hoyer's score starting to drop in for his second run. His second run does not get the score he needed to be at the top there, but 58.3 on his second run gets him 27. He is in the bubble for now. Oh, too bad I'm lagging that much. Yeah, Max, that is such a shame. I don't know why that lags there for you. It's on the US server. We try to have it so that it's as fair as possible for as many people as possible. But your first run was brilliant, Max. We really enjoyed it. Hopefully we will still be able to see you in competition tomorrow, but if not, then definitely next time you look like you've got a chance of being right at the top. As Justin Breyer comes up to the line and pulls away, it would really help me if I pressed the right button so that we could actually see this run, as Justin Breyer is trying to make up for his 0 from round 1. This is a very strange line from Justin Breyer. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a score, but I don't know what it'll be. This is not what we were hoping to see from him, as Justin Breyer manages to wrap the car around. I don't know where this lag has suddenly come from. What's going on here? Everyone seems to be having massive lag rate problems. That is very strange. As we come round Justin Breyer's run there, let's see if we actually... Breyer just not getting that car hooked up as we would expect to see. His ping's 85. I don't see why he would be having these kinds of problems. That's a real shame for him. Let's see what happens. I don't think it's going to be another 0. We are seeing a score drop in, but Justin Breyer is not going to be happy to score that low. That first run 0 really causing problems. These guys who are coming out with 0s just not going to be in with a chance to get that sorted. Let's see, score dropping in. I'm seeing a 25 and a 21 from 2 of our judges, just waiting on the last score to drop in. There it is. Justin Breyer, that is such a shame. Thank you so much for coming today. Justin, we hope to see you back out at the next track, which we will be announcing at the same amount of time. So in a week and a half, you'll be finding out the next track. But hopefully we will see you there for that next one. Here we go. This is now Tim Adjie's chance to put a score on the board. He is also on a 0 from run 1. These run 1-0s causing serious problems for these guys. He's got the lights green. Tim Adji is off. Anders Unger sends him underway. Tim Adji's going to have to try and really find something serious here to try and get into the show. If he got a 100-point run here, he would be in with a chance. But it's not looking like it's going to be one right now as he fails to fill that first zone. Tim Adji now going for the big send down the line, getting that power down all the way out through the outside line there. We don't know why we're seeing this lag, and we're starting to see these guys wrap up and in round onto this initial transition. Good run from Tim Adji there compared to his first one, which was that 0. But is it going to be enough to get him onto the board? Let's find out. Do we go back across? Tim, it's still on Justin Breyer. Let's get that updated so it's on Tim Adji. Tim Adji was on the server a little while ago, and the guys pointed out that he does look a little bit like Adam LZ. Maybe we'll have to do a server reset. We'll finish these guys off and then we'll do a server reset and see if that sorts it. Obviously a lot of people have been on and off and on and off, so we'll see how that goes. It shouldn't make that much of a difference. Tim Adji waiting to put that score on the board. It's coming through now. Porter Stewart Holmes in the background, lining up and ready. Tim Adji just trying to get that score onto the board. Just waiting on Chris Ennis' score to drop in. He's clearly going back and having a look at something. Okay, we have a score for Tim Adji as it drops in there. Tim Adji gets 38.4. Sadly, with that 0 on his first run, that only puts him into 44th position. That is a real shame. The British Adam LZ, as Rice is pointing out there, Tim Adji just not managing to hook it up. So let's see if Porter Stewart Holmes can manage to get another score on the board. Right now he is sat on a 40.7. It's enough to build from and see how things are going here for him. He gets massaged out into that outer zone, but no, he fails almost completely to fill outer zone 1. He's struggling to make that, and then he gets whipped round through and into here onto that outside line as he comes round into clip 4, firing up onto the inside line, really trying to push forwards onto clip 5, and just about makes it, manages to get that wrap around. Now the transition round and across onto clip 6. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Naom 25X, what's this event or channel as a whole? So this event is round 1 of our global championship. We're just in the middle of qualifying. The battles will be tomorrow. We have normally been running other kind of championships and events, and also we do a lot of driving ourselves for drifting. The car packs you see in use are from our car pack, and this is the official Virtual Drift Championship feeder series for this year. So that's what you're seeing here at the moment. Let's have a look. Can Porter Stewart Holmes manage to increase his 40.7 into something that will put him in battle contention? Right now, I don't know. That line score is going to hammer him from that first section where he was not even close to being in clip 1. Porter Stewart Holmes is just going to be furious about that. I've seen him drive a little bit over the course of the last few weeks, and he has been looking much more consistent. He will be angry with himself over that. Angry in a way that only a young British person can be angry with themselves. There will be rioting and maybe voting for Margaret Thatcher and all of that crazy. So I don't know what I'm saying with this. This is madness. I'm just talking rubbish now. Maybe he'll spill some tea in rage. Here we go. The score is dropping in. Porter Stuart Holmes has a score on the board, and it is just outside the bubble. That is such a shame for him. Porter Stuart Holmes misses out on that secured position by 1 place for now. Possibly it'll turn into more as things move on, but Porter Stuart Holmes will not be seeing competition tomorrow, and that is now definite. That is such a shame. Someone who's still in with a chance of doing so, though, Danielis Parangauskas is coming up to the line. See how things go. Here we are. This is Danielis Parangauskas coming up to the line now. Here we go. Danielis Parangauskas off on run number 2 in that RPS 13-2J. Under the bonnet, the Stefan Stefanov replica. Danielis Parangauskas massages that car nicely out into outer zone 1. Little bit shallow on the line, trying to get that absolute angle back into the car and not quite making it. Manages to hold it, but misses out on clip 2. Now out through 4, getting the hammer down now. Can he wrap up into 5? Little bit shy on 5 as well. Starting to see that lag again. I'm going to have a restart of the server in a bit as Danielis Parangauskas makes it across the line cleanly and with another score on the board. Let's have a look and see. So, Danielis Parangauskas just missing out on that clip 2, really struggling there. You can see that Ian Koenig is currently on the bubble. This is going to be a chance, maybe, for Danielis Parangauskas to make it through. Parangauskas just waiting on his score to drop in. I can tell you already that at least one of the judges has marked him up from his last run. This looks like Danielis Parangauskas could be in with a really serious chance of seeing competition tomorrow. Is he going to make it in? Danielis Parangauskas gets a 78.7 and sits 19th in the championship. In the standings, sorry. That is a great position for him to be in. Danielis Parangauskas will be very happy with that. That is going to be a huge relief for him. That looks like it could be up there being safe as we move on. Gabriel Viana next. Gabriel Viana coming off the line already. Find the button. There we go. As I just get to him in time for his initiation. Good flick from Gabriel Viana as he manages to massage that PS13 out onto the outside line. Got the hammer down. This is a much better run through that first corner from Gabriel Viana. Doesn't quite get into 2 as he was hoping. And that swing across into 3. Really, really struggling there as he gets that power back down all the way around. A little bit of a wobble as he comes into 4. Big correction there. Then goes for the transition on the throttle. Back round and across the line. Let's put that up on your screens. Eric Jamie Hayes, no one picked the Altezza. Yes, we have got one person on the Altezza. Only one though, only one in the S15 and only one in the SR24 powered 1-gear, which I think is a real shame. There we go, as we see this move from Gabriel Viana as he comes firing in. This wobble, definitely not just a problem with the server connection. Is he going to be able to get a good score on the board? Let's see. We've got 2 more drivers from this group, and then I'm going to do a server restart so that we've got everything in place so that the guys are not struggling with things going forwards. Gabriel Viana waiting on that score. Oh, and it's looking good for Gabriel Viana. That looks like it might put him in with contention. 72 on his second run gets him 24th for the time being. 24th for the time being, Gabriel Viana. As Max Galileski comes up. Max Galileski, another driver that's in with a serious chance of getting high up into the scoring today. He's got 78 from his first run, so another strong performance like that, and he's going to be coming up into the top 20 drivers of things so far. And as we get further and further through the board, more and more of those drivers at the top are going to be feeling like they're safe as Max Galileski gets onto that outside line, gets his hammer down, really firing through there, trying to get everything hooked up, round onto this transition. Big flick from him as he goes onto that outside line, now back round and through on that power all the way round. This is it, trying to wrap up into the inside line at 5. Nicely done by him there as he swings across out into 6 and across the line. Let's have a look at the replay. How long to Lick's group? We've got 2 more drivers here. Porter Stewart Holmes, man, I'm so tired. I wish I did better runs. Hopefully round 2 there isn't a time delay. Yeah, sorry about this. Now that we've got the rhythm going, you can see we're back onto the sort of schedule that we were expecting, but just everyone getting used to that new system just slowed things down. I'm so sorry about that. Yes, it's laggy. I think it's at my end. I'm going to try a server reconnection in a second, Chris Leicup. Let's have a look. Porter Stewart Holmes, thank you for the subscription. And let's see, as the scores start to drop in for Max Galileski, Dimitri Mitin is the last one from this group, and then I'm going to do a reconnect whilst we see if that solves my problem. Don't know why I would be having these kinds of issues, but hey ho, we shall see. Max Galileski still trying to drop in. It's looking pretty strong for Max Galileski. Let's see what he can get as he comes up here. It's a 79.3, putting him into 19th at the moment. That is a great position for Max Galileski to be in. He will be very happy with that as he moves forward. So just Dimitri Mitin from this group left to come. Dimitri Mitin will be feeling as though he is going to have it all to do. We know that he had problems where he couldn't see the start line in that first run, and that gave him a 0. The judges absolutely not willing to make any exceptions there. You guys, the drivers, have got to be able to see the start line. We can't have it any other way. Here we go. Off the line cleanly from Dimitri Mitin. This time he's coming screaming in, going for that big flick initiation. There he is out onto the wall. He's buried deep in the wall. Oh! Is that me? I don't think that's me. I think that's our first rage quit. As Dimitri Mitin gets a 0, that is our first rage quit. And I'm going to put you straight onto these standings for now. And I'm going to quit out for a second and try and reconnect and see if that improves things. So, as our standings sit at this point, after that round of drivers, let's get back into it. This is what is happening. Mustafa Amini still stands atop the leaderboard. Look at that for him. Daryl Diaz still in second. Alexander Yegard still in third. Brandon Patrick still in fourth. Cormac Gard in fifth. Paavo Nurmi making it up there with Kyle Felver still hanging on to 7th from the first group. Bakaris Alukas in 8th. Jack Lai in 9th. Jakob Kadavi in 10th, Guillermo Cabrera in 11th, Ryan Sider in 12th, hanging on to that side of qualifying at the moment. Nathan Lamping, William Holloway, Brett Wolford and Robert Kuczynski wrap out the top 16. On the other side, Joachim Haig, Emil Leerud, he's managed to hang on all the way from the first group to be in 18th. Max Galileski making it to 19th from that last group, and Danielis Parangauskas in 20th. 0.2 between those two drivers. In fact, under a point between just over a point between 17th and 20th, covering everyone, and even to 21st, Lucas Gockel on 77. Victor Lecheres in 22nd, Gabriel Viana 23rd, Haley King hanging on to 24th, Vadim Abramov made it to 25th, Nico Lapid in 26th, Josh McGleenan in 27th, Dylan Fink in 28th, Misho Tiskaridze hangs on to 29th from him in the first group as well, Max Hoyer in 30th, Buddy Stevens 31st, and Jimmy Calavano is currently your bubble point with 62 Sorry, 61.4. Jimmy Calavano, the man on the bubble right now. So, as we move on, who is next? This next group consists of Robin Gunningham, Dan Paul, TJ Anders, Coty Norcross, Johan Garcia, Warren Greener, Jared Manello and Artem Mukashenko. That is your next 8 drivers, with Robin Gunningham, the man from Scotland, coming in first. So let's see what he is able to do. While those guys load in, hello, how is everybody doing? Put my hat on so you don't have to look at my hair. There we go. How is everybody doing? Are you enjoying this so far? We've got some good drivers hanging on to that top couple of slots at the moment. The fact that Mustafa Amini has managed to hang on this long from Group 1 or Group 2, he was right at the beginning of the night, is a phenomenal effort from him. 93 the cut-off at the moment. We have not seen consistent 90s for a long time, though. That is what we're waiting to see here. Who do you think is going to hang on to that top spot as we go through into this latter part of qualifying? Still a load of good drivers to come. Let's see what comes up next. Robin Gunningham, the first driver from this group, he's going to be driving that James Dean S14.9. Let's see how he's able to do. But who is your prediction for top qualifier at the end of the day? Let's see what happens as we go back to the action. Here we go. The guys loading in, ready to go now almost. Here we go. I was wrong. I apologise. Robin Gunningham is actually using that RPS 13, the 2J powered RPS 13. Hopefully we've solved that connection issue by me doing a reconnect. Let's see. The light goes green. Robin Gunningham is off the line, up into second and away. He's looking a little bit more stable as he lights it up all the way along, basically doing a burnout right from the moment he left the line all the way up onto that initiation, just coming down off the bank a little bit. Robin Gunningham having that error there, just getting a little bit too far down the bank, but now managing to get back on the power, back up and through onto that inside line. Don't quite know why we're still having this lagginess here as they go firing through out onto that inside edge. Now tight, really tight, way too tight for Robin Gunningham as he comes round and across 6. Let's see how that played out. Just see there, Robin Gunningham dropping down and away from the outside edge, away from that wall where he wanted to be. Don't quite know why we've still got this jerkiness. We'll have to try and sort that in a bit, but right now you can see that line not working quite the way he wanted it to. Not a bad run from Rise at all. Naked John Ree, thank you for the follow. John Rule, sorry, thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Hope you guys are enjoying this as we start to progress through into the later parts of this competition. We are making good headway now. See this score drop into place. I can always forget how good that photo is of Robin Gunningham as we wait for his score to drop in. Here we go. Score on the board for him. Not going to be enough really to start to trouble the guys at the top, but that is at least a score on the board for Robin Gunningham as he gets... Let's go. Why isn't that showing his first run? As we get Dan Paul up to the line. There we go, 44th at the moment for Robin Gunningham as we go back to this. Back to the action as we try and see Dan Paul. Why are you not showing us Dan Paul? There we go. As he also ends up slightly down off that line, having to massage that car out into that outer zone at the end. Goes for that flick transition and then has that little wobble trying to get the power back down. Comes up completely shy of 4th, but he hasn't got a 0 yet. I said if Dan Paul did 2 runs without zeroing, he'd get a round of applause as he gets through and round and across the line. Made it over the line before coming to a grinding halt. I don't know why that wasn't working at the beginning. Eustache. This is Dan Paul's first run coming round through here, out onto that outside line. Really pushing hard to try and get there. Just can't quite make it out to 4 without a problem there. His score is starting to drop in as TJ Anders, our next driver, starts to get ready. We see Dan Paul wrapping round. You see him get across the line and then everything just goes, no, don't want to play anymore. Let's see. It would seem that my internet is trying to slowly choke itself out. What is going on there? It's now loaded. Dan Paul waiting for a score to drop in. Dan Paul gets a score on the board. It's 43, currently putting him in 46. That's not bad for Dan Paul at the moment. He managed to get that score. It's better than a 0, as he said in the chat there. As we're just waiting now, TJ Anders coming up onto that line. Let's see, TJ Anders, he's in the S14.9, ready to go. TJ Anders off the line. The light goes green from Anders Unger. Too many Anders involved at the moment. TJ Anders fires it in. Is he going to be able to hook that massive spoiler over the outside line? Yes, he is. That's a really nice line from TJ Anders through that first corner, getting that car gathered up. Fires it through onto the inside clip. There's the rotation onto outside zone. On the power now. Firing out through 4. This is a really nice run from TJ Anders. Can he make it into 5? Yes, he can. This transition going to be cool. Onto that inside section, just manages to wrap it round and across the line, and here we go. Now we've got a battle on for these top spots. TJ Anders coming in real strong here, looking good in the background. You can see that first section really coming well together for him as he comes firing through into 4. This wrap up and in was really well executed by TJ Anders, as you can see, firing through there, absolutely on the limit of what the car could do. Really well gripped up. Scores dropping in. It's going to be a great foundation for him to go into run 2 from what I'm seeing here. They start with 7s. There were definitely some wobbles there. There were still some points left on the table. High 7s from Chris Ennis. Just waiting now on Caleb Dauphine's score to drop in. Seeing how things play out here. Caleb's score just dropping in now. And there we go. We have a score. It was a really high score from Caleb Dauphin there. 78 the score on the board for TJ Anders. That's great for him. Really managing to lock in nicely there with some good points as we go to Cody Norcross now, who's on the line in the E92, ready to roll. Jimmy Calavano still just holding on to the bottom of that bracket. He's on the bubble in 32nd at the moment. Here we go. Can Cody Norcross manage to put a score on the board that's going to really shake things up? That's a huge entry. Is he going to be able to hold it? Yes, he is. Oh no, I think that's a correction. I think that's a 2 wheels straight on the front there. I think that's going to be too much. The judges will have to decide. He really wanted that, sent it as deep and as hard as he could without it becoming a crime as he goes into this section here. Now this transition going to be really hard and onto that inside line. You can just see there, that is a man who is unhappy about how the first part of his run went. Let's see it as he comes off the line. Cody Norcross, number 497. That send was enormous. Look how hard it was. He just had to back it out, try and gather the car back up and then get back on the throttle all the way through here. then down onto this outside section, really pushing hard to get out to the outside line. Now this here, look, he's just using that wash on that front end to get it all the way into there. He really did go for that, and then pushing it back round and across the line. But was it scoreable? If that were a lead run, was it chaseable? If it's not chaseable, then the score is going to be marked down so hard. The judges not yet deciding, they're still deliberating. I can't see a score dropping in just yet. It could be a 0. We know that it could be a 0, but we'll have to see. Let's see how things are going. As they start to drop in, we have got a score. Oh, the judges have decided. I can confirm that it is a 0 for Cody Norcross on that first run. He gets a 0 for that correction. He's going to be really angry about that. You could see how much he wanted that to work. As we now go across to Johan Garcia, Cody Norcross going to have to be gathering that all back together, working out how to make that work for him next time round, as Johan Garcia comes out down to the start line. He is in the LSX PS13. Johan Garcia was originally meant to be in the GT86, but he decided that this is the car he wanted to go with. I think that this car, personally for me, this car probably has the most potential of all of the cars in the pack. As Johan Garcia gets off the line, the hammer goes down. He is absolutely after this. Johan, one of those guys that we expect to see pushing hard for a VDC license, and just as I say it, literally as I say it, the commentator's curse comes flying out. We see that error from Johan Garcia as he tries to get that power down. Now look how much he's flicking that car around. You can see how much he wants it and how much he wants to make sure that he's here for the fight at the end of the season. He has been after this VDC license for years, and this we thought was going to be the chance for him to get it, but you can just see here that immediately on that first entrance, that's when it goes wrong for him. He has that major problem, unable to wrangle the car back under control, and just loses out all the way into that section. But look how strong Johan Garcia is everywhere else in the run. Almanai 420, hello, welcome along, thank you for joining us. I have to assume that's a 0. Yeah, it's already dropped in for Johan Garcia that is a 0. Warren Greener going to be coming up to the line. That is so infuriating for Johan Garcia to have had that mistake. He's been wanting this to go right for him for so long, and we want him to do well. He's a nice guy. Johan's a lovely guy to spend time with. He's good conversation. He's good people, and he's a great driver. I've loved driving with him, and we know he's competitive, but this qualifying format absolutely ruthlessly punishes mistakes like that. As we see Warren Greener absolutely managing his way along. Now that is technically against our rule book. He should not be doing that kind of thing. We're going to have to wait and see if the judges have decided that it was so excessive it has to be marked down. It would be a real shame, because look at the rest of this run from Warren Greener. He is a man possessed. He wants that position in the top 32. He is driving his heart out here, forcing that car into position. Look at that transition. Absolutely savage. Let's go back and watch it again. Everything about that was good. Ben is simping for Johan Confirm. He's just a nice guy, Haley. I just want I want nice people to succeed. I'm here for nice people. The community needs more nice people. And I just know that Johan's wanted it so hard, but Johan is not the subject right now. Warren Greener is the subject right now. Look at this run from the young man there. Warren Greener throwing hard all into that. That is a man who wants a place on the podium this weekend. He wants a chance at that VDC license. Thing is, it could be a 0. Our judges can decide that first section where he had that double flick initiation, if your wheels are lit up, technically you've started and you're only allowed 2 direction changes as part of your initiation. So he could be about to get absolutely hammered for that initiation. We're having to wait and see. I'm saying it because technically that's what we want to see, but it is a qualifying score. I'm seeing it drop in. Warren Greener could be sitting pretty at the end of this. I have seen the score. Warren Greener is not going to be unhappy about that. That has gone down with a 93.3. Warren Greener absolutely licked the stamp and sent it all the way through that. Wow. Warren Greener's going to want that. That is brilliant from the young Irishman. Our judges saying that that was not a 0. 2 more left in this group. Jared Manello is up next, but wow, I still can't get over that run from Warren Greener. He absolutely wanted that so hard. Jared Manello on the line, light goes green. He is the only driver here who is using that PS13 SR24 1VIA, and it's such a good car. That thing is a rocket ship when it's dialed in. You can see he's pushing hard, but he's having to steer a lot there. Clearly not managed to get the car quite to his liking. Oh, as he runs over clip 2. Is that going to be a wheel off as well? Yes, it is. That's a wheel and a half off, if not 2 wheels off. He's got that car absolutely hooked up now. You can see how much grip it's got, the way it just pushes forward as he makes it across the line. Let's go back and have another look at that run. You can see here this error just midway around the bank, taking that correction to try and get it back into position, and then runs over clip 2. It's such a shame to see this car causing people problems, because once it's more setup dependent than almost any other car. These low trail knuckles on the front do make the car difficult to drive, but once you get them dialed in, they are so fast. They are brutally, brutally fast. Jared Manello from Canada is going to be wanting that car to work for him, because on the correct track with the correct setup and him feeling confident, he is going to be so hard to keep up with. That thing is a rocket ship when it's underway. So just Jared Manello's score, and then Artem Lukashenko, our last drivers for this group. Then we move on to their second runs, working our way through. Jared Manello's score dropping in. It could certainly be worse. What I'm seeing here suggests that he's got a good chance to pull his socks up and really get that nailed in the second run. In with a chance of getting into the big show tomorrow. Jared Manello's score dropping into place. Netting him a 61.6. 61.6 Jared Manello. So it puts him in a place. He can definitely build from that. If he can keep that car under control into the next run, he's going to have a chance of getting into the show, but he's going to have to really work to make that set itself up for him. So Artem Makushenko should be next. But he is not on the server. So maybe we have our first no-show. This would trigger his 5-minute rule, the only one he would get for the weekend. It is possible. Hey Saul, number 1 qualifier, what's popping? Hey man, welcome along. We're just waiting to see if Artem Lukashenko is going to be joining us. We don't know where he is right now. Anders is not going to be making too many efforts to find people. It is down to everyone to make sure they are available within their time parameters. We can't make it any more public than this. If not, it would be a 0 for him. He will already have forfeited his 5-minute rule for this entire event, so that includes tomorrow. It would mean Robin Gunningham would be going for his second run. Let's have a look at what he's doing. Robin Gunningham is over in the pits. In gear, clearly. You can see these boys from Team All Show No Go, the Scottish Drift team that are taking part, well, UK as well, because they've got Stee involved. Here we go. Aha! Mr. Mukashenko is here. Here we go as he comes up to the line. Let's have a look. Artem Mukashenko used up his 5 minutes there. Let's see what happens as he gets his first run of the day. Artem Mukashenko on the line. The light goes green, and don't tell me he's another one who's got a problem. Do not tell me that we have got another driver who has not got themselves sorted for this. I would be so unhappy. They've had so much time to get this sorted. Okay, Artem Mukashenko off the line, goes for that double flick, trying to really get that car unstable into that first corner so he can lay on the throttle. Artem Mukashenko running that outside line nicely. Is it going to catch him out on the wall? No, that's a good line through there from Artem Mukashenko as he goes for that flick. Look at him laying on that throttle, coming to the outside line using the left foot brake just to wrap the car in. Lots of left foot brake through there. The judges won't like too much of that. You can see those brake lights on the top and back of the car coming on all the way through, and there we go. Artem Mukashenko gets his line done. Let's see what the judges thought of that as we go back to the replay. That flick initiation, getting himself right up high on the bank. Look at that, Artem Mukashenko running it all the way round. Really nice there. Villainy New Zealand, hello, welcome along. Artem Mukashenko bringing the heat for this round. Does he want that top spot or does he not? That is a phenomenal run from him. Let's go straight across to the judges and see what they thought. I'm seeing scores dropping in already. No, I'm not. I'm looking at the wrong line. Why am I so stupid? Come on. Artem Mukashenko waiting on his score. Number 202, Artem Mukashenko. Scores starting to drop in. Judges clearly wanting to see something again. Let's go back and have a look at the replay ourselves as we see Artem Mukashenko come flying in onto that outside line. Really strong all the way around there, absolutely railing the upper outer line as he comes down onto the infield. This transition, brutal, right onto the wall. Now onto that outside line, you can see he really wants this, running up onto that infield section. Good line there, comes all the way to the white line in the centre of the track and then fires it through, wrapping it round and across. What is it the judges are looking for that they have been marking down? I'm starting to see scores dropping in.
Hello, Benjamin.
Hello, Christopher.
Do we still have the rule in the rule book about the changes of direction, and does it apply to qualifying?
We have the rules in for the changes of direction, and we'll have to say no because you've already given Warren a massive score and he did that massive flick, the double flick as well.
Right, that's fair. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you very much.
Okay. So Artem Mukashenko will be getting a score. That you can hear there was Chris Ennis coming back across to make sure they were double checking that. Really, they needed to double check that back when they were giving Warren Greener that monster score for his first run, because that was exactly the same kind of entry position where he had that double flick. But we're allowing it for qualifying. We're not allowing it for battles. If someone does that across the front of you when you're about to have a battle, there is absolutely no way you would have any chance to adjust for it and to give them a fair way to get into the run. But I can tell from that question and from the scores I'm seeing drop in that Artem Makushenko is going to be really happy when he sees these scores dropping into place now. As far as I can tell, this is setting him up really well to be on the left-hand side of the top 32 standings. It looks like he's in position for maybe a top 10. I'm seeing an 88 and an 89. We're just waiting on Caleb Dauphinese to drop into place. Slowly dropping in. They're clearly really deliberating about this one. I've got judges' scores coming in. Oh, they've even gone higher. They've gone up since I saw them. Don't worry about that. That number is not correct. What you're seeing on the screen right now is not correct. Dill Pickle 927, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. That looks to me like we have got a score. Artem Makushenko gets 91.4. 91.4. That definitely puts him up on the correct side of the bracket for where he wants to be going into some of these battles later on. So we go back. Robin Gunningham is up next. We're running his second battle run. Robin Gunningham comes through. Light goes green. One of 3 parts of Team All Show No Go. Robin Gunningham, Rise, graphic artist from Scotland, gets onto that outside line that has that same exact wobble coming down off the bank a little bit midway through as he goes for that flick rotation nicely in onto that outside line. Though most of this is a much better run from Robin Gunningham. Rise is looking much stronger through this second section of the track. You can really see those wobbles coming in though. Is he going to loop it? Does he make it across the line? Oh my god, that is as close as you ever want to get to zeroing out on the line. You can see here this exact problem for Robin Gunningham coming down off that section every single time, just causing him those issues. Struggling to keep that car on the line he wants to do. He's got so much grip when he get it dialed in. He just fires in onto the inside edge. And look at this, good transition. He just manages to hold it across the line. The question will be, do our judges consider that to be unchaseable? If so, they would mark it. I'm never prepared. I'm never prepared for his photo. Every single time it catches me out. Seeing his score start to drop in. Robin Gunningham. Oh no, the judges are saying that that section across the line was unchaseable and that Robin Gunningham would have been unable to complete that run in the lead position. I can understand where they're coming from. That is such a shame. Robin Gunningham loses out on that position. As we see Dan Paul coming up and ready across the line. The judges are saying that was effectively a spin out over the line, which is understandable. It's a shame for Robin to have come out like that. As we see Dan Paul come up to the line. This is the one of the other parts of Team All Show No Go. Dan Paul has said, if I make 2 runs, will you at least give me the round of applause? Absolutely, Dan. I'm happy to give you a round of applause anytime you manage to make these 2 runs. And this is looking like a strong run from Dan Paul. That first clip, and just as I say that, he fails to make it out into clip 4. Dan Paul looking stronger through here. He's got to get that flick without getting the over rotation. Doesn't quite make it up into 5, but not bad at all from Dan Paul. Let's see as he makes it across the line. This first section A little bit wobbly on the first part there, but he does make it all the way up into outer zone 1. That's much stronger. I think if you combine the first half of this run with the second half of run 1, you'd actually have had a really nice run for Dan there. But he just fails to make it cleanly out into 4. He's going to wallop his score a little bit here, but if he can manage to make it across the line, which he did, onto that inside edge, just doesn't quite make it into 6, but does make it across the line. Let's have a look, see what the judges are saying. Scores are dropping in. It looks like it could be similar, maybe slightly better than his first run. Certainly in the ballpark. Consistency there. And I said I would give you a clap if you got 2 runs. You're getting scores. So that is 2 runs. Congratulations, Dan Paul. I know you've been really working hard on your driving. I can tell you that Dan Paul gets 43.4 on that second run, giving him 41st overall. So sadly, Dan will not be joining us in the battles tomorrow. But as we go back to it, here is TJ Anders, and he is going for that initiation, firing up onto that outside line. You can really see TJ Anders wants this. He is pushing hard in that James Dean replica S14.9, really fires it along the wall. Look at that strong position on the throttle all the way out. Oh, as he looped it, as he managed to hold it. That is an extraordinary amount of angle for TJ Anders to keep on the throttle all the way through there and across the line. Let's go back, see how that looks, because I want to see if that's going to get marked down. Wow, this is a really strong run from TJ Anders in this first section. Look at him fire it along that wall on the throttle right onto the outside line, then uses all of that angle to try and wrap it up. There's a small correction there, but actually now I look at it a second time, there really wasn't much as he gets it laid down all the way across that section. Really nice run from TJ Anders there. Let's see as he comes into it. TJ Anders currently sits on 78. If he can get a good score here, it would potentially put him in contention for a top 32 point score. It's looking strong. TJ Anders comes away with a 75. He's in the big show at the moment. TJ Anders in 22nd. He will be very, very happy with that, managing to get into the big show as things stand. We've obviously got a lot of drivers still to go. We have 96 drivers here today as we move to Cody Norcross, who got that 0 from the first run. Cody Norcross coming up into that position. He's in the E92. We saw in that first run, he just licked the stamp and sent it into turn 1. It was never going to be able to be held, and it's such a shame. Something like 3 degrees between his success and failure there. The same amount that separates all the people in New Zealand. 3 degrees of separation. Everybody knows everybody. As Cody Norcross comes away from that wall. Oh, that lack of commitment in the first half of the corner coming back to bite him. He just wants to get a run down. He doesn't want a double zero out here, and it is not going to be the score he was hoping for. The pressure of competition, I cannot stress enough. You guys who are watching who have not done competitions before, you do not understand the difference between just doing runs with people, getting doors, having fun, and just how stressful it is to get out there and throw down as hard as these guys do in a competition environment. It is really, really challenging. The stress levels are insane, and these guys are doing the best they can to make sure that they push right to the limit. And you can see Cody Norcross, really, there was definitely a special run in that somewhere, but he just wasn't able to pull it out of the bag the way he wanted to for Cody Norcross. It's a real shame. I see Johan Garcia in the chat while we wait for Cody's score to come in, saying, apologies everyone for the first run, my FPS died, but this next run is for you guys. So he's going to absolutely throw down. I'm properly excited to see this. So as we wait for Cody Norcross's score to drop in, he looks like he's getting a score this time. Put it back on the replay while we're waiting as the score drops in. The judges looking at this round a little bit closer. line. Guys talking about it, completely different world. The nerves, especially in quali, are so bad. Mr. Judd, I thought my heart was going to come out of my chest on my run. Stupefast gave me, you've got to have nerves of steel. This is true. All of this is true. Let's find out what Cody Norcross managed to pull out of the bag with that in mind. And we see here he managed a 48, but sadly that currently puts him in 50th in the standings. Cody Norcross definitely capable of more than that, as Johan Garcia comes up to the line. He has so much to make up for all that. 0 from the first run. Oh, Johan, don't mess it up now. A 0-0 after you've just said this one's for us is going to really infuriate me. I will come down there. I will slap you. I will get the plane ticket and I will slap you. Here we go. Johan Garcia off the line, goes to throw down as hard as he can, gets up onto the wall early. This is what we wanted to see from Johan first time round. The journeyman drifter wants to make it into VDC. This is what we've been expecting to see from him. He is a great competition driver and he's absolutely throwing it to the outside line. Look at that on the limit of the lock all the way in to that section there. This is the run we needed from round one from Johan. He could have genuinely been, as it's almost across the line on the inside edge. I hope that's not a 0. I hope they don't mark that down as harshly as I know they can do. We just seen what Johan's really capable of, and if he gets a 0 off the back of that, it'll be such a shame. Infbit, Ben, man, you're a great announcer. Been in a couple of comps and some of them are really degrading, but not you, bud. You're entertaining and seem like a great guy. Good, thank you very much, and I appreciate the follow you just gave us. It's great to see people enjoying the stream. I'm not here to put anyone down. I try and make it light-hearted, and I know the guys are here to have some fun with it too. It's no point in degrading people. Everyone's doing their best, and sometimes it goes your way and sometimes it doesn't. Cody, first time I got to practice all week, started a new job, so I'm happy not to respond. Congratulations on the new job, Cody. That's brilliant. Well done. As we wait for Johan's score to drop in, the 0 from the first run almost certainly going to stop him from a place in the big show tomorrow, and he will be gutted about that. And we've just seen what Johan Garcia can really do. Hopefully that wasn't another 0 from throwing it too hard into that second section on the outer zone. Coming across that line, people are throwing down hard. They want to punctuate the run. They want us all to sit up and take notice in that final section, and we're paying attention, guys. You don't need to make it so hard. We can see that you're trying hard as you throw it down into that final section, but if it's unchaseable, it's unchaseable, and the guys are marking it down. I can tell you right now that the score that I had in my mind up until then, these guys in the judging tower have absolutely smashed it into it. They have taken a sledgehammer to the score of what that run was really capable of, all because of that final section, the tumbling score on his line there for Johan Garcia. It's such a shame because he's got so much potential in this championship, and sadly it means that Johan Garcia comes away with a 60.1, meaning that overall he does not make it into the big show. So Johan, round 2 is your time. We will see you then. This man, however, has a really serious chance of topping qualifying as the light goes out on Warren Greener. As things stand right now, he's on a 93.7. If he can do the same run again, he will make it into P1. It's a totally different entry from Warren Greener. I wonder if the nerves are getting to him, if he feels like he's got to make sure that it's absolutely pinpoint here to make sure he gets that good average score. Look at that from Warren Greener. As I said, he was being careful and he makes that mistake coming in onto the outer zone. That care and attention he was trying to make through the first corner just getting to him. This is the thing when you're on for P1, when you're in a genuine chance of coming away with the lead of the event, you cannot let the stress get to you like that. That is so hard work for Warren Greener. He has left so much on the table there. I think Warren Greener just gifted Mustafa Amini another round at the top of the leaderboard. I do not think that run was a 100-point run except for that wheel drop, which is what it's going to be if he needed that to get onto the top step. That is such a shame for Warren Greener. We see what he's got. I mean, it's still going to be right up there. He's going to be on the other side of the bracket, maybe in second place, coming for Mustafa Amini in the final. You know, that's what we're looking at here. Is these guys are trying to work out who they've got to beat on their way to the final, who's standing in their way of championship domination right from the word go. Jared Manello comes up to the line next, and we're waiting just now to see. Did Warren Greener throw too much away there? The scores are dropping in. He's not going to be happy with the scores I'm seeing to begin with. That wheel drop really cost Warren Greener. He's still going to be up in the mix, but it's definitely not at the top of the leaderboard where he was probably hoping to be. And we see here Warren Greener gets a 79 and slots in 8th from having the highest score of everything so far. He then drops down to 8th with that error in the second run. And you can see this is it, guys. This is why we've said consistency is key here. Managing to put that on the line every single time. That is the hard bit. As Max Hoyer becomes the man on our bubble now with his, I think that's a 67.5. Here we go for the second run. This time round, this is Jared Manello, comes out in that RPS 13 1-via with the SR24 under the bonnet. Hugely fun car to drive, the most Japanese car in all of the higher power parts of the car pack as he really throws down trying to get out there. Oh, he's just dropped that wheel. Look at that three-wheel action, the first bit of three-wheel action we've seen coming off that bank. Jared Manello really throwing down hard. This is much more the run we wanted to see from him. That was a great run except for that wheel drop. Real aggression thrown in there. He's sitting at the moment on a 61.7. A good run here would give him a chance to push up into the points and be ready to go tomorrow. Is he going to make it into the big show? He absolutely plows clip 2, and then here he holds that wheel off all the way around. Look, just as we cut to him on that new camera, three-wheeling, cocking a wheel like an angry Dachshund taking a pee on a local lamppost. Absolutely hilarious as he comes round and across that line. Let's see, Jared Manello, is he going to get a good score on the board? Artem Makashenko is next, another guy with a chance at getting after Mustafa Amini. This is what we're looking for now, though, as they change over who we're looking for. Jared Manello. His score is starting to drop in. Here we go. We are seeing these scores drop in now. Oh, I don't think it's going to be enough. I'm looking at these scores dropping in, guys. I'm going to be so sad if Jared Manello has not managed to make that car work for him this week, because that car has so much potential, and this is probably its worst track of the tracks that we have planned for this season. There is so much potential in that car. It is insanely fast. But this is right at the upper limit of what you can really make it do without some fantastic setup work. And it looks like just this time, Jared Manello might be left wanting. And that is a shame. Any car in the pack can win this championship, but they're all different grades of difficulty. So Jared Manello's score drops into place, and he is 37th. This is a shame. He's outside the bubble with that 50.9 on the second run. That is such a shame for him. As we go across, Artem Makashenko off the line. He's definitely not got that light working. He is really struggling. These guys have got to have these lights working. We said it right from the start. If he gets a 0 now because he can't see the light system, then we've got a problem. That's another full start. Oh, and is letting it go. Here we go. Makashenko goes for that flick initiation, tries to get onto that outside line, absolutely runs it round the outside edge. That is another good run from Artem Makashenko. Look at this from the young man here from Russia as he goes flying through. Sorry, not from Russia, he's from Ukraine, I think, Artem Makashenko. As he goes absolutely flying through here. That is another good run, but look at the speed he's taken out of that car to try and get it all to work for him. Let's go back and watch that on the replay. You would join him just a little way through. Superfast Gaming Angry Dutchman. Not an angry Dutchman, an angry Dachshund. A little dog lifting its leg to pee on a lamppost. As we see here, Artem Makashenko coming flying round out into that outside zone at 4, tucks it in. You can see how hard he's working to make that angle work for him, but it's taken all of the speed out of the car. Artem Makashenko was on for, he was another driver that was in a position where he could have got to the top of the leaderboard. He had a 91.3. Is he going to be able to step up to that top step? Is he going to be our number one qualifier? I'm seeing scores moving and changing around in the judging criteria. Oh, there's some big scores dropping in here. Some big scores for Artem Makashenko. Artem Makashenko goes top of the leaderboard right now with a 95 in his second run. That is a huge score for Artem Makashenko. It means he now takes the top position, the highest level qualifier right now. Mustafa Amini is going to be so annoyed that he doesn't have a chance to come back and overtake Artem Makashenko from that position. But that was a pair of really consistent runs. And that is that group entirely done. We are now waiting on Brandon Hogarth, Justin Harris, Philip Prochaka, Stefan Rydal, Vitor Clemente, Luke Root, Tom Edgecombe and Shay McCullough. Those are our next drivers. But in the meantime, this is your top 32 as it stands right now. At the moment, the bubble. Misho Tsujigiri sits on 69.2. At that point there, he is currently in 32nd place. At the other end of the scale, Artem Makashenko gets 0.2 above Mustafa Amini. That is amazing. Those top three separated by 1 point. 93.2, 93 and then 92.2 for Daryl Diaz, who was on an absolute stormer as well. Then Alexander Yegard holding on to 4th. Brandon Patrick, who doubtless will be experiencing more sad forearm noises with his 89.7. Cormac Gard in 6th. This is a hell of a lineup that we're seeing here, guys. What a fantastic run to the top there as we come through. Pavo Nurmi in 7th, Kyle Felvus in 8th, Warren Greener in 9th, who had a real chance of topping that leaderboard, threw it away in the second run with that wheel drop and a couple of errors. Vikaris Aliukas, Jack Lai, Jakub Kadavi, Guillermo Cabrera, Ryan Sider, Nathaniel Lamping and William Holloway. That is your top 16 as things stand right now. We have enough drivers left that almost everyone on this list could be wiped off it. There are a lot of good drivers left. We are working through slowly. Still in that top 32. Brett Wolford, Robert Kuczynski, Joachim Haig, Emil Lerud, Max Gilaleski, Danielis Parangauskas, Lucas Gokul, TJ Anders, Victor Lacheres, Gabriel Viana, Haley King, Vadim Abramov, Nico Lappinen, Josh McLean, Dylan Fink and Misho Tsujigiri. That is the top 32 as things sit right now. So, here's the question. Did anyone think that was how that was going to play out? Did anyone think that we were going to see that score toppled? Mustafa Amini's score absolutely blown apart by Artem Makashenko there, and that is 0.2. It's totally on the absolute fine line. Really fantastic driving by everyone in that section. Sad to see Johan Garcia go out, but you know, this is racing. That's what happens. That's the problem that people sometimes have. So congratulations to everyone who's made it through so far. We move on to the next group. We're waiting for them to join in now. Let's go down to the track and have a look and see who's already in. So, this group, Brandon Hogarth, the man from Taupo, New Zealand, Justin Harris, Philip Prochaka, Stefan Rydal, Vitor Clemente, Luke Root, Tom Edgecombe and Shay McCullough. That is our 8 who are coming in now. And then from the next group, it'll be Serban Matei for Serby. Hello, Serby. So our judges have just requested a quick 5-minute break. I imagine that's a quick toilet stop. I know how they feel. see how things go as we're starting to get people in. So, Brandon Hogarth, our first driver from this group, will soon be coming up to the line. Just waiting on him now. He is in the S13.5. You can hear it in the distance. As you can hear so many of these cars, this thing is particularly loud and obnoxious as it comes to the warm-up box. You can see Brandon Hogarth doing his warm-up there. Waiting on the line. Brandon Hogarth ready for this next run. Lights go green. Brandon Hogarth is underway here. The young man from Taupo, New Zealand, wanting to get a good score on the board straight away. Massaging that car up into the outer zone. He is in outer zone 1 though. Look, he's locked in a little bit there. Nicely coming together as he comes down off the bank. Good flick through along the rail of the pit lane there. Good through that whole power alley. Massive angle from Brandon Hogarth. Wraps it nicely in onto 5. This is a cracking run from the man from Taupo. And just as I say that, that's a commentator's curse. I'm throwing them around for everybody today. Absolutely. Firing through there. Nicely on that line. You can see him come into the outside zone at 4. That huge angle there gets him all the way into 5, but then just a little bit late on his transition here into 6. That's going to cost him a little bit there, but let's see what the judges made of that. Is there a novice section you'll run or just pro? The novice section will be part of the street pack when that's released, so at the moment it's not out, but there will be some more novice friendly stuff coming through later on. Right now though, the pro competition in order to do the VDC feeder series, and then we will be making announcements about the street stuff later on. If you want to try your hands with the street cars, they're available via our Patreon, which you can get to via the website, which is tsujigiri.world, and all of the Patreon stuff is available there. As we go back to this replay one more time while the judges are still deliberating on Brandon's score. What am I seeing here? Looks like our judges have made an error on something. Let's see, Brandon Hogarth, do we have a score for him yet? There we go. It looks like we've got a score dropped in for Brandon Hogarth. Let's have a look as it comes up. It is a 78 for the young man from New Zealand. That is really going to be good for him. It sets him in a good position to make a run at a top 32 going forward. Well done to him. I know he was feeling nervous before qualifying, but that is a great result for him there. That's fantastic. Next up, Justin Harris comes up to the line. Let's see that now. Is he in the server? No, he's not. So Justin Harris is zeroed out. So we've gone to Philip Prochaka instead. Philip Prochaka coming through. So Justin Harris has missed his first run, hasn't declared his 5 minute. It appears he's been zeroed out straight away. So that's fine as we go to Philip Prochaka in that PS13, goes for that flick initiation, riding onto that outside line. Nicely done through there, getting that hammer down, but dropping a wheel to the inside edge of the outer zone as he comes firing through. Then goes for this big flick transition, back onto the throttle coming through, round onto the outside line. That is crucial there. He manages to hook it up. Then getting through onto this inside edge. This transition going to be crucial. Really gets the hammer down as he goes through and across the line. Let's have a look at that back again. A nice run from Philip Prochaka for his first run of the evening. There you go, seeing him all the way through that outside line, but then just drops down onto the inside edge. Really struggling, some people, to manage to maintain that outside line all the way through. And there you can see a little bit of a wobble through 4 as well. Just manages to gather it all back up and hooks it all the way in onto 5. Nice line through this second section, but definitely some wobbles there. Some areas that Philip Prochaka would be able to tidy up as we go to the scores. Here we go, just waiting for the judges' scores to drop into place. Seeing some scores drop in. Those couple of errors costing Philip Prochaka a little bit as he comes through into that section. 65 on the board for him, first of all. That's not a bad starting point. You can work from there. A 65 will get you back up with a chance of getting into the big show. Stefan Radal now coming up to the line, I believe. Seeing Stefan Radal. Is that another 0? That's another 0. So we're going straight on to Vitor Clemente. Vitor Clemente coming through here. He is on the line in that awesomely powerful RTR. That S550 Mustang with that massive engine under the bonnet. All 9,200 RPM of V8 revving fury as he goes for that initiation. It's very early. It's a massive handbrake drag from Vitor Clemente, but he's managed to hold it together, and just as I say that, he has a massive correction, ends up taking a section of the car off on the wall, then onto this outside line coming through 4. This is the power coming down here onto the inside edge, misses out on 5 completely. You can see how much damage that has done to his run from that first section. As soon as you lose your flow around this track, it just keeps on biting. Really nice sections to that run in places for Vitor Clemente, but he's going to be pretty angry if he doesn't manage to get that all under control and run through there. Definitely cost him some points on the board. Let's see as we go through into these scores. Next up to come will be Luke Root. But right now, Vitor Clemente's score starting to drop into place. The judges looking at this very carefully. There were points there where he had to make a big correction. Is it a 0? Was that a full set of wheels straight coming away from that wall in the first corner, or even coming into that inside clip after 4? That is the big question now. Was that a 0 for Vitor Clemente? Let's have a look. As we go back, let's have a look at the replay cam one more time. that initiation, big handbrake initiation, slowed him right down, and then here, that is what the judges are trying to decide on, whether that is a 0 from that error there that just flicked the car back out into the middle of the road, really caused him a problem, and then he obviously loses his line all the way through the rest of this. Such a shame for Vitor Clemente. He will have been working so hard to try and get that big car under control. And we have a score on the board, and it is a low running score for Vitor Clemente. He's going to be really upset about that. 11.4 is probably not going to be enough to get him in the show, even with a phenomenal run next time round. We'll have to wait and see. Misho Tsujigiri just hangs on at the moment at the bottom of that top 32. Here we go to Luke Roots. Let's see what happens. Luke Roots coming through. This is going to be crucial. Delicious. In fact, they're tasty, which is good. Here we go. Luke Roots is off the line in that PS13 with the LSX under the bonnet. He's a driver who has really dialed that in, but he's just catching the wall, and oh, it's a double movement, and that's wheel straight. That is definitely wheel straight at the beginning there. That's probably almost another 0, if not definitely another 0, as he goes firing into the wall. Oh, and that's another big correction from Luke Roots, really struggling to get that car under control. That is a huge problem for him, firing that car through this section. You can see how happy almost all of the drivers are on that infield section, but that first wall, this is what we were expecting to see, with the first wall starting to really catch people out as they come firing through that section. This is the area where everything is so crucial. This whole first corner sets up the rest of your run. If you make a mistake early on here, you can see how hard it is for the guys to try and get back online as they come through this section. And Luke Roots settling in onto, as far as I can tell, that is another 0 had there for Luke Roots. So we move on. Tom Edgecombe is the next driver on the line, or should be. Tom Edgecombe, another Mustang driver, S550, a popular chassis from the pack. People really liking the way that it works. As we see Tom Edgecombe come firing up, this is going to be a big initiation for him. Absolutely railing it round that outside edge, but that looks like it might have been wheel straight again. Are we starting to see people start to really struggle getting themselves gripped up onto that outside line? The throttle coming back on for Tom Edgecombe. Is that going to be too much for him? Here's that big transition into 6. Oh, it's going to be such a shame if we go back and see that that's if that's another 0 off the back of that first section. I can see already the judges dropping the scores in. That is a 0. So we come to the last driver from this group, and we've seen so many 0s in this section. We come to Shea McCullough. Is Shea McCullough in this group? Yeah, Shea McCullough should be on the server with these guys in this group. So what are we seeing here? Just waiting. Can confirm that was a 0 in that run. Just waiting for this to come through. Well, Shea McCullough, don't know whether he's called his 5 minute or whether he has failed to notify the staff, but he is not here for the start of what should be his run. So we go back. Brandon Hogarth sits on a 78 with a genuine chance of getting in the big show. Here we go, Brandon Hogarth on his second run. This is it for a place in the big show tomorrow. Brandon Hogarth has got to match or better his previous run. The cutoff at the moment is a 69.2, 78. If he can get another 78, it'd put him up above Lucas Gockel. It would put him in 23rd. He has got to get another good score here. This is crucial for him. No pressure, Brandon. You've got to get this nailed. Exactly the same as you did last time, and you would be in with a good shot at the big show. Let's see, can the pressure get to the young New Zealander? This Kiwi, having only recently started doing competitions at all in any format, is he going to be able to hold on to it in the S13.5, that incredibly laggy car? It's a very strange entry from Brandon. This is not how he would have wanted to start this run in order to make sure he had the best chance of it. That pressure definitely building as guys know that their second run is just as crucial as their first. Look at that transition from Brandon Hogarth, though. He gets it dialed in, and again this huge angle, using all of the lock on the car to rotate through. The second half of that run really started to gather it together, but Brandon's going to know full well that that first section really will have drawn him right in onto that wall and caused him problems. Causing him that issues for Brandon. That is such a shame there, but then he manages to pull it together, dial it all back in, and get onto the throttle round onto this outside line. Good power through here. That angle through there, letting the car wash on the full lock, really stylish. Just coming up shy on 6 again. Let's have a look. Brandon Hogarth's second run. This is what we're waiting for. Run 2. Are we going to get a score for Brandon Hogarth? Has he done enough? Oh, it looks like that might have been a 0 from that first wall tap for Brandon Hogarth. As we go back, that is a 0 for Brandon Hogarth on his second run. They have absolutely railed him for that entry. It's really difficult to judge because there was definitely a reinitiation, a recorrection there. Brandon Hogarth is going to miss out on the top 32 despite having looked like he was on for a spot. It doesn't matter though, because right now this is not Brandon Hogarth that we are looking at here. Instead, we have gone back and we are now watching the second run from Philip Prochaka. Let's go back to that replay. Philip Prochaka firing it along here onto that outside line, into that outer zone at 4. Nice line from him here. Manages to make it in, wraps it round up onto that inside edge and round and through onto the last section there and across the line. Let's have a look at that. Brandon. Wait, I didn't hit the wall. Whatever we saw, Brandon, there was something there in that first section, in that double rotation to angle that was basically, it looks like the judges have marked it as unchaseable. That's what I'm seeing on their score there with the 0. They have marked that unchaseable. We've got scores dropping in for Philip Prochaka. What has he managed here? It's a 67. That leads him 34th, just outside the top 32, just outside that bubble. That is a shame for him. That first run really cost Philip Prochaka there. 65 and 67. If he'd got 2 67s, he'd have been in with a chance. As we go for it now, we are up to Vitor Clemente again, going for this big second run. Vitor Clemente currently sits on 11.3. It's going to be almost impossible for him to get through into this big show. Luke Root, by getting that 0, also going to be basically impossible for him to get up into the big show. Real challenge for the guys. You've got to have 2 scores to be making it in. Big angle from Vitor Clemente. Look at that, he's gone maximum send. Oh, and surely that's another double 0. That is both wheels straight there as he fires it in onto that quick ball. Oh, and that is definitely another 0. Vitor Clemente zeroes out for a second time. That is such a shame. And parks it over at the edge. We will move straight on to Luke Roots. You can see these things really starting to get to drivers. The pressure here is immense. Down here in competition, the pressure is immense. All the cool kids are doing drugs. What? All the cool kids, you say? That is a shame. I feel sorry for Brandon. I feel very sorry for all of these guys who are having these double zeros. You can really see that it just catches up to people. Infbit, I didn't see your follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome along if I didn't say so earlier. Luke Roots is next. Luke Roots comes up to the line. He has got a chance here to put a score down. It still affects championship position, so it is important to get that score. It might come down to these qualifying runs later on. You never know. Brandon Hogarth, 78 from his first run, might end up affecting his championship position enough to get him a license at the end of the season, or to keep him in pro rather than relegation down to the street class. As Luke Roots struggles to make it out into the first corner there, but he finally manages to get his way up into it, massaging that LSX powered PS13 into that corner, then sends it hard. Oh no, surely that's a zero. That was 3 wheels off for Luke Roots. He absolutely licked the stamp and sent it, and it all went wrong for him. That is going to be such a shame if Luke Roots has zeroed out on a second run there. Let's go back and have a look. This is it. This is the point here where it all starts to come undone. Luke Roots, this point, this transition here, absolutely fires it in backwards, and it's just not enough grip in the car to recover it. That is a definite second zero as he comes along there. Difficult drive for Luke Roots there as we go back. Tom Edgecombe is on the line. Tom Edgecombe is in this big Mustang off the line and going for it. At the moment, Tom Edgecombe sits on a 0 from his first run. Can he manage to get something together? Oh, that's another wobble at the front end of the car. Is that 2 wheels straight again? As Tom Edgecombe comes firing down, he's gone deep. Is he going to be able to hold it? He gets a wheel over the edge, but just manages it. Oh, almost straight again for Tom Edgecombe. Everything is fighting him right now. He is just not able to put in the run he wants, as it's huge. Oh, surely, was that across the line in time, or was that over the line and then spinning out? Oh, we're going to have to wait on the judges' results for this one. I don't know if this is a score or not, but drivers are starting to make mistakes. We're starting to see it, and it is so important that drivers post those scores, because as those scores come in, those scores are crucial to getting championship position potentially further down the line, to either moving up to the VDC or maintaining their position. These are crucial things for our drivers as we wait. Does Tom Edgecombe get a score? Next up to join us is going to be Serban Matei, Mark Pretty, Guillaume Ziegler, Dijon Reeves, Tanner Doherty, Stephen Jarboe, Tyler Leach and Adam Lake. Those are your next 8 drivers. Starting with Serban Matei, we're just waiting on Tom Edgecombe's score to drop into place. Those guys will be joining the server now. Just waiting on Tom Edgecombe. Does he get a score for that run? Let's go back and have a look at it on the replay one more time while the judges are deciding. Scores. Oh, it looks like it is a score, but it's not going to be a good one. Tom Edgecombe. In fact, some of our judges split decision. Some think it was a 0 and others thinking it wasn't. But it does mean that Tom Edgecombe gets a score. It's a 9.4. It could make a difference later on in championship. That is what we have to keep in mind. But remember, all of this is crucial. All of these points are potentially crucial further down the line. Championship standings matter when stuff is on the line. And right now, the big prize on the line is the VDC license. But it means that For another round of 8 drivers, Misho Tsujigiri hangs on to the bubble. He is in 32nd position with that 69, nice, 0.2, and he is managing to stay in that bubble right now. From the top down, Artem Makushenko is still holding on to first in that 93.2, Mustafa Amini with a 93. Daryl Diaz, Alexander Yegard. I've been through almost all of these names before. You guys can see no one has knocked out Misho Tsujigiri, which means that no one else has made the top 32 from that last group of 8. We had Brandon Hogarth in with a chance. He had that 78. It would have slotted him in. If he'd managed to get another 78, it would have slotted him in above Lucas Gockel in 23rd and dropped Misho Tsujigiri out. But it didn't happen. That is one of the many upsets we're seeing so far. This is all drama. Drama. Drama, so much drama. Drama all the time, many drama things. Dramaful. It's all very exciting. I'm tense, I'm sweating, I'm having a horrible time. No, it's great. I thought it was a Frozen reference. Wow. Are you excited? Are you having a good time? There's been some phenomenal runs. There's been some massive upsets. We still have a way to go. The next group is just joining in now. They are almost here. Can we see Misho Tsujigiri hang on to the bottom of that top 32 for another round of 8, or will he get knocked out? Are we going to see Artem Makushenko knocked off the top spot? That is what's coming up next. The drivers are in. First up, Serban Matej. Here we go. Serban is driving the S14.9. Serban Matej managed to make it to the podium of the DMVC, the Drift Masters Virtual Championship last year. He is a serious driver, but he doesn't get as much practice as he used to because he's busy making mods for people. He does a lot of work for the modding community. Is it going to cost him, or can Serban Matej find something here? There is no pressure on Serbi. He will be desperately trying to keep that in his mind as he comes off the line. He's got to get 2 runs down that look strong. Serban Matej slots into that outside line. He's not got for a lot of flair here, but he's just trying to slot onto that outside edge, running all the way round and through. Good transition from Serbi there. Massive flick down into 4. That's a good line from Serbi, just tucking those wheels in. You can see him pushing hard onto the inside edge. He's a little bit tight at 5, but he won't get much too much down for that. And across at 6, that is a solid effort from Serban Matej. Here we go, we can see this in the replay. Serban Matej goes for that big flick up onto the wall, just drags that one to ride it right to the start of clip 1 and then back on the throttle. Nails it all the way down here, big flick across, then into this zone, and that is such a monster transition from Serban Matej as he comes down into this section. Look at him wrap up onto the inside edge, all the way across and over the line. So we are here to see, can Serban Matej get a score on the board? They're dropping in. Oh, the line score not as generous as I was expecting from some of our judges at the moment. Maybe not liking the chaseability of that big whip into clip 4. Let's go back, watch it again while we're here, waiting for these judges' scores to drop in. Score has dropped in, and can confirm Serban Matej, as did Brandon in the run before, gets 78. The first driver from this group getting a 78 as well. Is Serban Matej going to be able to hang on to it? As we see, off the line comes Mark Pretty. Sorry, Mark, I was not able to tab to you quickly enough. That's my fault. As Serban Matej gets his 78. Mark Pretty trying to get the same line. You can see these S14.9s. It's almost as though James Dean knows what he's doing when he's building a car, because the spec on these cars seems to work so well for so many things. It's such a versatile little S-body, really well balanced, and you can see that from the way these guys are absolutely launching them around. Mark Pretty there getting his line down beautifully. Let's see how that transitioned across into... Why won't the replay start? Come on. You can see that. Look at these flicks. Little bit of a check-up from Mark Pretty there coming across into 3. That's not actually a decel zone. The judges may well mark that down as they start to come through. This transition, though, Mark Pretty gets absolutely nailed on the throttle all the way around. The tiniest lift and then back across the line. Mark Pretty. From Australia. What is his score? It's dropping in now. The judges liking the line a lot. He really filled out those line scores highly. Is it going to be a good score for Mark Pretty? This is where we're going to start to see potentially some guys moving up. Mark Pretty gets a score on the board. Look at that. Mark Pretty getting that 82. That's going to sit him... He's going to be sitting pretty. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry, Mark. As Graham Ziegler is now on the line, also in this S14.9. He is ready to go. The light goes green. Graham Ziegler, this is 3 S14.9s in a row as Graham Ziegler gets off the line in that S14. Goes for the flick initiation up onto the wall. Little drag of the handbrake, and there's the wobble. Doesn't quite manage to keep it stable. Oh, and that's definitely 2 wheels straight. He's in the wall. It's a nightmare. It's all over. That is a 0 for Mr. Ziegler. Oh, and another one as he comes into that outer zone there. That's going to be really challenging for him. He's going to really feel like he's lost that line. Graham Ziegler trying to get things back under control here, but we'll go back to the replay and see that that just fought him everywhere. See Graham Ziegler, this is where it goes wrong. He has that moment on the banking where everything fights back and it just spits him into the wall, and from there the run is fundamentally over. But he still has that attempt to reinitiate, and it still just bites him again as he comes back into that second section. Really hard work for Graham Ziegler in that S14.9. That's a definite 0 sadly there. So we move on to Dijon Reeves. Dijon Reeves in the LSX powered S13, that PS13 that we've seen so many people drive so effectively today. The light goes green, he is off. Gets the hammer down. It is go time for Dijon Reeves. He has got to put a good score on the board. It looks like we've got some guys in this group who have a good chance of making that top 32. Is Dijon Reeves one of them? Oh, that's a double bite of the cherry, really, to get around that outer zone at 1. Is that going to cause him problems as he mashes into clip 2? But look at the flick. Dijon Reeves absolutely dialed coming into the infield now. Gets the power down, comes up onto clip 5. This transition going to be crucial. Can he make up for the problems in the first corner with a really clean latter half of the run? It looks like maybe he can. Good run from Dijon Reeves in the second half there. Just struggling a little bit early on, but wow, what a recovery drive later on. That wobble there just causing him some issues. He's going to be trying to overcome that. So let's see how things go for Dijon Reeves. You can see as he whips it through into this second section, really on the throttle all the way through there, looking very strong. Score's about to drop in. Tanner Doherty will be next. Dijon Reeves. Just waiting on that to drop in. Just seen Cormac's message. Serby can beat Alan, but not me. Elbow cough. I see the smack talk has started. Excellent. Dijon Reeves getting a score on the board. Apart from that wobble in turn 1, it wasn't a bad run. I can see where the judges are picking it apart. Is it going to be enough to give him a basis from which to try and get into the big show tomorrow? A few little bits. I'm seeing the judges shuffling their scores around, so we haven't seen them on the stream yet. Oh, and Dijon Reeves has a score. It is a 68.6. That's a good jumping off point for Dijon Reeves. He'll be able to pull that back and come back into round two. Into the second run for him with a good chance of getting into the big show. Cyclo, thank you for the follow. Sorry I didn't see it until just now. As you can imagine, we're very busy with this. So, Misho Tsujigiri just holding out at the bottom of the bubble as we come on. Here is Tanner Doherty. He has got that car set up. I've been driving with Tanner seeing Tanner drive a lot over the last few weeks. I drove with him a few weeks back. He has got that car dialed in. It is a fast car, that PS13 LSX. When you get it going, that thing really wants to get up and push forwards. Tanner Doherty gets a huge amount of angle, and you can see that push I was talking about, keeping him out of the outer zone there in the early part as he now gets up to the wall in the second half. Now on the throttle through this big flick transition, drops down into the outer zone. Little bit of an adjustment there to bring him down into four. Huge angle with a bit of a correction coming into five. That's going to mark him down as Tanner Doherty pushes forward, hard up onto the inside and across the line. Let's see what he managed there. Tanner Doherty making his way back in the background. You can't see him at the moment, but slowly making his way back. Good line from him all the way through there. You can really see that Tanner Doherty has been trying to make that work. Tanner Doherty with his Irish and American flags in the background. The reason for that is there a little while ago when Tanner Doherty joined one of our streams, I hadn't seen him before. He just joined in and we didn't have a bio in front of us, and I just made a guess. I went, well, he's probably either Irish or American. I'm going to take a punt at it and say Irish, and I was wrong. He's from Texas. So as a joke, he's put that in the background and I allowed it because I think that's funny, and it's at my expense, not his own, because I'm an idiot. But Tanner Doherty gets a score on the board, and it is a 64.7. Good for him. Tanner Doherty getting that score up there. That puts him in a contention. He can definitely bring something out of that. So, we were expecting Stephen Jarboe next, and we were expecting Tyler Leach next. We don't have Stephen Jarboe on the server at the moment, and we don't have Tyler Leach on the server. So it looks like we might be going all the way back to Serban Matei. He is coming up to the line now. This is going to help us make up a bit of time as we try and roll through. Let's see what happens. Serban Matei currently sitting on a 78. Serban Matei with a chance of getting into the top 32 right now. This is what it needs from him. Serban Matei has to put a run down as the sun is clearly dipping lower in the horizon here at the St Eustache track. We have the weather all on active. As that drops down, the lights will come on. If we are still doing qualifying, the temperature will be dropping, the track will be changing for these guys as we go further into qualifying. Serban Matei ready on the line. Let's see what happens. Serban Matei coming off the line nicely now. Here we go. This is his second qualifying run. He's got to send it hard here. He needs to make sure he at least matches his previous score. Much higher on the bank from Serban Matei around there. Look at that spoiler hanging over the back of the track on that 14.9 as Serban Matei whips it hard into the outer zone. Here he is. Serban Matei hates walls. He always has a bad event at tracks that have walls. He's been removing himself from competition unassisted using the walls previously, but that surely we have seen two runs from Serban Matei that are enough to get him into the big show. Mark Pretty next as we watch this replay from Serban Matei. This is a good run from Serbi. He's going to be really hoping that this is enough to properly nail his way into the big show here as he comes firing through onto that outside line. Nicely done there. Now down onto the inside edge. This transition is going to be crucial. Really good flick from Serban Matei, and it takes him round and across the line. Let's find out. Have the judges liked what they've seen? Is Serban Matei coming for a spot in the big show? 78 from the first run. There's other guys in this group on the high 60s, and there's Mark Pretty up next. He's on an 82.3. This is a chance for Serban Matei to really get his way up onto that leaderboard. Misho Tsujigiri would sadly be knocked down out of the bubble, but this is Serban Matei's chance to get up into the big show. We're waiting for those scores to drop in. The judging is harsh. The margins are tiny. Everything about it is brutal. as Serban Matei gets his score. 74 puts Serban Matei in the big show for now. He's in 25th position. So Serbi is in the big show as things stand right now. Misho Tsujigiri is dropped out of the top 32. It means Dylan Fink is now on the bubble with a 70.4. We've still got lots of drivers to come, but this is getting tight. There's people who are holding on to positions that hadn't thought they were going to be holding on for them for this long. Let's see as we go back. This is the second run for Mark Pretty. Here he goes. Mark Pretty's going to be firing in there. He had a great score from that first run in the 80s. He's got to be pushing hard. Look how that, nice and high, but there's a wobble there from Mark Pretty. The stress definitely building for him here as he comes firing through into this transition, nicely up against the wall, right onto that outside line. The power coming on as he pushes forward up onto that inside edge. A nice run from Mark Pretty so far. Is this going to be enough? Surely this is enough to also get him into the big show. Let's have a look as we join Mark Pretty. He's just coming onto that clip one there in the replay. This is going to be really tight for him. You can see that wobble. It's possibly not as good a score as he had in his first run. Consistency is king. As you see this whip round onto clip 6 from Mark Pretty. Nice run from him. Is it going to be enough? Let's see. The scores are starting to drop in. Mark Pretty, the man from Australia, waits on his score. I don't think they're as high. Looking at them starting to drop in, I don't think it's as high as his first score. This could drop him slightly down the leaderboard, but he still looks to be in with a pretty surefire chance of getting to the big show tomorrow. Let's have a look. Let's see where he's dropping into. It is not as high as his first score, but Mark Pretty is going to be pretty pleased with that as it starts to come up onto the screen. I hope. 79.7. He is 16th. Mark Pretty makes it to 16th. That is a great showing from him. It's the first time we've had him in competition and he has managed to make it into 16th. That is almost certainly safe for him. I don't think there are 16 drivers left to push him all the way down. So Mark Pretty makes it into the big show almost certainly for him tomorrow, as we see. Now, coming up to the line, the second run for Guillaume Ziegler. He has got to make this one count. He's on a 0 from the first run. It's almost certain, in fact, it's absolutely certain that he can't get into the big show tomorrow. But these are crucial runs, always for potential championship points. If they want to keep their licenses for next year, these drivers need to have points on the board. If they want to get a chance at going to the VDC next year, they need to have points on the board. And Guillaume Ziegler is showing himself much more confident through this run than he was in run 1. Look at this. This is a good run from him. Just manages to hook it up onto clip 4 and 5, then wrapping it round the end and across the line at 6. So we know Guillaume Ziegler is not in the big show tomorrow. We know this for a fact, but all of these points are going to affect standings going forward. So it is absolutely vital that everyone has these points in hand. So, as we go to this replay, the judges' crucial replay. Let's see. Guillaume Ziegler. The scores are dropping in. Oh, the judges clearly saw something that I didn't. That is a set of zeros across the board, a double 0 for Guillaume Ziegler. That is such a shame for him. I didn't see what it was. I won't have time to go back to the replay now as we move straight on. I would like to know, though, at some point, Dijon Reeves comes up to the line. Dijon Reeves Light goes green and he is off. That sun visibly getting lower in the sky as we come towards the end of qualifying. Our last qualifier, Chris Leacup, might be struggling to see. The lights will be coming on soon as Dijon Reeves nails that outside line. Really got that PS13 dialed in onto this outside zone now as he goes firing through. Good line through there, trying to make everything wrap up onto that outside line. Hooks in onto the inside edge here. This is going to be crucial. Makes that big flick. This is the transition now. Absolutely rails it into clip 6. Lovely, lovely run from Dijon Reeves. And Adam Knight, 58, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Here we go. You can see Dijon Reeves really throwing down here, trying to make sure that this run counts. He's sitting on 68.7 from his first run. A big effort in this run could well push him up into the big show. This transition was properly brutal. You can see that snap to angle. Good run from Dijon Reeves as we see the judges' scores start to drop in. He's on a 68.7. He needs a big score here, but he is on the bubble with that 68.7. 71.2, Josh McGleenan on the edge at the moment in 32nd position. Dijon Reeves' score starting to drop in. This is crucial. Every single run crucial for these guys in making this work. Here we go. Scores are dropping in. Dijon Reeves. Is it going to be enough? Oh, 34th. 69.7 for Dijon Reeves. He is going to be so upset with that. It is right on the outside edge of the bubble. But as we keep saying, these points crucial. Oh, the score changed. Someone changed their mind. It went up a little bit. His Skyle score went up. So it went up to a 70. Dijon Reeves still in 34th. But again, these are crucial points all the time. Every run is crucial for the championship positions because it does not matter if you don't make the top 32 every single time. If you can get a top 8 and some top 40 qualifying positions, then there's a good chance you might end up in that top 16 at the end, get a VDC license, and it will all help these drivers keep hold of their TGDC licenses for next year. As we go to Tanner Doherty firing it in that LS13 out onto that outside line. A much nicer line from Tanner Doherty as he comes through on that outside edge, then goes for this flick transition. Big flick from him there. Really nice line from Tanner Doherty getting onto that outside edge, then firing it through onto the inside line at 5. This is going to be a good run for Tanner Doherty. He gets the hammer down all the way through and across the line. Skank Hunt 42 has followed. Thank you very much. Welcome along. As we go back to this replay here for Tanner Doherty, he's on a 64.7. This looks to me like a run that should definitely be a 64.7. Let's see what he's able to get to as he comes flying through onto this inside edge at 5. Nice line from him all the way through. Then that flick round and across. Good run from Tanner Doherty. As we load in, just waiting on his score to drop in now. And it's already there. Nice. Just waiting for it to refresh. 69 for Tanner Doherty. Sadly, not enough to get him in the big show. He's in 37th. He will be annoyed with that as well. But Tanner Doherty rounds out that group of 8. And that leaves the standings like this. So Miso Tsujigiri now knocked out of that top 32. He managed to hold on for so long. People in danger right now. Let's say all of those bottom 8 at least in danger. 32 down to 24. So Lucas Gockel, TJ Anders, Serban Matei, Victor Lacheres, Gabriel Viaca, Haley King, Vadim Ibrov, Nico Lappinen and Josh McLean all surely in danger in terms of statistics as things go forward. We've got ex-Formula D drivers in the next bout of cars coming up. We've got international pros and semi-pros coming through now. This is going to be crunch time for these guys, but a lot of them have held on a really long time with those scores, and we're seeing the bubble in the 70s. That makes sense considering it is average runs across both sections. These guys have got, and girls and drivers and everything else, have got to be really smooth. 2 runs count. 2 runs in the 80s or 2 runs in the high 70s potentially will get you in the big show. So how are you finding it so far? That's where we're up to now. I think we've got 2 groups left. Let me just double check. We're into the last third of competition here in qualifying. These guys pushing hard to try and get through. Adam Lake, Taylor Bowles, Cody Waru, who looks like he's already pulled out. They've been double zeroed all the way through. Blake Roeder, Josh Oxley, Jordan Taylor, Valter Bowes next. If Cody Waru's already pulled out, then you might see Adam Lake, Taylor Bowles, Blake Roeder, Josh Oxley, Jordan Taylor, Valter Bowes, Logan Daniels and Olivier Blaise. They could be our next 8 if that is already Cody Waru pulled out. So that's what we're looking for at the moment. These guys all moving through, slowly making their way up into the server now, seeing how they're going. Are you guys having fun as we start to see the sun slowly setting on our track at St Eustache? This has been very exciting so far. We've got some really good qualifying runs, some really good qualifying scores. Accept late registry? I'm afraid not. No, we don't accept late registry. Every single slot for this championship sold out in 7 minutes. That was it. They were all gone. 96 slots in 7 minutes. So we are trying to maybe make it more available if people drop out, but right now, nope, not a hope. Sorry, niet comrade. So first up is going to be in this group Adam Lake. I haven't seen him drive in a while, but then Taylor Bowles, Blake Roeder, Josh Oxley, the man from Australia, he's been with the server a little while now, Jordan Taylor, Valter Bowes, Logan Daniels and Olivier Blaise. That's who we're expecting on the server now. Let's get back down to the action. Those guys are joining in right now. Adam Lake's already on, as are a couple of the others. Let's go and have a look on the track and see what's happening there. Who do you guys think is left that can still top qualifying? Let's see as Adam Lake toasts some tyres trying to get things up to speed. Hello, I'm always single for a given price. I don't know what that sentence was, I'm horrible. That was horrible. Here we go. So Adam Lake really getting some heat into those tyres. He's got a chance to get himself up into the big show tomorrow. So don't forget, we are back tomorrow, later on today. Depending on your time zone, either tomorrow or later on today, for the top 32. That will be starting at 2000 UTC tomorrow, so Saturday 2000 UTC. Adam Lake is coming up next. We have got 32 drivers in the big show. We've got a third of our drivers still to go as the light goes green for Adam Lake. Here we go. We are back to the action. Let's see what happens here. Adam Lake goes firing in. Big flick transition into that outer zone there, or initiation into that outer zone. On the throttle, riding that left foot brake. Adam Lake determined to get a score on the board that puts him in contention here. A nice early transition there, and you can see how that allows him to just stay on the throttle all the way through that section. Adam Lake wrapping right up and around. This is surely going to be right up there as one of the highest scores of the day so far. That's a phenomenal run from Adam Lake. Let's go back and see that again. I am excited by this one. Here you see Adam Lake off the line. Look at that big flick initiation. Lovely run from him in the early parts, all the way through actually. Good run through here, down into that outer zone. Really, really nice there. Adam Lake surely putting a big score on the board as the scores start to drop in. Here we go. Adam Lake. Oh, I'm already seeing some scores that suggest he's going to be in with a real chance of getting up into the mix for tomorrow. Let's have a look at this as this last score drops in. That is all of the judges' scores are in Adam Lake. I can see what this is going to be. It's going to drop in onto your screens very, very shortly. 85.9 for Adam Lake. Do not be confused by that 50. He is definitely going to be in with a chance of the big show tomorrow. That's a big score from Adam Lake as we move on. Our next driver into place is Taylor Bowles. Taylor Bowles coming up onto the line in that S14.9. The light goes green. Taylor Bowles gets off the line nice and cleanly. This is going to be another big flick by the positioning of that car. Oh no, he's gone for the handbrake initiation, winding that car out onto the outside zone. A nice little touch of handbrake, but he comes a little bit shallow and then has to put more angle in to keep it out of the wall. Flicking across onto that inside line now on that inner section of the power alley, and this is where people have been really impressing me all day. This wraparound up and in onto the inside zone. Good transition there from Adam Bowles as he gets across and over the line. Let's have a look at the replay as we come into the last part of our drivers list here. Josh McGleenan's going to be sitting there with his 71.2, feeling significantly less confident, seeing some of these runs from these guys in this end of qualifying. This has been some brutal aggression. Here we go, back through and across the line. Let's have a look at that score as it drops into place. Taylor Bowles. Taylor Bowles, another driver with a score that's coming up looking pretty tasty for him here. Taylor Bowles potentially going to be taking Adam Lake to the line. Oh, not going to be quite there. Taylor Bowles still with a great score. 80.6 puts him right up into contention. We are starting to see some drivers in the tail end of qualifying here really starting to throw down as we move on. Cody Waru hasn't made it onto the server as far as I can tell in time. No, he hasn't. So we move on to Blake Roeder. He is here in that S14.9. Blake Roeder ready to go. Off the line in that 14.9, sorry, that 1JS14. This car probably as low powered as you could get away with round this track. It is going to struggle here. It's going to be hard work, but he's making it do the job there. Just coming a little bit away from the outer zone, but this is a good qualifying line so far. It should be enough to at least be in contention. The car's looking a little bit twitchy, but he can be on the medium tyres with that lower power and still have enough grip to make the car work because it's just not got much under the engine at all there and across the line. Let's see how that played out for Blake Roeder. Let's see Blake Roeder coming into that outer zone there, really working hard. You can see the twitchiness in the car, fighting back. Nutbuster 8500, Ben, you're looking like an absolute Thank you very much. I feel treasured. So, here we go. Blake Roeder making that car work for him, he hopes. It's probably not going to be a massive score, but it's something that Blake can build from. That 14 is underpowered compared to other cars. This is going to be its bogey track. The lower power cars, this is the one that's really going to punish them. But we're going to be getting onto tracks later on in the season where they're really going to come alive and they're going to be unbelievably fast on some of the smaller tracks. It's going to be very difficult for the guys with the big power cars to work out and some of the lower power cars are doing at the smaller tracks, and that's what we tried to do. We tried to put that balance in so that across the whole series there's a little bit of everything and they can all work somewhere. So are we going to see an upset here? Is Blake Roeder going to have found something in the bag to really put him in contention? Oh, it doesn't look like it's going to be very easy for him. It looks like he comes away with around a 48. Let's have a look as it drops into place. 48 for Blake Roeder. He's going to have a lot to do in that second run, but that car's definitely capable of it, and Blake looks like he can manage that car successfully. So we move on. The next driver, Joshua Oxley, another man from Australia. Josh Oxley, not on the servo by the looks of it. Is that a 0 for Josh Oxley? Has he called a 5-minute? Have we lost Josh Oxley? Let's go back to this and see. Well, that would be a real shame for the man from Australia to have dropped out at this stage. He was looking really strong in practice, Josh Oxley. Looked like a contender this week. If we go back, it looks like we've got Adam Lake coming back up to the line. So we have moved back round. Okay. That means someone's called a 5-minute or has lost out on their line slots there. Off the line now. Josh Lake goes for this big flick initiation again, out onto that outside line. Really aggressive from him there, out onto that outside edge. Now goes for this transition all the way through in the power alley. Starting to see the lights working there. You can see them showing onto the tarmac when we're in the shadow there. Josh Oxley going to have missed out on his slot, but that's not going to matter because Adam Lake has knocked it out of the park with that run. Absolutely phenomenal run by Adam Lake, managing to get that car really wrangled round nicely. He was on an 86 from his first run. Is he going to be able to do something really special here? Is he going to be able to put himself right up in the fighting tip of the leaderboard? That is the question now, as we go round to find out what is happening. Adam Lake's score going to be dropping into place very soon. Just see that roll out. J Dizzy Wiz, sorry I hadn't seen your message. AE to you too, welcome along. Wait for this to drop in. This is absolutely crucial for Adam Lake. Oh, I can tell you there is one score that starts with a 9 from what I'm seeing here. This could be a really serious score for Adam Lake. This could push him up into proper contention. Let's have a look. That score is going to definitely get him in the big show tomorrow. Adam Lake slots into 9th position. Statistically, he's got to be almost guaranteed that position now. As we move on now, this is the other man from this group who's definitely in with a run at it. Taylor Bowles goes for another run here. He has got another chance of getting up into contention as well tomorrow. The lights come on and it is green. Taylor Bowles is underway. It is go time for him as he comes flying out of that start gate into that initiation. He goes for the drag initiation on the 1, gets the throttle down. Look at him riding that wall. Taylor Bowles absolutely pins it to the wall to try and make sure that he can get as much impact out of this run as he can on a great line there. Big flick transition for Taylor Bowles right to the outside line. On that white line all the way around, Taylor Bowles pushing hard to try and make sure that he can get all the way through this run and really punctuate it with a good score. Nicely done from him. Let's see. Let's go back to this and have a look. Taylor Bowles riding that left foot brake all the way around that top section. 69 viewers. Nice. As we go through that fantastic flick down the power alley, look at him run to the outside line, just the tiniest dirt drop, riding the outside edge of that line there, just dropping that wheel. But I think the judges are going to reward the aggression there. I would certainly hope so, as they really come together. We're seeing the scores drop in. It looks like it's going to be another high score. It looks like Taylor should be in with a chance of getting into the big show tomorrow. I'm seeing the scores drop in. Looking good for Taylor Bowles so far. Very, very similar to his first score. I can tell you that Taylor Bowles has got over an 80 here. Taylor Bowles is going to be going through as things stand. As soon as it pops up, we'll have confirmation. But it looks to me like Taylor Bowles at 83 puts him in 17th. Gets him onto a chance of the big show tomorrow. That is definitely going to be the kind of thing that will give him great confidence going forward. As Blake Roeder comes to the line, he is in that S14 1J. It is underpowered here. We know it's going to struggle at St Eustache. As it goes for that initiation, this is going to be its bogey track. Other tracks will suit this car way, way better. Oh, as it looks like Blake Roeder has a problem with the car there. It's fighting back on him on that first corner. But look at it sing down into that outer zone at 4. Really strong positioning, and this is good angle from Blake Roeder as he gets the throttle down, goes for this big transition into the finish and across the line. He won't be thrilled with that run, but he'll know there's more to come, and he'll know there's tracks that are coming that are going to suit that car a lot more. This replay. As we see Blake Roeder coming round. Ben, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you look forward to resting your voice? About a 30. Really nice run from Blake Roeder there in places. He's going to have to feel as though there is more to come, obviously, but he is also surely going to feel like he has managed to find a good amount of control and grip in that car. That car is outgunned on this track by a lot of stuff in this pack, but Blake Roeder has played a long game here potentially. No one knows, apart from those of us in management here at Tsujigiri, what the tracks are for the rest of this championship. And I can tell you that Blake Roeder has played a blinder on at least 50% of the remaining tracks. It is going to be a phenomenally fast car elsewhere. Challenging little technical tracks, that thing is going to be blindingly good. So we will see as we see these scores start to drop in. Blake Roeder does manage to get a score on the board. It is going to all count towards these championship positions. Waiting for it to drop in onto the stream. 52 for Blake Roeder, puts him in 48th, but remember, that's nice midfield. He would be keeping his TGDC licence if he manages to finish midfield in that position later on in the season. That is what we're looking at. So, Blake Roeder, 52 for that score. That means our standings currently, with all of these guys from this group finished, are looking like this. Oh, hang on. I believe I might have done someone a disservice there. Valtters Bose is on from the next group. Here we go. So, Artem Makashenko still holding on to that top spot with a 93.2. Vadim Abramov at the other end of the spectrum with the 73.2. Haley King now on the bubble also as well with that 73.5. Serba Matei hanging on at 75.9. All of these guys, you've seen most of these guys in there for quite some time now. A lot of the guys who qualified early still managing to hang on to top 16 spots, but also people who qualified early getting absolutely pushed right down. We've seen Max Galileski move all the way down from that midpoint. Emil Leverud is just hanging on to 23rd. He's doing well there. So, as we see these guys join in from the second section, there are not that many drivers left. There are a few, but there are not that many. Who do we think has a real chance of making it through onto the top 32 tomorrow? Is there anyone from that list that you think is going to manage to hang on that you're not expecting to hang on? What do you guys reckon is going to be the shape of the top 32? We still have so many good drivers left to come. What are we going to see as the top score? What's the final top score going to be? What are your thoughts, guys? Really want to know. It's lovely having a conversation with you as you work our way through the top 32 qualifying positions, what we're trying to get out of this, and all of the scores that we're trying to achieve. Right now it is +3 outside. We've got 150 kilometers an hour of wind, and it's raining up in the ski resort up here. I'm working on the side of a mountain, and it's raining, so the snow is being washed away. I shan't be going out riding today, but yeah, In the meantime, we're seeing some amazing drifting. Let's get back to it. We're starting to see these guys drop in as the sun continues to dip away slowly on the St Eustache track. We are starting to see those changing conditions. It's getting slightly cooler. It's this realistic evolution of the track. The guys who have got their cars set up so that they perform really consistently are going to start to come into their own. It is so exciting to see this qualifying play out as it is at the moment. Let's get back to it. Serby saying, I bet I'll be 33rd by the time it ends. Serby, if you manage that, I'm going to give you a shoeing. You would be really, really upsetting for you and for everyone. I was hoping to see Haley through into the big show as well. There's a lot of drivers that we've not seen make it through that I was really hoping to see it. Brandon Hogarth I thought was genuinely going to nail his way up into that top 32, but just had that wobble on the second run that really, really cost him. So we're seeing Group 11 come together. Josh Oxley, Jordan Taylor, Valters Bowes, Logan Daniels and Olivier Blias. So that's who we're seeing now. Waiting for these guys to scrub their tyres in. Josh Oxley's in, he's up first from this group. This group is actually only 5 drivers from what we're seeing, and it is going to be in the info. I'm just bringing it up now. It's a smaller group this. We're loading in these 5 drivers. Josh Oxley, Jordan Taylor, Valters Bowes, Logan Daniels, Olivier Blias. Those are the guys who are coming onto the server now. We've got them here. Josh Oxley is on the line. He's ready to go. Let us get this underway. It is time for this to really pick up. It is go time for Josh Oxley. Let's see how he does. Josh Oxley goes firing it in that big SN95. He has had that car dialed in all the way through practice, and that is a great line from Josh Oxley. Absolutely riding that outside edge. All he's got to do now, this is the easier part of the track, as long as he can get that car slowed down and slot it into 4. Little bit late coming into 4, but this is not going to be too much of a problem for him. He's actually getting that run down, and remember, as long as it's good enough, then it's going to get him in the show. That is what we needed from Josh Oxley. A run to settle the nerves. He'll be feeling good about that. We don't know what the score's going to be yet, but I don't think it's going to be in the high 80s or 90s. That is not a perfect run. It's not cracking on towards that, but it's a really good line through that first corner, and it's a nice transition here. Gets into 2 well and slots into 3. Not quite as deep as he could do unless he can make something up for it later. Gets into 4 a little bit late as well, but this section through 5 and 6 looking pretty strong for Josh Oxley, especially into that last transition actually. So there's a good chance that this is a score he will be able to use well. As Jordan Taylor starts to warm up in the background, he's going to be our next driver. Let's see what Josh Oxley's score looks like. We went for the slot. So Josh submitted his photo before anyone else, and it ended up getting photoshopped by some of the guys on the server. So you can see now Josh, it was actually Emil Leyrud, photoshopped the Infinity Gauntlet onto Josh's hand. So he's decided that he wants to go with that. So here we have Thanos Oxley. Jay Grip, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Just waiting for Josh's score to slot into place. I can see on the sheet that there is a score there. Slotting gently into place. Going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It's not a massive score, but it is potentially enough to keep Josh in touch with the run for the championship. So, Josh Oxley gets a 68.3. Let's see what happens. Here we go. As we move across, Jordan Taylor, another Kiwi. representing Aotearoa, New Zealand, Jordan Taylor fires that S14 onto that outside line. I really thought he was going to hold that. That is such a shame. Jordan really sent that car as hard as he could into that first corner, but we've said before, this car, oh god, and there was some lag for him. This car is the one car that is really outgunned on this track in terms of pure power. It's just at the top end of what this car can really do. We're going to watch that again, unfortunately. That's such a shame for him, but it is really down to that big send. You can see here Jordan Taylor really fires it in and just manages to get to that wall, and then there's just a wobble. Maybe the car set up with too much equal grip on both sides, but for whatever reason it just fires him back out of that corner just after he'd slotted in, and causes him then to turn into a boat for a second as he goes across that section. But that is a real shame for Jordan Taylor. I thought he was going to have that dialed in, but that looks like it might well be a 0. Yes, it is. I can confirm. Judges giving that a 0 as we move on to Valtteri Bottas is going to be our next driver. He's up on the line in that RPS 13 with the LSX under the hood. He is ready on the line, sorted, set up, ready to go. 0 for Jordan Taylor. It's going to be a shame for him. Valtteri Bottas, is he going to be able to find something special here, get himself into the mix? Valtteri Bottas, Logan Daniels and Olivier Blas, the last 3 guys from this section. As the wind howls past outside, Valtteri Bottas gets off the line. Hammer down Valtteri Bottas in the PS13 with the LSX under the bonnet. Fires it in onto the outside line using the handbrake to position the car. Works his way up to the outside line and really settles the car. But there's a lot of steering correction there from Valtteri Bottas as he tries to keep that car on the outside line. The track lights are now on. Look at that as he comes flying through. Valtteri Bottas hammering onto that outside line, using that throttle to push the car forward onto the inside edge there. Now he goes for the transition back through and across the line. Valtteri Bottas getting everything dialed in nicely there towards the end of the run, but just a little hiccup as he came around the first section. And you can see there was that wobble from Valtteri Bottas as he really struggles to get that car to do exactly what he wants on the banking, but clearly loads of grip set up into the car because everywhere else that car is working the way he wants it to. Really nice there, firing through onto this inside edge and across the line. That will definitely get a score on the board. What it's going to be remains to be seen. Looks like it's going to be enough to potentially put him in touching distance of a place in the big show tomorrow. As things stand, the scores I'm seeing drop in, Valtteri Bottas would have one hand on a place in the big show. He's just got to get that second run dialed in. I'm seeing a 79 and a 74. We're just waiting for that last driver's score to drop in from the judges. And there we go. It is in. Valtteri Bottas 77 puts him in touching distance of that place in the top 32. The cutoff currently 73. This is a serious run at it for Valtteri Bottas. Logan Daniels now up to the line. Logan Daniels is underway. Here we go in that RPS 13 2J. The Stefan Stefanov replica gets his hammer down. Nice initiation from Mr. Daniels there. Logan Daniels firing through that outer zone. This transition going to be crucial. Can he get it? Slightly snatchy. Yes, he can. That's probably just the internet connection at his end causing some issues. Really nice line through 4 for Logan Daniels on the power all the way through this. That car looking super settled round and across the line. Let's get back to it. See that replay. That was a nice run from Logan Daniels. Really strong on that outside line through that first section, getting that power down, really looking controlled all the way through as he goes for this transition, fires it through onto that outside line. Nice control there all the way through, not quite as wide on 4 as we have seen some drivers, but he's keeping it under control, wrangling it in onto the inside edge, round through and across the line. Let's see, Logan Daniels, what is his first score? And from the US, it's going to be Olivier Blas gets himself warmed up in the background in the RTR Mustang. And Daniel's got a score dropping in there. Oh, I can tell you it's a high score from one of our judges. They obviously really liked the fluidity of what they saw there. It looks like it might be on for a high score from two of our judges. Yes, it is. Just waiting for Caleb Dauphine's score to drop in. Go. Scores dropping in. Caleb Dauphine's score, the last one to come into play here, and I can tell you that is a monster score for Logan Daniels. He is going to be thrilled when he sees this. It is putting him well in touch with a position in the top 32 tomorrow, as Logan Daniels gets himself a 92.7 from that run. 92.7 for Logan Daniels. As we move on, next up on the line we have Olivier Blas. He is in that RTR Mustang ready to go. He is on the line now. He is the last one from this group to do his first run. Oh, don't tell me Olivier Blas has not put the filter on to be able to see. I've had so many guys do this over the course of the afternoon. This is to not have got this sorted by now would be a travesty. Surely that's him calling his 5 minute in order to go and get that sorted. Surely. In the meantime, maybe we'll return to Josh Oxley. That 92.7 that we just saw, one of the highest first runs of the night, only beaten by a 93.7, which was Warren Greener earlier on. That 92.7 of Logan Daniels. Let's have another look at it actually while we're waiting to see who's coming on next. Never mind, Josh Oxley is at the line. I'm going to cancel that. Sorry to shop and change, but Josh Oxley is on the line, ready to go. So clearly that was a 5 minute called by Olivier Blas. Josh Oxley on the line and ready. Has Josh Oxley called his 5 minute? Well, that's an interesting development. Let's do that. Let's watch that 92.7 run again. Fantastic line by Logan Daniels. Blake Roeder really tries to get maximum amount of grip into those tyres. I think that's an extreme way to approach this for Jordan Taylor. You can see him in the background desperately trying to get that heat into the tyres, and he's just not getting it there. Hail Zeus has followed. Thank you very much for the follow. Let's go. We are back to this. Wow, Jordan Taylor wanted all of the heat in the universe into those tyres. He has really cooked them to get them set up. Here's Jordan Taylor on the line, ready to go. Kieran 654B, or is it 8? I can't quite tell. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. Here we go. Jordan Taylor going for that big flick again. He's used all that heat in the car. He wants this car to work for him, and it's just fighting back on the banking. It looks like there's too much grip in that car fighting him back, but look at that flick. He has got that thing set up to be absolutely savage in the transitions as he gets into that latter section. Hopefully there's going to be a score out of this. I have a nasty feeling it's going to be a 0-0 as we see him fire through Jordan Taylor across the line. Let's go back and have a look at that first section. I don't think anyone has thrown into that first corner as hard as Jordan Taylor just did then. Look at this. Flick and bang, really tries to lay on the throttle, and it's just got too much grip, too much side bite in that car. Stops him from being able to ride it all the way around the outside. Good line through this latter section, using that side bite to full effect, but he's just not able to make up for the problems from that first corner as he comes round into this inside section here. So, who do we have? JX Casso 9, thank you for the follow, welcome along. Lucas Gockel, I don't know if I should be happy for still being in top 32 or be afraid to get knocked out towards the end. Be happy for now. There are definitely some really good drivers left to come. I don't know what's happened to Josh Oxley or to Olivier Blas. We should be having Walters Bose next, I guess. This obviously slowing things right down for us here as guys have taken their 5-minute rule. This is their only 5-minute rule available for them for the event. So if they need it tomorrow, they are out of luck. They cannot have 2. They get 1 for all of qualifying and all of battles. I'll tell you what, let's go ask. JX Cass 09, can't wait to see Austin Dunn. We're excited to see Austin Dunn as well. Austin has done a lot of setup work on that car. He's really got it dialed in. Is there a table with the results? That's a great question. So at the moment, while we're waiting for these guys to come up to the line, here you go. This is the table with the results as things stand right now. That's our top 32. We will post a full table with all of the results when we go back to the end of the event. That's your top 32 as it stands right now. You can see all the way through the guys from the top of the tree right down to the bubble. We're about to see this run, I think, from Walters Bose. So let's get back to the action for a second. Walters Bose is back in, ready to go. Josh Oxley has rejoined the server. Let's see what happens here. Walters Bose. Light goes green. He is underway. He is currently sat on a 77. He is in with a chance of the big show tomorrow. Gets that initiation down. Gentle roll to angle, but it's put him in a great position. Nice outside line, just dropping down a little bit in the middle there. It's not a constant radius corner here at St Eustache. It changes on the way round. It's a mid-line change. Midway round, and Walters Bose absolutely uses up every last centimetre of available track as he goes through that section there, trying to find every advantage he possibly can and across the line. I think there's a good chance that this run is going to get him into the big show, or at least for the time being. He has got to be pushing super hard to get that done. But it was a phenomenal run from Walters Bose. You can see all the way around there's that little moment where he just has a second. Jordan wanted to know what his second score was. I'll get onto that in a second, Jordan. That was a 0 as well, Jordan, from that straighten in the first corner. Just too much grip in your car in that first corner. Was fighting you the whole way round. So, Walters Bose score is dropping in. Let's see how things are going. They are dropping in. I can tell you that as of right now, I think Walters Bose might have done enough to make it into the big show. He's going to enter that top 32 around Lucas Gockel from what I can see here. Let's have a look. As we bring Josh Oxley up to the line. Oh no, I was wrong. Walters Bose has been Chris and Octave have hammered him on a couple of points there. I can see where they hammered him. That wheel drop was definitely a big mistake. But we are seeing these guys come up to the 9. Josh Oxley should be next up to the line. Just waiting for these judges' scores to be finalised. .73.6. Walters Bowes drops in 0.1 of a position above Hayley King. That is going to be an incredibly tense last few runs coming up then. Okay, I think we have here Olivier Bless getting his first run in now that he can actually see what's going on. No, I was wrong. Who do we have? So sorry, it's actually turned out to be Logan Daniels has gone for his second run. So this is Logan Daniels having a real try at topping qualifying here as he comes through. Logan Daniels absolutely firing in. He's on a 92.7 from run 1. Is he going to be able to match it or better it coming into run 2? Good line from him. Just missed out on the first part. I know the judges saw it, but we just missed out on the first part because the camera didn't switch across. As we switch across, we see him running that outside line really aggressively through that first corner. We didn't see the initiation, don't know whether it was as aggressive, but you can see that progression and the way he's rolling onto throttle all the way through there. Really strong from Logan Daniels there as he comes through. This is going to be crucial. This final section, well handled by the man from North America there, the United States, coming through on 92.7 first run. Is it going to be enough to put him up near the top of qualifying? It is going to be mighty, mighty close. Is this the upset coming in now? Is this Logan Daniels topping qualifying? Oh, judges, press refresh. I can't take it any longer. 92.7 on the second run puts Logan Daniels into third place. 92.7 average score overall. Look at that dropping in for him there, just below Mustafa Amini and Artem Makashenko. That is so close for Logan Daniels. That means that Hayley King has now sadly been dropped out of the top 32. Great effort from her to have managed to stay in it all this far. So many groups have been. Gabriel Viana now on the bubble with a 74.5. As we go across, let's get back underway. This is Olivier Blas getting off the line a little bit dodgily there. I think Anders has called him back for a restart. Off the line this time in the Mustang, the RTR Mustang, 900 horsepower in a high revving V8 as it fires around that outside edge. Look at that from Olivier Blas, absolutely keeping that car picked to the outside, and there's a big flick from him. Huge flick from Olivier Blas as he makes it through into that outer zone at 4. This is some really aggressive driving, as we've come to expect from these guys driving the RTRs. They are aggressive, hard driving lunatics, pushing aggressive hard driving as far as they can, and I don't know why I felt the need to repeat that sentence. Apparently my brain is slowly shutting down from all of the words. Great driving from Olivier Blas there. So I believe we'll have Josh Oxley's second run and then Olivier Blas' second run. Come through, you can see Olivier Blas absolutely nailing that line through that second section. Really good work from him. Olivier Blas, the French Canadian. Is that score going to be up there? It was certainly an aggressive run It looks like it might well be enough to get him in the big show, or at least within touching distance of it. I'm seeing scores starting with 8. We now know that the cutoff at the moment is a 74.5. 86.4 from his first run for Olivier Blas. That is going to really put him in contention for getting into that top 32 tomorrow. Let's see what happens as we come in. He's got one more run to go. We got Josh Oxley still to do his run. He called his timeout, his competition timeout. Both of these drivers have used their competition timeouts for the weekend as we bring Josh Oxley up to the line. Let's see what we shall see here. Josh Oxley managed to get on his first score a 68.3. He's going to need to better that in order to get up into the big show tomorrow. He's going to have to throw everything at it. Josh is a fantastic driver when everything comes together, but that wobble is going to cost him unless the rest of this run is really great. He's going to be looking at an early exit during qualifying as Josh Oxley fires back, and a huge send. That's what we wanted to see. Is he going to hold it? Oh, Josh just over sending it a little bit, using those corrections to push the car forward. That is such a shame. I thought Josh was going to be able to hold that, but Josh Oxley wraps it round and across the line, and we can see right from the start Josh felt like he had to really push hard there. You can see all the way through here. This big send, so almost perfect for Josh, was maybe just half a metre too late and just caused him to lose out on that line there. I don't know if this is going to be enough from Josh. The run overall, the aggression that he put into it was really great. You could see how much he wanted it. I don't know if it's going to be enough, and that would be a shame. Josh is a great competitor and a lovely guy. Will the man from Australia manage to have done enough in that run to pull things together? Go. Scores dropping in for Josh Oxley. The cutoff is 74.5. I don't think he's done it. I think it's close, but I don't think he's done it. Let's see. With a Thanoshua Oxley. .73. No, Josh Oxley gets 37th in qualifying. He will be so upset about that. Understandably, that first run just a fraction too conservative, and the second run just a fraction too wild. Halfway between both of those runs was a great qualifying run. As Olivier Blas decides to go when the light goes on for the first time. Come on, guys, this isn't complicated. Green means go. We've done this before. There we go. Olivier Blas off the line cleanly this time. This is his second qualifying run. He has got a real chance to get up into the big show tomorrow. 86.3 on his first run. That's what he's got to get up near and at least try and beat. He's got to get above that 74.5 average. That's what he's targeting as Olivier Blas pushes too hard, drops a wheel coming in there. It's caused him to sacrifice all of this second half of the run. The pressure starting to get to the young Canadian as he comes through and across the line. Let's have a look at that again. Olivier Blas absolutely pushing as hard as he can to try and make sure that this score is good enough to keep him up into qualifying for tomorrow. Great run round the outside of that first corner, then dives down onto the infield. Big transition flick along the wall, nicely held there, but it was just a tiny bit deep. That wash onto the grass cost him all of his line through here. You can see that big correction trying to massage the car round and out onto that line, through and across the finish. Man does know how to send an RTR. Yes, he does. You are not wrong. So, did he send it the right amount, though? This is the question. I can already see that the judges are marking down his line score versus his first run. It looks like it might be enough. It's not going to be as high scoring as he was hoping, but the scores are dropping in, and it looks like it might be enough. Just waiting on one judge's scores now. Just watching the replay, wanting to see that last thing. Just making sure that everything is clean all the way through. Waiting on that second score to drop in. That is not his final score, just to confirm that is not his final score. Just waiting on this final score to drop in for Olivier Blas. 72.7. Olivier Blas enters the top 32 in 25th position. Olivier Blas manages to hold on to get 25th position on the standings. He is going to be thrilled to be in with that chance of getting in the big show. You can see it now means that the bubble has moved to almost 75. Victor Lacheras now in danger. Serba Matei in 30th, someone who we really thought would be up higher. Lucas Gockels held on well. He's now down in 28th. Danielis Parangauskas the same. Ryan Sider managing to hold on to 16th. Mark Pretty with some of those excellent runs earlier, only in 19th. You're really seeing how much these guys are getting punished when they make mistakes on these second or third or first runs. It is absolutely brutal. That is your current top 32. Artem Makushenko still holding on to first with a 93.2. Mustafa Amini from one of the very first groups, second with a 93. Logan Daniels 92.7. These guys are pushing really seriously hard as we see this next group come in. Anthony Norfolk is first. This is going to be a fantastic group. Anthony Norfolk, Jared DeVore, Justin Philipar, Ronnie Blakesley, Austin Zalewski, Jordan Fry, Carlos Martinez and Sean O'Doo. This is who we're getting into the server now. These guys are on now. So, first driver is going to be Anthony Norfolk. I believe he's chosen the 192 as his car. Anthony Norfolk trying to get his qualifying sorted. This is going to be really crucial for him. How are you finding it, guys? I know we're losing views. We're getting into the sharp end of things. We're almost done with qualifying. I know this has dragged on a little bit. We've tried to speed it back up again as things have gone on, but this new system does mean that we have the best chance of making sure that the judging is as fair as possible. It's run a little bit longer than we thought. We might have to review it in time for round two. There's been some calls there that I know not everyone is happy with, but I think the judges can explain everything that's occurred so far and give good reasons for all of it. So, we move into the penultimate group. We are down to the last few drivers. We still have an XFD driver to go, some international competitors. It's all very, very exciting. We're going to move straight onto this. The guys are warming up now in the background, ready to get underway with these last few groups. They are ready on the line. Anthony Norfolk coming up first. He is going to be pushing really hard to get that E92 up into a top 32 position so that he can show off his new livery for tomorrow, which we finished at midnight last night. So it's really exciting for him. He wants to be out there and showing up. We've got a lot of guys left to go who are really good. Does anyone have what it takes to topple Artem Makushenko? That is the question. Do you guys think anyone can topple him? And if so, who? Let us know in the chat as we get back to the action. Here we go. This is Anthony Norfolk on the line. Ready to go. The light is green. Anthony Norfolk is off, making his way gingerly through that first section. Wants to get that car hit up into the outer zone on the throttle. Slow rotation to angle, but he is concentrating on just getting that line dialed in all the way nicely around that outer zone. Good transition, goes for the flick back across, but there's a wobble from Anthony Norfolk and it takes him off the track. That's 2 wheels drop from Anthony Norfolk. He's trying to wrap it back up and into the infield now, through 5 and into 6. On the throttle now to push through. Let's go to the replay, see where that mistake started to come apart. Excuse me, just choking on my own breath. You can see here that Anthony Norfolk really struggled to get that slowed down out into 4. That transition just not working for him. Crazy Customs, Jordan Fry, you think will manage to make it up to the top of qualifying? Well, let's see. Jordan's still to come. See as we get these guys in. This is Anthony Norfolk's first run. We're waiting to see what the judges' scores look like. They're starting to drop in. I'm just looking at a wall of numbers here. Scores dropping in. It's a 65 from one of our judges. It's not enough to get into the show right now, but with a good run in the second half, he can get it. It looks like it might have a chance for him there. Anthony Norfolk gets a 66.6. He is the sign of the beast pretty much there. Anthony Norfolk puts down his first run, gets himself into position. So next up we have, coming up to the line, Jared DeVore. He is going to be trying to throw down here in that PS13, the LSX supercharged PS13. That's why I'm getting cold. The heating's gone off. With this driving wind, the place gets cold real fast. And here we go. Jared DeVore, it's off the line, going for it. Jared DeVore absolutely throws in, trying to get onto that outside line, but the car's got so much side bite that he's dialed in that it just can't quite make it up onto the banking as he goes through that transition. Big flick down into 3. You can really see that side bite working for him. It keeps him out of 4 almost as he tries to get back on the power, round through and in onto that inside edge. Power down now and across the line. Let's have a look at that. Start to see those scores drop in. Scores dropping in. Jared DeVore, the first judge is giving him a 72. See how this works out. Sorry guys, I put it on the wrong button there. Ray J, thank you for the follow. Ernesto0425, thank you for the follow. Duvall waiting on his score to just slot in there. Looks like we have a score. It's going to be not enough at the moment. He's going to have to work harder as he comes into the second half. 71.6 at the moment to take him into that second half of qualifying. It's a good starting point. He can definitely build on that. There is more left in him and in that car. As we move on, Justin Philippa is next. He's coming up to the line. Philippa warming up that RTR Mustang. You can see Victor Lacheris is the man on the bubble there. 74.9. There is enough drivers here still to go that we could see a massive shake-up of how our leaderboard looks, and it's going to start right here with Justin Philippa. He has got to push hard to get into that top 32. You can see 74.9 the cutoff. That is easily doable for these guys if they can keep everything together. It's got to be 2 runs over 75 is for a chance to get in the bubble, and if Justin Philippa makes life hard for himself right from the word go by bouncing out of that outer zone, using that wall to slow him down. That's not what he will have wanted to do, as he really oversends it into 4 on the throttle, trying to push in onto that inside edge at 5. Justin Philippa is going to be feeling all kinds of out of whack from the way that run has gone together. Let's have a look at the replay where you can see that first mistake. There's that bounce. Justin Philippa getting it all wrong there, getting bounced out of his own first outer zone. Going to be causing him problems there for sure as he comes in, and then it's probably that bounce that caused him this issue as he came into the second half of the run. You can really see it struggle to keep out Adam Knight. We've got one more group left after this. This is the penultimate group as we get across the line. Justin Philippa going to be feeling pretty annoyed with himself for the way that played out. Scores slotting in. Despite that bounce out, it's not bad. It's definitely recoverable with another good run afterwards. First judge gives Justin Philippa a 68. .62 from head judge Caleb Dauphiné. Wait for the score to jump in. I'm just going to send you to that replay so you can see that first section again where it really all goes wrong for Justin Philippa. Bouncing out of that outside zone. Such a shame for him to have had that problem come up so early on. It looks like we've got a score. Going to transition us back as Ronnie Blakesley warms up in the background. He's in the GT86. We haven't seen the GT86 in a little while. Justin Philippa, 64. It's outside the bubble at the moment, but he's got a chance again. Don't forget, these average scores mean he can pull that back up as he goes through into things later on. Here we are now. This is going to be it. This is a chance for Ronnie Blakesley. The first GT86 2JZ we've had in a little while. Absolutely fires it in. Look at him railing that outside line using that left foot braking. A little bit of a wobble. Oh, I spoke too soon. Commentators, curses for everybody. If you're doing well, I'll say it, and then you'll have a terrible time. It does seem to be how it's playing out as we see. Ronnie Blakesley hooking back in, just about managing to salvage the second part of that run. Goes through that transition round and across the line. Let's see that first section again where it really started to come undone for him. Is that a 0? I am wondering. That's going to be the question. Let's see. Place. This is where it is. There's another big wobble there from Justin Blakesley as he comes into the second section. Ernesto0425, thank you for the host. And there, basically across the line. We're going to leave that for a second while the scores come in. Let's see how they're looking as we start to get into this. Scores have dropped in. Ronnie Blakesley's definitely made life hard for himself there. As we see that drop in. 57.7 for Ronnie Blakesley. He can still pull this out. He can still get across that line. David El Gallego, 88. Thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Justin Blakesley making life hard for himself there, but it is still doable. It's going to be real hard work for him as Austin Zalewski gets up to the line. 2JZ, RPS 13. That is the Stefan Stefanov replica up on the line, ready to go. The lights go green. Here we go. Zalewski off the line. Austin Zalewski making that play into the corner. Dax NN, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Here we go. Austin Zalewski going to be feeling under pressure watching this run from Zalewski. Look at him fire up into that outer zone, Austin Zalewski. Then that big transition out of the outer zone. This is the kind of run we've been waiting to see for a little while again. Austin Zalewski gets the hammer down, hooking up into clip 5. Now through the transition, nicely onto 6. He's a little tight. That's going to be down to the judges, but that has all of the hallmarks of another contender right at the top of the show. Here we go. Austin Zalewski on the replay. Look at him get into that outer zone. I didn't see it on the first run for some reason, but there was a little bit of a wobble there actually on his way into zone 1. So that could well come back to haunt him potentially. We'll have to wait and see how things play out. As Austin Zalewski, the rest of the run, however, looking absolutely brilliant as he makes his way through and round and across the line. Let's leave that one with the judges for a second. Next up is Jordan Fry. Jordan Fry warming up in the background. Another GT86 2JZ. Austin Zalewski's score starts to drop in. That wobble costing him some points, but the rest of it's so good that it's still made up for quite a lot of it, judging by the scores I'm seeing drop in here. This could be fantastic as a starting point for Austin Zalewski. Is he going to be able to get himself well inside the bubble? It would give him a huge burst of confidence if he can. As Austin Zalewski gets an 80.8, that has the potential to put him comfortably inside the bubble at the moment. 74.9 the cutoff. Another 80.8 would put him up into William Holloway's position. He'd be around 20th in the list. We're seeing those cutoffs move higher all the time as Jordan Fry is ready on the line. Let's go. Peter Lachère is still on the bubble, 74.9, and it is still possible for, don't forget, for these guys with these big scores to make mistakes and wipe those scores out. We use an average. We want good driving on both runs. As Jordan Fry gets off the line a little bit early, that's going to be a restart from him, and Azunga won't like that. Our start line marshal won't like people jumping the line on the second red line. It's all about getting things right from the start. So, Jordan Fry. Restart. Oh, don't tell me that Jordan Fry has not got the filter sorted. This would be a real problem. Has he called his 5 minute? It looks like Jordan Fry's called his 5 minute rule. Or has he zeroed out? That would be a real shame. He has zeroed out. Jordan Fry is zeroed out because he didn't get the start line marshalling right. That is a real shame for him. Sean O'Doux up to the line. Oh, what a shame for Jordan Fry. It's the rules. We've had it in for the entire time. It's such a shame when drivers have had this time and still haven't managed to get that start line sorted. As What is going on? I don't understand. I'm losing the plot. I'm watching people port to pits and come back from pits. Surely that's a 5-minute call if you port to pits again. Sean O'Doo coming back to the line, slowing things down a little bit for us here. We want to get through this group and get onto the second runs. Sean O'Doo off the line, the last member of this group still to run. Gets that car hooked up, clips the barrier on the way past, goes for that flick initiation, manages to get onto the outside line. Sean O'Doo running that wall, really aggressive on that outside zone. Round that wall, gets everything gathered back up nicely. Sean O'Doo going for that flick transition. Good use there as he goes back onto the run at the outside line, all the way through and onto the inside edge. That's great coming out of zone 4. This is Sean O'Doo's run, looking like it might have the potential to really push him right up the leaderboard as he gets onto that inside edge. And you can see there, just coming away from 6 a little bit. Is that going to cost him a position at the top of the tree? We'll have to see, but you can see Sean O'Doo coming nicely through and in onto this inside edge. We'll go back now while we wait for Sean O'Doo's pipe. You can see Anthony Norfolk warming up in the background. Sean O'Doo, that was a cracking run from him. The man has got to be feeling really confident off the back of that. As we wait for those scores to drop in, Sean O'Doo, that was a great run from him. Scores dropping in. They're looking strong. It's going to put Sean O'Doo in a good position to try and get himself up onto the top half of that bubble. I'm looking at an 80 from one of our judges already, an 83 from another. Where is it going to drop in for Caleb Dauphiné? .86 from Caleb Dauphiné. That's going to be a good score for Sean O'Doo. Where's that going to put him? He's got an 83. 83 would put him, if he can repeat that again, would put him up above Ryan Sider and Guillermo Cabrera. It would put him level with Jacob Kadavi, up into 14th potentially if he gets another good run like that. So let's go back to it. We're going to the second half of these runs. We're going straight away to Anthony Norfolk, ready to go on the line. And is it just sending me a message? Clearly something happening down on the start line that I just need to be aware of. We're waiting to see. In the meantime, I'm going to put you guys back so you can see that incredible run. Sean O'Doo really soft from Sean O'Doo. There's going to give him a good chance of getting in the show. Look at that outside line, absolutely perfectly hooked together. Just get Anthony Norfolk on the line, waiting to see what happens. Still on the line with Anthony Norfolk, waiting for him to go. Anthony Norfolk currently sitting on a... If I scroll down far enough, 66.7. So he will have to find something really special to be in a chance with getting up into the top set scores here. It's going to need to be in the 90s really to pull him up into that position as we get him underway. Anthony Norfolk gets off the line. This is going to be crucial for him. It's going to have to be a big score to get him up into the game. Anthony Norfolk gets onto that line early. It was looking nice, but then just drops down a little way from that outer zone as he starts to come through. And there's that flick transition, gets the hammer down, pushing hard onto that inside edge. Now starting to wrap up and in onto the inside line. Anthony Norfolk starting to gather things back up. Looking a lot more solid in the second half, but you can see he's a little bit hesitant there as he comes across the line. Let's go back to the replay and see this. Anthony Norfolk going for that hammer down, goes for that initiation, just struggles to make it out to that outside edge. Really doesn't have the car dialed in the way he was hoping to. You can see that car fighting him back as he goes through this section. Then that wobble there as he comes into the outer zone. It's such a shame because Anthony Norfolk, when he's been on form, has been incredibly fast, very aggressive driver as he comes through round and across that line. I don't know if that's going to be enough for Anthony Norfolk to get into the big show tomorrow. Starting to see the scores drop in, and they are not high enough initially here. Here we go. Scores have dropped in. I don't know if it's going to be enough for Anthony Norfolk as we get that on the stream. 60.7. No, it puts him into 45th for Anthony Norfolk. That is a real shame. He's struggled to get that car to perform the way he wanted round that banking. Very difficult for him. Difficult to see. Next up, Jared DeVore is going to be doing his second run. That LSX powered PS13, a huge amount of power under the right foot of Jared DeVore here. Jared DeVore sitting on a good score from his first run. He's on a 72.3. He is within touching distance of getting a run here that will put him in the big show. It is so close for him. We have got him on the line, ready to go. Everything just comes down to Anders now. Go. Jared DeVore off the line, comes for this big initiation. You can see he's trying to get those extra points straight out of the gate, pushes hard to get up onto the outside line, hammer down, but there's a wobble there as he comes through that first corner, desperately trying to keep the hammer down as he goes through all of this. There's a big angle coming into 4 and it's going to be too much. It pulls him away from that outside edge. Jared DeVore starting to lose ground, not able to keep that proximity to the line that he needs in order to get himself cleanly and across, and I don't think that's going to be enough from Jared DeVore. I don't know if we're going to see him in the big show tomorrow. He is going to be really struggling with that to keep that score high. Big flick into there. You can see Jared DeVore clearly trying to get every last little bit that he can out of the car. Really wants to make it through to the show tomorrow. The scores are already starting to drop in and I just don't think it's going to be enough. It might be around the same score as his previous run, but at 72.3 he's 2 points shy of being in the big show as things stand. He needed a big bump in points to be able to push to get up there. here we go. Up next. This is going to be Justin Philibbar's chance to bring things back together. Still waiting on Jared DeVore's score to drop in. Don't seem to have Justin Philibbar in the server. It looks like he's pulled out. So we got Ronnie Blakesley next. 69.7 for Jared DeVore. That's not going to be enough. Such a shame for him. Oh yes, he is. Philibbar, there he is. He's on the line in that 2JZ powered car. Ready to go. Here we go, and this is the lights go green for Justin Philibbar. He is off the line, was revving that high. That's a full start for sure. Steak Sausagey has followed. Thank you very much for the follow, Steak Sausagey. That's a great name. I love that a lot. Right, guys, I know we're getting near the end of qualifying. We're all starting to wind down. Know you guys are getting tired. Those of you who've stuck with us all the way through this, we are almost there. We have one more group to go after these guys, and then we are done. We know how things are going. Jordan Fry on the line, gets it right this time. He did call his 5 minute before, so this is run number 1 for Jordan Fry. Let's get him into this, onto that outside line, looking strong through there. Gets the power down, onto this inside line. Nicely hooks his way up onto that inside edge after calling his 5 minute. This is a good first run from Jordan Fry. Let's have a look at that back on the replay. HV Vapor for the subscription, thank you very much. Yeah, Toast 15, thank you for the follow. That's a great name, I like that a lot. So next up we should be seeing Justin Philibbar. So that was Jordan Fry's first run. Jordan Fry's first run. Scores dropping in. It's not going to be a bad one. Nope, pretty sure it's not Jordan Taylor. Guys in the back office having problems. We see this drop in. X Stevie, thank you for the follow. V Bose, thank you for the follow. That's not Jordan Fry's final score. We're just waiting for that to drop in. That's his first run, so we're just waiting for that to drop into place. It is a 79 by the looks of it. 79.1 for Jordan Fry. That would be enough, the way things are going, to get him into the big show if he can pull out another one like that. So we move on. We're seeing run number 2 for Justin Philibbar coming up to the line. Justin Philibbar now in that Mustang. He is on a 64 from his first run. Then we got Ronnie Blakesley on a 57.7. Austin Zalewski on 80.7. He's in with a serious chance of the big show. And then Jordan Fry on the 79, and Sean O'Do with that monster first run puts him on an 83. We've got 3 guys here who are in with a really serious chance of making it through to the big show tomorrow. But first, Justin Philibbar, who has got an outside chance here. If he can get a monster score, it could pull him up high enough to get into the big show. Let's see if he can manage it here. Justin Philibbar goes firing down in that RTR Mustang on the initiation with the handbrake, washes it nice and wide, but I think it's too much grip. Yes, it is. He just drops below that line a little bit on turn 1 before transitioning back. punts that centre of clip 2 before managing to hook it out. This car is fighting him all the way. You can see how much grip he's got dialed into it. Justin Philibert desperately trying to get that car to go where he wants it to go and not where it wants to go as he goes across the line. Let's see this. Let's go back and watch it on the replay. We see this Justin Philibert just fighting with that car on the way around there as we go for it. Here's through and onto that outside line. Nice run there from Justin Philibert, just twitchy in a couple of places. You can see how much grip's in the car. He was on a 64 from run 1. He will need a big score here, a really huge score here to push him up the order board, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. We've seen one score drop in, it's a 66. This would not put him in the top 32 and not in the big show tomorrow. Next score dropping in, starting to see it. Could be higher, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Justin Philibert. You could see the points where the car fought its way back down off the outside line and where it really struggled for him. Just waiting for that last score to drop in. There we go. That is Justin Philibert gets a 66.7. That puts him into 46th overall. That is a real shame for the young man from North America. He is unable to progress from there. Justin Philibert, we will see him for round 2, but he will not be in the big show tomorrow. Ronnie Blakesley is on a 57.7. He is also statistically able to get up into the required position for a qualifying score, but he is going to have to pull out something monstrous now. A mid-high 90s will get him into the big show, but he has got to give it his all. It's going to have to be a massive run, and that wobble is not going to help him. Already starting to come undone. Ronnie Blakesley, as he manages to gather it back up, and actually quite a nice run through that first corner. Not quite on the wall through clip 3, but he's getting the run done. This is not what we wanted to see for Ronnie Blakesley. We thought he'd be able to pull this together. If he'd managed this in run 1, he possibly would have had another chance for the big show, but let's have a look at that on the replay. You can see that wobble early on in that first corner. Ronnie Blakesley just cost him a bit of line there, just clips onto clip 2, doesn't really feel clip 3, and then 4, because he wasn't able to go quite as wide into clip 3, just pulls him shallow on clip 4, really struggling to get that car hooked up as he manages to make it through. But in that final section, everything looked great again. It's going to be such a shame, but I don't think there's enough in that run for Ronnie Blakesley to climb into the big show today. It would have to be a 97-point run for him to come up high enough. The scores I'm seeing drop in just would not be enough at the moment. There's a 55 from one of our judges. Still waiting on Caleb and Chris. Caleb and Octave, I think. Next up, Austin Zalewski. He is on an 80.7 while we wait for these scores for Ronnie Blakesley. Zalewski with a real chance of getting up high into the big show tomorrow. Seeing these scores drop in. It's a 64 from Caleb Dauphiné, 55 from Octavian Chalaroux, and Chris Ennis comes in with a 64. It is not going to be enough. Sadly for Ronnie Blakesley, that is going to put him at 61 in 50th position. We will see him for round 2. As we move on though, this is one of the guys who is in with a serious chance of getting into the big show. 3 more drivers from this group Austin Zalewski, Jordan Fry and Sean O'Doon, all with a real chance here. Here comes Austin Zalewski. He has got to put down another big run. It's got to be at least as good as his first run to really make sure that he doesn't get driven down out of the big show tomorrow. But this is a good start from him, just dropping a little bit low on that first corner as he started to make his way through. And then, oh, look at him send it hard along that wall. Austin Zalewski looking really strong here. This is an almost carbon repeat of his first run. As he starts to go through that section, Austin Zalewski nails it across the line. He will feel really good about how that run has come together. Let's see it again. As we come in, we just join him as he gets onto that first outer zone, looking strong through there. Austin Zalewski fired up on that outer zone. Just drops down a little bit, as we said during the first run through. But here you can see straight along that wall, absolutely hammers it home and right the way to the outer line at 4, using that backwards entry almost out of 4 to hook his way into 5 and across the line at 6. I gotta say, I really think Austin Zalewski is in the show tomorrow. That was a phenomenal run. Go. Seeing scores drop in. It's not a bad score. First score on the board, an 82 for Austin Zalewski. An 84 and an 88. Surely that is going to be enough for Austin Zalewski to secure a place in the big show tomorrow. 84.7 puts him in 18th position. That is a fantastic score for Austin Zalewski. He has got to be in with a good chance there. As we move back, we're going that. This is run number 2 for Jordan Fry. The lights come on. It's green. Jordan Fry gets off the line. He is going for it. This is a chance for Jordan Fry to make it into the big show as well. He's on a 79 from run 1. Gets hooked up, just makes it out there. That's a much stronger first corner, but he's also dropping down midway through that first corner and away from the outer zone. Nice through 2, sends it hard across 3. Is it going to drop into 4? Yes, it does. Nicely done from Jordan as he drops into 4 there. This is 5 wrapping around here. Here he goes. This transition is going to be crucial. He's on that 79. Can he pull himself further up into the big show tomorrow? Let's have a look. Jordan Fry sends it in for run number 2. The only other person left in this group who can beat him, Sean O'Doon. As Jordan Fry, you can see, really pushing hard to try and get that car where he wants it to be. Good line from him through all of this section here. Nicely done. And across that line. Let's have a look and see what the judges are going to award him for that second run. Things dropping in. Having already used his 5-minute rule for this weekend. That's an 84. He's already leveled up his score with one of our judges. We are seeing those slot in nicely now. An 81 from Caleb Dauphiné. Just waiting on the last judge. And an 82. Surely that means that Jordan Fry is able to get into that top 32. He's in 22nd statistically. Jordan Fry is in the big show tomorrow. There are 9 drivers remaining. He cannot be knocked out now. Jordan Fry has secured his position in the top 32. Well done to him. That is very good going. So now we see the last person from this group, Sean O'Doon, who is sitting pretty on that first score. He got that 83. This is a chance for Sean O'Doo to level up. And look how deep Sean O'Doo is running it around that first corner. This is a man who wants to get up near the sharp end of qualifying. The higher you qualify, the easier you'll run through that first top 32, in theory at least. The easier you'll run to the finals. Sean O'Doo absolutely hammers through here. That is a phenomenal run. Oh, and he just misses out on a really high score there by dropping that line at 6. We're going to be able to see this as we come through here. What a phenomenal run from Sean O'Doo. You can see absolutely dragging that rear end all the way down around that first section, all the way through clip 4. This is beautiful up into 5. Just perfect timing on his angle up, but just delays his transition a fraction too late and only just makes it onto the B line at clip 6, which is a shame. That is how things are looking. Sean O'Doo on an 83. Surely it's got to be at least as good as that. Next up, after this, Austin Dunn, Ronnie Irwin, Nick Portanova, Brandon Beck, Tim Sire, Connor Christensen, Brandon Gardner and Christopher Lickup from the Formula Drift drivers group. He is an actual FD driver, Christopher Lickup. He is going to be the last driver of the night in the SC300, but that is all irrelevant because right now we want to know, did Sean O'Doo make it into the big show? He had an 83 from his first run. Is he going to be able to do it? A 79 from one of our judges, a 78 from one of the others. Just Caleb Dauphin's score to drop in. It's an 81. Has he done it? Sean O'Doo into 20th position. Sean O'Doo manages to get it into 20th position. He is also safe. He will be in the big show tomorrow. So that is how it's looking. Here is your driver list of who is in and what they have got so far. These are the 32 drivers currently in your big show tomorrow. Notable things here are that Artem Makashenko has managed to continue to hold on to that number 1 slot all the way through this, and our number 1 qualifying at the moment, a 93.2. Mustafa Amini still in second. He was in first for ages. He was from one of the very first groups of qualifying of the night. Those scores early on really strong, but we're starting to see these guys get back into a rhythm. Sean O'Doo, you see there slotting in 20th, and Jordan Fry in 23rd with that 80.7. Ryan Sider managing to hold on to the top 16 with Guillermo Cabrera and Jack Lai, Jacob Kadavi above him. And we're seeing Kyle Felvers, the young man from the UK, still holding on to 9th position. A phenomenal run from him, and the same for Brandon Patrick. At the other end of the scale, feeling nervous right now must be TJ Anders, Lucas Gockel, Danielis Parangauskas, Max Galileski, Oliver Blass, Emil Leyrud, Joachim Haig and Robert Kwiczynski. Those guys are all potentially at threat here, but a single 0, in fact anything lower than a 60, and these guys are all safe. Everyone in this group has to get above a 60, otherwise their second run will not push them high enough to be able to get in. 55, I think, for being able to get above TJ Anders, but they then have to get over a 90 to get into the big show. This is real crunch time for these guys. We are just waiting for all of these guys to load in. While they do, we're going to leave you on this camera, on this set. I'll be back in 1 second after all of these 7.5 hours of drifting. I must finally, I'm afraid, run away for a second. I'll be right back, and we leave you. In fact, guys, I'm going to leave you on this nice little advert that we have for our Pro Pack. If you haven't already downloaded it, make sure that you do go and get involved now. That's what these guys are driving right now. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. This is it. We are into the very final group for qualifying. These are the last 8 drivers putting it on the line to try and get their slot here. First off is going to be Austin Dunn in the RTR Mustang. Austin has spent a lot of time trying to dial this car in. It is his second ever competition event. His first ever competition event was one of our Saturday Showdown one-off events only a few short weeks ago. Austin, one of our patrons, is determined to see whether he has got it in him to put this together, and when he is driving this RTR and he is feeling good and he's feeling relaxed, I would say that he has got a really serious chance. But nerves in competition, the nerves are a real thing. They come through, they really can ruin your day. Hopefully Austin's got it in him to be able to keep this under control. Here we go. Austin Dunn is on the line. He is under starters orders, and as Unger sends the light green, this is Anders, start line marshal with his glowing dildo of destiny, as he refers to the semaphore, as Austin Dunn massages that car into the outside zone. Oh, it's looking shaky as Austin fights with that car, manages to keep it there. It's not looking as smooth as some of the runs we've seen, but oh, and Austin, no! Austin zeroes out on his first run, trying to send it too hard into that corner. That undoubtedly means that Austin is out. The maximum score he could get now would be a 50. Austin Dunn will not be in the big show tomorrow. That is such a shame for the young Canadian. Wow. That is a real turn. We were not expecting things to turn around that quickly. Next up, Ronnie Irwin. Everyone I big up, seriously, this commentator's curse is a real thing. Everyone I big up, they suddenly have a terrible time. Oh, Ronnie Irwin, I know nothing about. I can't curse him because I don't know anything about his driving. I've not driven with him before. I've not seen him drive. This is an entirely new thing for me. Let's see Ronnie Irwin off the line. The lights up, dildo of destiny goes green as Ronnie Irwin sends it into that first corner. With every passing moment, these guys in the bottom bracket get a little bit more confident, because these guys who are on this final group of 8 are the last people who can knock them out, and Ronnie Irwin makes a mistake. Ronnie Irwin surely has looped it. That is a 0 for Ronnie Irwin, almost certainly, and if not a 0, then an incredibly low score. And every time someone zeroes out, another person at the bottom of that lift becomes a little bit safer. Let's have a look again. You can really see there, really struggling to make it through into that final section. Craig Zero, good job today, guys, on the home stretch. Thank you very much, Craig. It's an ordeal. Craig! So next up, Nick Portanova comes up to the line in the RPS 13 2JZ. Nick Portanova comes up to the line ready to go. We are seeing these zeros slot in. This is a real shame, but this now means that the bottom 6 are the only ones at risk. So Emil Leyrud is still at risk. Oliver Blas, Max Galileski, Danielis Parangauskas, Lucas Gockel and TJ Anders, they are the last guys at risk here, as we see Portanova file it in. Nick Portanova on a nice line there, just taps the wall. You can see the sparks fly up as Nick Portanova sends it down into here. This is the crucial part now. He has got to get through here. Emil Leyrud, one of the guys from the first runners. Oh, as Nick Portanova runs wide, that is going to be putting it at risk for him. He has left it in the hands of the judges, and that is the last thing you want to be doing when it is this crucial in qualifying. Nick Portanova, the first person at risk right now would be TJ Anders. If all 6 of these guys, including Nick Portanova, get scores on the board, then those bottom 6, Emil Leyrud, Oliver Blas, Max Galileski, Danielis Parangauskas, Lucas Gockel and TJ Anders, all 6 of them are at risk. Everyone from 27 up is safe for sure. That is that set in stone, that section of the list here. So we wait for the first score for Nick Portanova on our run. His first run in for Nick Portanova, the Canadian, is here. Let's find out. The judges' scores are starting to drop in. Nick Portanova. Oh, it's a strong move from Nick Portanova. I think this is going to be one of those times everyone up to and including Emil Leyrud is going to be feeling nervous as Nick Portanova puts down an 81. He is in with a shout of the big show right now. An 81 would place him quite comfortably in above Robert Kwiatkowski. So everyone down below that would be at risk. Everyone below Robert Kwiatkowski, not including Robert Kwiatkowski. So this is just a chance for these guys here. These bottom 6 are at risk, and Nick Portanova has done enough to keep them at risk. Next up, we have Brandon Beck. Up to the line now. Brandon Beck, the lights go green. The last of our drivers, I believe, using the SN95. Brandon Beck comes firing off the line, storming down this straight, goes for the big initiation. He's on the handbrake, wants to wash smoothly out. That SN95 doesn't have huge push. It wants to run at loads of angle. It's a fabulous car to drive. Very, very different to everyone else's as Brandon Beck fires it in. I think he's gone deep. Yes, he has gone deep. Oh, that's another person probably safe. It depends on this score, but that looks like Brandon Beck might have just lost it. CDT Nathan, thank you very much for the follow. Here we go as Brandon Beck wraps it round and across the line. I don't know how to sort this out. Brandon Beck, are you able to recover that, or is another person safe? This would be Emil Leyrud breathing a huge sigh of relief. He's got to get an 80. So anything above a 60 and Emil Leyrud is still at risk. Anything below a 60 and it is only a statistical possibility that Brandon Beck can knock out Emil Leyrud. All of the guys below Emil are still at risk. Emil, Olivia Blas, Max Gilaleski, Danielis Parangauskas, Lucas Gockel, TJ Anders, all at risk here. We're waiting for Brandon Beck's score to drop in. We are really into the sharp end of it now. Every score counts. The first score for Brandon Beck has dropped in. I can tell you it is a 48. This would put another driver safe. Statistically speaking, it would be impossible for Brandon Beck to knock out Emil Leyrud unless he gets above a 60 on this first run. Just waiting for the last driver's score to judge's score to drop in. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I don't know if it's enough. I think Brandon Beck might have put another driver safe. He's still in with a chance of making it into the big show, but 54. Brandon Beck is now in the awkward position where he has got to get a high score. Oh, it's still changing. The judges not finalising yet. 54.4. They're clearly rubbing it around and just trying to find those last little points. But that is their decision. 54.4 means that Emil Leyrud is statistically safe. He cannot be knocked out. That's another driver safe. All of these guys at the sharp end here have all got a chance of getting in, but Brandon Beck has put another driver safe. He can still make it into the big show, but he cannot knock out Emil Leyrud. As we see Tim Sire come to the line in that BMW E92. He's off the line. He's going for it. Did I see a start line at all or not? Did he just go? I think he just went. I don't think he waited for the start. I think Tim Sire is so keen to get underway that he just cannot wait to get going. False starts abound. Here we are. This is the sharp end now, people. Oh, Tim. please don't have missed out on your... Not after all of this time, not when everyone else has managed to get it dialed in at last. We cannot be having another person not able to see. Surely Tim can see. He must be able to see the semaphore, the light up dildo of destiny right there. Just waiting on these last guys. Are we ready? Let's see what's happening here. Okay, Simsai is on a run here, but that's a wobble as he gets through that first corner. That's going to be a problem for him. He's got to keep it going. He's gone absolutely backwards into there. Oh, that is definitely an opposite direction drift. Surely that's a 0 for Tim Sire. And he makes it through. That is not what he wanted to see. There was also something weird going on at the start. He was very late off the line after the lights changed, but here we can see Tim Sire. Look, as you go there, that is all, if it's not a 0, it's very, very close. It must have been absolutely right the way down, and here again, I think that's a 0. I think Tim Sire might have just made another driver safe. Who would it be this time? Let's have a look at the chart sheet. That would mean that it would be Olivier Blas would be safe if this is a low score. Wait on Tim Sire's score to drop in. I can confirm that is a 0. We're going to move straight on to Connor Christensen. Connor Christensen, our next driver. He is on the line. The lights go green. He is in the 14.9, that James Dean replica, as used by James Dean himself for his practice since we released it a little while ago. I don't know if he's on the new tyres. He might be on the older version of the car, but this is Connor Christensen. He's putting on a good show here. This might be enough to put someone at risk. Connor Christensen coming firing in, but as I say it, the commentators curses for everybody. That looked like it might have been a 0 after all, and Connor Christensen was on such a good run until just then. He was absolutely storming through the first section of the course, but the commentators curse. It strikes every time I compliment you. You have a problem. It is so, honestly, I hate it. I hate it. I hate the fact that this happens when I say people are really doing something well and then it goes absolutely wrong for them. It's one of the worst feelings in the world, because I want people to do well. You know, we want every single one of these guys to be right down to the line, fighting absolutely tooth and nail for every half point to try and get through into the show. And that is a 0 for Connor Christensen, confirmed from the judges. Connor Christensen gets a 0. Another person is safe. So far, from these 8 drivers, it looks like only Nick Portanova is in a position to knock someone out. There are 2 drivers left. Here is Brandon Gardner. He is the next one. And after that, it is Chris Leakup. Brandon Gardner in this 2JZ GT86 and Chris Leakup, Formula Drift's Chris Leakup. These are the 2 drivers who are left. This is what we have got to see. Here goes Brandon Gardner off the line, nicely off the line in that GT86, puts the hammer down, wants to get a good run in here. More and more we're seeing the guys at the bottom of the 32 come safe. as we see these final drivers. We're down to driver 95 of 96 as Brandon Gardner's on a nice line here. This is going to be putting someone at risk as he comes firing through. Brandon Gardner gets absolutely out onto that outside line. Perfect through 4. Can he wrap it in onto 5? Yes, he can, onto the inside line, looking really, really strong there. Now through that transition, down up onto 6, just comes a little bit wide, but makes it across the line. Let's have a look at that. Who with this? So, potentially, still at risk, Danielis Paringauskas, Lucas Bockel, and TJ Anders. This is a big run. This means a lot in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't seem like it should because there's still one run to go, but remember, everything is done on averages. Brandon Gardner has got to come away with a good score here to be in with a chance of making it through into the top 32. If you want to be in the big show tomorrow, you've got to perform today. This is where it counts now. The last couple of places. So far, only one person from this last group of 8 is in with a chance of making it into the big show, but I think Brandon Gardner's probably just put himself right up there. Scores are dropping in. They're looking big for Brandon Gardner. This is a nice run from him. 2 90s and an 87 for Brandon Gardner. He has definitely put a driver at risk there. Look at that face. They're holding the balloon. Brandon Gardner is ready there. That is the look of a man who knows he is now in a position to do some great work. Wow, here we go. So, Brandon Gardner gets his score on the board. Chris Lecoupe is the last person here who can get onto it. What we have: TJ Anders and Lucas Gockel definitely at risk right now. Danielis Paringauskas potentially at risk depending on this run from Chris Lecoupe. Formula Drifts, Chris Lecoupe. This is where it counts. He is off the line. The last driver of the night to do his first run. Goes for the initiation, gets onto the power. Nicely onto that outside line from Chris Lecoupe as he gets that power down. Look at him running that outside line. That's one of the best lines we've seen for a really long time through that first corner. But Chris Lecoupe doesn't make it into 3 very cleanly. He does make it into 4. This is not going to be the run that's going to definitely put people at risk. But overall, it's looking really solid as he makes it nicely round and into 6. What we're going to be seeing there, potentially the same amount of error from Chris as there was from the last run there by Brandon Gardner. Chris Lecoupe must have a good score on the board. This is big stress time. Here we go. Right onto that outside line at 4. You can see Chris Lecoupe making it really work nicely. But is it enough? This is the question. Chris Lecoupe, the scores are dropping in. I've seen 183. This would put people at risk. An 81. It looks like it's going to happen. Of these 8 drivers, 5 are simply trying to make sure that they can secure good championship points to stay in position for the fight through the championship. But it looks like there's going to be 3 drivers who have put other members of the top 32 so far at risk. We're just waiting for Chris's final score to drop into place. He has an 81 and an 83. What is the third score? It is a 79. Christopher Lecoupe, Chris Lecoupe, makes it through with an 81.1 from his first run. That is it. There are 3 drivers at risk right now as we go back to the start of these final 8. This is real crunch time. There are 3 slots potentially up for grabs. Danielis Paringauskas, Lucas Gockel and TJ Anders on the bubble. Everyone else is safe. Everyone from Artem Makuchenko down to Max Gilileski is safe. 78.7 is going to be the absolute worst case cutoff. Everyone else is safe as we come back. to watch the second run. The first time we're seeing Austin Dunn in his second run. He is on the line, the lights are on, he is ready, he has flashed Anders, not in a sexy way, and Anders has flashed him back, also not in a sexy way. It's just the lights in game, folks, it's only a game. Here we go, Austin Dunn fires up onto that outside line, slots in nicely this time onto that outside edge and gets the hammer right down. Look at Austin Dunn, now the stress is off, now he's just doing it for fun. Huge flick, oh no, and I've done it again! Oh no! Oh, I cannot believe it. Every single time I say someone is doing well. It's like I've thrown a hand grenade. Oh, we should get another commentator. Apparently I am apparently I have powers. This is crazy. I feel like Ursula. Oh, Austin, I'm so sorry. I was absolutely on your side there. There are 3 more rounds of the championship to go, but that is a 0-0 for Austin Dunn. Apparently it's still showing Chris Lecup's set there, so we move on. Ronnie Irwin also on a 0. We're down to the last 7 runs of the night. Ronnie Irwin in that S14.9 James Dean replica with the 2JZ under the bonnet. All of that power, all of that rage, everything to play for. He is here to try and get those points. He's got to get them. We've got 48 slots for guaranteed drivers in the championship. 16 go up, 32 go down. That is how we have played it. 32 will go down into our street category for another chance at coming back next year for another spot in the Pro Series. But this time, right now, as things stand, this is Ronnie Irwin trying to get points on the board. Fires it round that outside. That's really nice from Ronnie Irwin. I shouldn't say these things, it goes wrong every time I do, but as I say that was good from Ronnie Irwin there. He just manages to gather it back up. Is he going to get a score on the board this time? One more transition to go. Yes, he does. He is round and across the line. Let's go to the replay and have a look at that. Apart from just one small wobble in the middle, I think that was actually a pretty good run, and I'll tell you what, he is fast through there, folks. Ronnie Irwin has got that car moving really quickly. Tell me I could win the lottery, bro. Yeah, you could win the lottery. How's that? Go and buy that ticket immediately. I have the force. Here we see Ronnie Irwin. This is the run he wanted to do in that first run. 2 of these and he would have been a really serious contender. Ronnie Irwin, definitely one to watch as we go forward into the next few rounds. Ronnie Irwin getting a score on the board this time. And it looks like it's going to be a good one. Ronnie Irwin comes away with an 81 on that second run. From one of the drivers. No, it's actually one of the judges. It's an 82 and an 83. This is going to move him up the order a lot. This is going to be crucial for the championship overall. All of these guys making these scores work for them. This is crucial championship stuff. And an 82. Ronnie Irwin, for his second run, gets an 82.4. 2 of those, and he would have been in the show. Snake Sausage, he looks like he'd like to hurt my phone. I'm genuinely scared at telling Ronnie Irwin that he has not made it into the top 32. I'm glad I'm in New Zealand. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm sure we're just joking though. Everyone who I've spoken to, everyone's been lovely in the championship so far. So Ronnie, that was a fantastic run. That's exactly what we wanted to see from you. Real pleasure having you here. Great driving in that second run. Such a shame about the first one. Hopefully next time we will see you in the big show for round 2. But Nick Portanova is up next. Nick Portanova is on that 81. Here we go. Nick Portanova goes for that flick initiation in the S13 with the 2JZ. This is a pressure run for Nick Portanova. He knows he's got a chance of getting in as the sparks fly. We are literally fire here as Nick Portanova sends it hard, really hard out into turn 3. And that is a big, big commitment from Nick Portanova. He's trying to push it up the leaderboard. All he needed to do was a repeat of the first run, but he's gone absolutely ham trying to get that to work for him. Let's go back to the replay and see that. Wow, that was a run. That is Nick Portanova trying to make up some room there, really wants to be at the top of the game. Misses out on 2, doesn't get onto the line fully, but throws it so hard down into clip 3. Little bit of a check up between 4 and 5 as he makes that correction. Then this transition here really gets back onto the throttle, and that is a great run from Nick Portanova. Is this where we start to see people drop off the bottom? TJ Anders definitely feeling the pressure here. He will be knowing full well that there is a good chance he is about to exit the competition, having made it right to the final group, hanging in there by the skin of his teeth. Nick Portanova's scores drops in. The first one is a 74. It's not as high as we were expecting. A 73 from the next one. That wobble coming through the middle section definitely costing him. Is it going to be enough? That wobble with the aggression. Nick Portanova, does he stay in the fight? 72. Nick Portanova, no! Nick Portanova misses out. He misses out completely. Nick Portanova slots into 33rd position because that second run didn't work for him. The judges absolutely hammering that run for the corrections that Nick Portanova make there. Caleb Dauphiné in particular giving him only a 69. Nice. But, oh my word. 76.5 the average for Nick Portanova, and he loses out on his line score. This is it. This is what we had set up. The scores are set so that if you get the same score as someone else, it is the line score that makes the difference. And Nick Portanova got 76.5 along with TJ Anders and misses out on that point as we go through. We're watching Brandon Beck now. Comes firing in onto that inside section. Nick Portanova. Oh, but Brandon Beck's 3 wheels off. Brandon Beck is 3 wheels off. This is another person who's having a problem here. Surely that's the 0 for Brandon Beck. Oh, I can't believe that happened to Nick Portanova. Yeah, that is a 0. Brandon Beck has pulled out. Brandon Beck has pulled out. TJ is safe for now. I cannot believe it. Oh my word. Genuinely, I'm shaking. I was not expecting that. The judges absolutely savaging those errors from Nick Portanova, as they should. You know, this is the whole point. If we go back, just while we're seeing this warm up, let's go back and watch that again. You can see Nick Portanova, just while we're waiting for that to come through, you can see this is where it all comes apart. Doesn't, almost completely misses clip 2, and then it makes it nicely into 4. But this correction, there's that snap to angle, and then he washes up and doesn't make it in. You can see where the judges have pulled those points. I can understand it, but what a shame for the young man who has fought so hard. He was so close. As Tim Sire comes off the line, Tim Sire goes for his initiation on his second run. Really early initiation from Tim Sire, trying to get onto that outside line. The Canadian here, the French Canadian, absolutely hammered down, trying to get some points on the board. Good transition from Tim. A run like this would have seen him in with a serious chance of putting himself up into contention for the fight. But you can see now, these runs, the way they're causing the pressure. Oh my God, I'm excited. It's all got too much for me right at the end here. Tim Sire crosses the line. Oh, wow. I still can't get over the Nick Portanova call. I understand it. I totally agree with the judging, the way they marked it down, but he was half a line point or even 0.1 of a line score point away from taking that bottom section from TJ Anders. Somehow TJ Anders' last sit through, he has got to wait until Brandon Gardner and Chris LeCook come up for their runs in order to know whether he is going to get anything. Let's see in the meantime whether we have a score for Brandon Beck, the other Canadian involved here. Let's see if he's got a score on the board this time. Sorry, that was a 0, so this should be Tim Sire we're actually waiting on. I do apologise. Tim Sire, there he is. Another Canadian. I did know we've got so many Canadians in this final section. Chris Lykup is going to be feeling quite outnumbered by all of these Canadians. Oh. So, Tim Sy gets a 71.6. A score like that would have put him in with a chance, but it sits him 70th. Can you believe it? 71.6, and that 0 just sits him 70th. As we go back, we are into the home stretch. These are the last 3 drivers. Connor Christensen is up now in that S14.9. Connor Christensen comes off the line. Hammer down, goes for that initiation. Connor Christensen sitting on that 0, I believe, from the first run. Yes, he is, as he tries to make it through. Nice run from him through that first corner, looking really solid as he makes it round. That transition is going to be crucial. Here he goes, he gets the hammer down this time, absolutely flies onto the inside edge of clip 4, does make it round. There's going to be a score on the board for him here, which could be crucial later on in the championship. Nicely wrapped around and onto the inside edge, and you can see again, it's the stress getting to these guys. That run would have been great first run down. Hail Zeus, you're asking for the track. The track isn't released yet. This track will be made available after we finish the round. There is a version of it that's on our Discord, but right now this actual version of the track is not available with all of the night functioning lights and everything else. Thanks to Craig from VDC and Chris from the VDC for making all the effort to help us get this track exactly how we want it. We could not do this championship without them, and we hope to make them proud by turning out drivers that can go over there and compete. Connor Christensen getting a score dropping in. His 0 on the first run hampering his chances, but a 77 already dropped in from one of our judges. We're starting to see those slots in. These are guys. This is the thing, guys. You're watching these drivers. If they manage to do these 2 runs consecutively in a way that makes the cars drive nicely, they get good scores. They've got a chance, but we're trying to push out consistently high level drivers so they get an average score across the 2. An 85, an 80 and a 77 mean that Connor Christensen on run 2 gets only 81.1. That is an amazing score for him. That would have put him in with a real chance of coming into the fight, but it was not to be because of that 0 in run 1. So Brandon Gardner sits on an 89. 2 people at risk. Lucas Gockel, TJ Anders. Brandon Gardner has got to get this right. And as I say that, I haven't got it right because I haven't selected him. There he is. We see him just as he gets into zone 1. Brandon Gardner on an absolutely flying run through that outer zone at clip 1. Really looking strong here. Is he going to be able to hold it? Is he going to be able to even go higher in qualifying? Can he get up into the top 5? This would push TJ Anders out as Brandon Gardner goes for that big flick transition round and across, and oh, that is huge. That is a huge run for Brandon Gardner. This is absolutely crucial. I have to say it. I know I'm going out on a limb here, but I am almost certain that that means that TJ Anders has held on to the last 2 drivers and will now be knocked out of the top 32. Here we go. We see that run rounded out. These are the last 2 drivers. We come down to it. Brandon Gardner had an 89 from the first run. If he can get another one of those, he would slot in 8th above Paavo Nurmi and knock out TJ Anders. This is so crucial now. Oh my God, a 94 from one of the judges. That's the highest score that Brandon Gardner's got so far. He could move even higher up the list. That is the first 10-point style score that I have seen given to anyone all day. Another 10-point style score. That's a 96. Brandon Gardner could top qualifying. How's he done it? Brandon Gardner gets a 94.7 on his second run and goes into 5th position. That is a phenomenal effort from the young American. Congratulations to him as we come to the final run of the night. Commiserations to TJ Anders. He has been knocked out of the top 32, and Lucas Gockel sits on the bubble there, knowing that right now Chris Le Cup, Formula Drift driver, holds his fate in his hand. Chris is in position here. He has got an 81.7 on the board. All he needs to do is repeat that, and we are into the top 32. He gets the brakes locked up on the way in. He's really deep up on that wall. It is tension time for Chris as he loses that rear spoiler up on the wing, gets it right in there. This flip, yes, nice from Chris Le Cup as he gets into that outer zone, fires it through 4. He's got 2 more turns to go. Can he do this? This is going to be knockout time. Is Chris Leichert going to be the last person across the line and the last person to qualify? That would be a phenomenal result for him. This has come right down to the wire. 96 drivers have gone through this course. 192 runs of this course we have witnessed this evening, and it all comes down to the final run to know who gets into the top 32. How awesome is that it has gone all the way down to the wire? I'm nervous for everyone involved. I'm particularly nervous for Lukas Gockel. He drove phenomenally earlier and he has hung on so long at the bottom of that leaderboard. So many drivers were struggling with this format where we've gone for this average qualifying run where you've got to be consistent across it all. I can see there is an 84 on the board for Chris Leichert from one of our judges. The other 2 are dropping in now. I think this is going to have done it. That's an 83. Everything being equal, it looks like Lukas Gockel has been knocked out at the last section, but where will Chris Leichert qualify? Where in the top 32 is the man from Formula D going to sit? We're just waiting on Caleb Dauphiné. This is the last score to drop in, the last score of the night to drop into place. This is so important to shape up how the big show looks tomorrow. We have been here for 8 hours and 15 minutes, and we now know how things are going to be. Chris Le Cup gets an 83.7 and slots into 18th place. That is a phenomenal effort from him. What a fantastic qualifying it turned out to be. A little bit of a dip in the middle, but we can now confirm these are your top 32 drivers for tomorrow. Artem Makushenko with a 93.2, tops qualifying. Mustafa Amini with a 93 in second. Logan Daniels with 92.7 in third. Daryl Diaz fourth. Brandon Gardner fifth. Alexander Yegard in sixth. Brandon Gardner, just to note, had the highest score of anyone all night with that 94.7. Brandon Patrick managed to hang on to 7th, Cormac Gard in 8th, Parvo Nurmi in 9th, Kyle Fieldvus in 10th, Adam Lake in 11th, Warren Greener in 12th, Vakaris Alukas in 13th, Jack Lai hangs on to 14th, while Jacob Kadavi in 15th, and Guillermo Cabrera in 16th. That is your top 16. Ryan Sider drops down to 17th in that last section, with Christopher Le Cup making it into 18th. Nathaniel Lamping in 19th, Austin Zalewski in 20th, Taylor Bowles in 21st, Sean Adu 22nd, Mark Pretty in 23rd, William Holloway 24th, Jordan Fry scraping into 25th but has used up his 5-minute rule for the weekend, as have some other drivers. Brett Wolford in 26th, Robert Kraczynski in 27th, Joachim Haig in 28th. Emil Leerud managed to hang on from the very first group of the night to stay in the battle through until the 29th slot. Olivier Blas has managed to get 30th, Max Galileski in 31st, and the last of your top 32 drivers, Danielis Paringauskas, rounds it out. What a qualifying event that proved to be. That was absolutely phenomenal. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was amazing. Our first qualifying of the season is done. The first qualifying that Tsujigiri has ever run is done. And massive congratulations to all our drivers, but particularly to Artem Makushenko for topping the leaderboard there. That has been a phenomenal event. Thank you so much to all of you for being here with us. Thank you to our sponsors, Grip Royal, Fibre Factory, Eclipse Motorsport, Enemed Racing Fuels, Graham's Performance Injectors and Zeknova Tyres for supporting us through all of this. Oh, and Retro Speed Shop, RSS in the UK. Thank you to all of our Patreons for supporting us. Thank you to you guys for signing up and for spectating with us. Thank you in particular to the 4 guys that we've used this evening who wouldn't have been able to make this possible without anyone else. It has been a long day, but I'd like to say massive thank you first to Anders Unger. He's been incredible as the start line marshal. He's worked tirelessly for weeks to make sure that this event runs smoothly, and that is our first qualifying done and dusted. And to our 3 judges, to Caleb Dauphiné, to Octavian Chelarou, and to Chris Ennis, this has been a first for me. I've enjoyed it hugely, and I just could not have done any of this without these guys. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, 2000 UTC on Saturday, and that's 8 a.m. if you're in New Zealand like me, working out around the world. 2000 UTC, we are back for our top 32. All of the information on that will be posted again as soon as we close out qualifying. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you. Have a great evening, day, good morning, whatever it is for you. We will see you next time.